Good morning. Good morning. Right? It's a great morning. It's Wednesday. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, everybody. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Film. Hey, Moki. Hey, Benny. Let's see. Hey, Rachel. Are y'all busy, busy, busy? Hey, Hazel. Hey, Nomad. Hey, Film. Check it out. Check it out. I tell you what a Wednesday morning, right? Hey, Jason. This is actually me. Look, at 10 fingers, 10 fingers. It's me. Hey, happy Friendship Day. I like that. Hey, Libby. Good morning, everyone, right? What a little rest would do. Hey, Kelly. I tell you, would you say cheer dance early this morning? Because I tell you, once we get busy, it won't happen, right? I got to give me some more coffee, Rachel. Where them dollars at? Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Good morning. I done had a little coffee. I don't know if I done had cheer dance coffee, but we gonna have to make sure we get it in. I was like, yes, I ain't even get to do my chair dance yesterday. Like, what is going on? I was. I be so excited in the morning. Yeah, Kelly, all right. Get that coffee in. Look, look, look. Cheers. Double dose. Yesterday I had quick trip because I got up so early and we started streaming about 4 in the morning here, my time. Which was nice because I appreciate being able to cater to everybody, right? We all on different time zones and everything. So yeah, I definitely am double fisted. So it was kind of great to be able to do that, right? Um, Yesterday. And I had to go get quick trip coffee and it just don't hit the same, man. It hit all the way different. Like, eh. Especially when you're used to a certain type of coffee, it's like telling me to tell. It's like me telling somebody, "Hey, go from Starbucks and go to McDonald's." They probably be like, no." So that was my. I don't think it. I don't think it hit me good yesterday, at all. At least from what I could tell, it didn't last as long as it should have lasted. Not for me, at least. But yeah, I am. I'm here and I got all my coffee. I am good to go. Hey, you said let's kick off the day. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Stop the press. Go film. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to do it, dear. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to do it. Do it. Hey, we gonna get that in this morning. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. Hey. Look, I can do it. Hey, Baka. Good morning. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Look, uh, I ain't gonna pop, lock, and drop it this morning. Look, I ain't gonna pop, lock, and drop it this morning. Oh, I might shoot. I tell you. I tell you. Ooh, I be so like I know yeah. They won't give me no time to work on no doggone jams. The best jam I got is the beat in my head. Let me see. Wait a minute. Let me see. Let me see if they got some free music on here. Look. Let me tell you. Could y'all hear that? Let me see. Y'all can hear it a little bit. Let me see. I don't even know if it's a beat that I can dance to, but whatever. I'm almost better in my head. Let me see. I don't, what one is this? We can't do that. Wait a minute. Some rock I can dance to. Probably not that one. Let's see. Can y'all hear that? Too generic. Hey, we working with what we got. It's called Feeding the Ducks. That's the beat for Feeding the Ducks. I'm telling you, as soon as I get a B-boy, it's gonna be up all and pop it up in here. As soon as they give me a chance, I'm telling you, if I knew how to make some beats, I know I got some websites that gave me some beats. Somebody gave me, and I got them wrote down. I just haven't had a chance to actually get them. Hey, OnlyFans. No, it was on this it was on this streaming thing that I'm streaming through. Yeah, it's called Feed the Ducks. Irish. Look, I don't know who feed the ducks to that beat, but all right. Okay. Do tell. We'll whatever you say. So I do have up the hey P Lolo's good morning. I know, right? Them ducks is happy. Oh, there's a backstory. Okay. Okay. Definitely, we definitely it sounds like that's something that you may have to email me about because I don't know. I don't know if it's appropriate for the chat. If it got a whole backstory to feeding the ducks. So we have okay. So we have closing arguments in our trial that we were covering yesterday, the 5 shots. You know, it's so crazy when I hear this. All I can think of is Tupac. 5 shots. I took him and smiled. I don't know the lyrics by And I'm like, that's all I could think of. Like, I keep rapping Tupac in my head when I hear this. I'm like, I wonder. I guess she won't be running. She won't be running around here talking about she took Miss Smile. But every time I hear that, I think of Tupac. Like, oh gosh, yes, and still alive. Like, I keep thinking about Tupac. 5 shots couldn't stop me. I took him a smile. West Coast for life. I'm like, oh gosh. I don't think she was thinking about being a gangster after this, but okay. But he said he took him a smile. I'm like, shit, she can say now. Right? Yeah. So, but it got a little, a little different. I don't know if everybody's seen, all the day one, but it was a lot of different things that, kind of happened. Yes. Thanks, Libby. Happy Friendship Day to you. It's International Friendship Day. Awesome. They make a holiday for everything, but I'll go for it. Do it mean you get gifts on Friendship Day? Because if so, I'm gonna be looking for some gifts. That's what I want to know. They making up all these holidays. I don't know if it's so we can go out here and spend extra money. I haven't really figured it out, but I'll take them, especially if it's gonna give you a day off work or it's gonna get you a gift, right? You say yeah, I know Irish, right? If we can get gifts for it, y'all can add all the holidays y'all want. It'd be a different holiday all the time. You need to clean. What's up, Moki? So I think that what we'll do, the closing arguments have not started. We're still waiting on court to start. I know that some people were able to see the testimony, some people were not. Whatever, it was short, sweet, and to the point, right? So I don't think it. Thank you, film. Okay, now y'all know if y'all got that membership from your friend, film free, right? You know what you need to do. It don't show me on this end like who got it. I was able to see it when I was looking on my phone yesterday. I don't know why they. No, Libby, we can't quit the job. See, he giving out free gifts to a membership on Friendship Day. How awesome! Thank you so much, film. And that's right. Okay, okay, film. You say the basketball verdict will be in. I know, and I want to cover that one. That's what I was planning on doing today, Moki. I just didn't know exactly. I didn't know what they were going to be doing in this trial, and I was like, "Do we go and because that trial is pretty. That trial was one day. Like I don't even think it take us. It may not even take us that long to get through that. But when I seen that this morning, I'm like, oh gosh, they included closing arguments. Yeah, and they still haven't opened up the court here because this one is not going to be that long either. Quite as kept. I mean, the opening statements wasn't even that long. But I do have another room set up for the basketball trial. Stuff. That's why I said, like, I just go with the flow. So I mean, I go with the flow, and I don't really want the verdict to come out before we cover it. Because if not, it probably won't. I'll probably be like, out, But if y'all want, yeah, I know he took the stand, okay, and I was like, I want to watch this. I heard he was up there crying and everything. I didn't get to see it. I didn't watch it because I wanted to watch it with you guys. So I mean, it's totally up to you guys. I do have the room opening for it. We are waiting on closing arguments in our current trial. Let's see. Let me just make sure. We are waiting for closing arguments for this one. It's totally up to y'all if y'all want to move over. We play musical chairs around here. We can go and play musical chairs and go ahead and start covering that one. And closing arguments on this one will probably just be a lunch break and it's going to the jury, right? So we can catch up on that one. Y'all kind of let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all want to move. A 2 if y'all want to stay here. You say the jury's supposed to be in 10 minutes here? It's totally, yeah, because I was just going to do this one. I was going to stay here and do this one and then move to the basketball. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of 2s. Okay, and then we'll come back over here. Stay here. What was my plan, Irish? I forgot. Yeah, that's so goofy. I'm so goofy. Okay, 10 a.m. Okay, 10 a.m. is turn time. Okay. So it say the jury is returning at 10 a.m. So that's 7. Right. Benny said it was 1 to move, 2 to stay. Okay. Well, let's see. We got about 7 minutes to this one. The jury is supposed to be in. We'll hang out here. Because I'm telling you, the closing arguments is not gonna be that long. Like in the jury instructions, it's probably not. I mean, the opening statement was 6 minutes, y'all. And I don't even think the defense put on the open statement. So there you have it. So I can only imagine that this is not going to take that long. So that way, at least if we get this all completed, then once we move over to the basketball one, we can just be in the basketball one. And while if the jury is deliberating over there, cool, whatever the case may be. Just hopefully we'll be able to cover it all before the actual verdict comes out. But whatever. We do what we want to do. If we want to still watch it, even with the verdict come out, we'll do that. Hey, Fowler, good morning. Hey, Timothy, welcome. No, this is not the Melly hearing. This is Billy Delgado. We are going into closing arguments where he shot his ex-wife, well, now ex-wife, 5 times, and she took it and smiled. So, hey, Madison. No, they haven't returned in regards to a verdict. Are you talking about in regards to the Ali? Yeah, if anybody is the Ali, that doesn't start for 2 hours. We got 2 hours before the jury comes back, and once the jury does come back, I will open up the room for those that want to watch previous testimony. It's a watch party that's going to go on in regards to that Ali today. Yeah, but we so let's do this. For those that haven't seen it, I am going to share. We can look at. No, I won't do that. Madison, the jury hasn't even started for today as far as deliberations. They're not in. It's going to be about 2 hours before they even arrive. I'm gonna open it up, Moki, just like we did yesterday. It just doesn't start to 9. Hey, Sue. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's fine. That's why I was trying to say that they haven't even started today. But I'm gonna open up the room like we did yesterday for the Ali. So as soon as the verdict comes in, y'all be able to see it live as soon as it's happening, and we'll kind of replay some testimony in there. I plan on doing Officer Chavez, the lady officer, doing her testimony and some of the officers' testimony today. So yeah, it'll go down up in there in that room. Look, it goes down in the DM. In the Ali trial, that's what I need to be said. It goes down in the Ali trial. Cause woo, baby. I said if they don't come back for a verdict today, I don't know what people gonna do. But I'll leave that over there. And I'll talk to them about that when I get over there with the Ali people. with the Ali chatter boxes. Monkey said, I'm ready for Ali to be over. Girl. I like, hey, Zach, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I'm like a simple, like 2 + 2 = 4. But then, I thought that this trial that we watching, that we going into the closing arguments. Thank you. Oh, see, P. Lola's mom said, Friendship Day train, spread the love. She got the train started. Woo, woo. Come on, ride the train and ride it. The choo choo train. Y'all remember that song? Come on, ride the train. Oh, and ride it. You say you only got a few hours of sleep, Madison? Oh, Bookie. Yeah, well, they won't be back in for a little while, and we thought that this case, like when you look at the a title and you just look at the dynamics, you like, oh, well, I'm kind of like, hey, the Jules, good morning, sweetheart. Moki, I just really, I don't, with watching the video, and I'll even give him that he was feeling some type of way, maybe going through um the batter man syndrome. I don't know. The only problem I have is that unless that car was veering towards him to strike him, I don't know how he's really justified in the 7 shots that he banged off. P. Lolo's mom said he called her over there. Yeah, well, because the daughter was there. So it was, to my understanding, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, that he called her over there because she was coming to pick up the daughter. And that's why she was turning around or whatever the case may be. But if that car wasn't trying to, like she wasn't veering to try to strike him with the car, I don't know how he gets off with saying that he shot into her car like that. Because regardless of what he think in regards to what happened with with his daughter, or you can get authorities involved in that part, right? No, master, I don't believe her at all. Die. Yeah. Yeah, well, he may not have seen the daughter since 2022, Kelly, because certain fact that she was in the hospital. She had been in the hospital for 363 days after he had shot her. So during that period of time, they didn't know the dynamics of it. So they put I think it was a restraining order or some kind of order where he was unable by the courts to see the daughter because they didn't know whether or not he had something to do with it. Yeah, Madison. Yeah. You think he should get lesser charges? Did you hear what the lesser charges are that they're offering him? No. Okay. Well, we'll find out when they do their closings today, right? Do y'all think the defense gonna do a closing statement? I guess so, right? Oh, yay. I like mail. Let me see. I think I got that. Follow. I think I did that. Oh, maybe in this one. Oh. Oh, this meal. Here, I'm gonna put this up on a different screen. That way I can see it. I sent it this morning. Follow. At least I caught myself sending it. I caught myself doing it the same way. I hope. Come on, ride the train and ride it too. Oh. Oh, okay. Come on, ride the train and ride it. Let me see. Do. Nah, I can do some stuff like that too. Mm, 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 mm. Come on, ride the train and ride it. Okay. Okay. Mm, let me come on, ride the train and ride it. I'm gonna be doing that all day now. Okay. Y'all gonna have to get me off that choo-choo train. If not, we gonna be in a whole bunch of trouble. Mm, let me see something here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm still kind of checking on this in the courtroom. Okay. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Oh no, I see this. Okay. I got it. I think I got it. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Who knows? I got it. Yay. Come on, ride the train and ride it. Woo woo. And ride it. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I'm be riding that train today. You in Maui? Wow. I like Maui. Mm. That Maui. Come on, ride the train and ride it. I know you done started that choo-choo train. I know. We have to get another song. Oh, we gonna be riding. I'm gonna be riding that choo-choo train all day. Talk about. Look, right from the chair. Mm. You going to look the song up? Oh gosh, it's an oldie but goodie. It will get the party started, right? The choo choo train. That's what they was called, the choo choo train. Hey, good morning, therapist. Yeah, that's gonna be in my head all day. Now look at this. She may leave me at the stop. No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't. She wouldn't dare. She would not. She would not. I know. Get up on that train. Let me. That's right. Come on, ride the train. Oh, that's gonna be the song for today. Yep. I tell you. Now, with all of this stuff, right? And they late. And all this time, I could have showed her testimony. It wasn't even that long. Yeah, I need another song, Zach. Because if not, we gonna come on, ride that train and ride it. That's what we gonna be doing. Mm. Midnight train to Georgia. Oh, oh, she threw a Gladys in the. Whoa. Okay, I see movement in the courtroom. She say on that midnight train to Georgia. Ooh, ooh. She was singing on that one too. Boy, I like me some Gladys now. Wait a minute. Ooh. I don't even know what to say about that one now. Oh, I like that. Neither one of us. Oh, mm, that's my song. I know that wasn't me. Now people are I'm like, it's Gladys and the Pips. Oh, I know Gladys. I don't know about three people she had behind her, but I know that Gladys. Everybody else, like David Ruffin and the Temptations, like all the rest didn't matter. Gladys and the Pips, right? Oh, I think I know the words, but I think I don't know the words. Irish, forever, forever. Sure, Benny. I will put that up here. Thank you. Let's see here. I think I know parts of it. I'll be probably faking and mumbling the whole time until they get to that part. Irish. Oh, look, she about to drop them lyrics. Hey, good morning, pretty brown. Okay, let's see this old late judge. Let's see what he talking about this morning. So we can get them back in the jury room.
Case, and then we will ask you to deliberate. This is cause number 2024 CRG 00717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. Members of the jury, the defendant, Billy Delgado, stands charged by indictment with the offense of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, a felony of the first degree alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to these charges. Assault is defined as a person commits the offense of assault if he intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. Aggravated assault, a person commits the offense of aggravated assault if he commits assault as hereinbefore defined and he causes serious bodily injury to the injured party. Bodily injury is defined as physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means a bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Deadly weapon means firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Family means individuals related by consanguinity or affinity as defined under sections 573.022 and 573.024 of the Government Code. Individuals who are the former spouses of each other, individuals who are biological parents of the same child without regard to marriage, and a foster child and foster parent without regard to whether those individuals reside together. Dating violence means an act by a member of the family or household against another member of the family or household that is intended to result in physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, or that is a threat that reasonably places the member in fear of imminent physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, but does not include defensive measures to protect oneself. Act means bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Conduct means an act and its accompanying mental state. Individual means a human being who is alive, including an unborn child at every stage of gestation, from fertilization until birth. Intentionally, a person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means a person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or the circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly, a person acts recklessly. A person recklessly causes bodily injury to another if the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the person's action will cause bodily injury to another. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Count one, application, aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas. The defendant, Billy Delgado, did then and there intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a member of his family. To Erica Edith Torres, herein styled the complainant, by shooting at her person, and the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, during the commission of the assault, and the complainant was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship as described by section 71.003 or 71.005 or 71.0021B of the Texas Family Code, then you will find the defendant guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Justification, defense of a third person. A person is justified in using force against another to protect a third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. And number two, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. A person is justified in using deadly force against another to protect the third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using deadly force to protect himself against the unlawful deadly force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Number two, the actor reasonably believes his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. Reasonable belief means a belief that an ordinary and prudent person would have held in the same circumstances as the defendant. The use of force or deadly force to protect the third person is not justified, number one, if it is in response to verbal provocation alone, or number two, the actor provoked the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force, unless the actor abandons the encounter or clearly communicates his intent to do so, and the other nevertheless continues or attempts to use unlawful force against the actor or third person, or number three, if the actor sought an explanation from or discussion with the other person concerning the actor's differences with the other person while the actor was unlawfully carrying a weapon, a person who has a right to be present at the location where the force or deadly force is used, who has not provoked the person against whom the force or deadly force is used, and who is not engaged in criminal activity at the time the force or deadly force is used, is not required to retreat before using force or deadly force to protect a third person. In determining whether the actor reasonably believed that the use of force or deadly force was necessary, you may not consider whether the actor failed to retreat. On the issue, when the issue of the application of defense of a third person is raised, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty. Application of the law to the facts in that regard, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Webb County, Texas, on or about the first day of June 2024, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury to Erica Edith Torres by shooting at her person, and that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm and or G3C 9mm Taurus, during the commission of the offense, and that Erica Edith Torres was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship. You must agree on all of these elements, but if you do not have to agree which culpable mental state, that is intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, the state proved. If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated assault, as stated above, you must next consider whether his conduct was justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado. If you all agree the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt one or more of the elements listed above, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict guilty. If you agree the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements listed above, You must next decide whether the state has proven that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado. To decide the issue of defense of Esmeralda Delgado, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt at least one of the following three elements. The elements are that number one, the defendant did not reasonably believe his conduct was immediately necessary to protect Esmeralda Delgado against Erica Torres' use or attempted use of unlawful force or unlawful deadly force. Or number two, the defendant did not reasonably believe that Erica Torres was using or attempting to use unlawful force or unlawful deadly force against Esmeralda Delgado. Or number three, under the circumstances as the defendant reasonably believed them to be, the third person would not have been justified in using force or deadly force to protect himself or herself against the unlawful force or unlawful deadly force of Erica Torres. You must all agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt at least one of the three elements listed above. You need not agree on which of these elements the state has proven. If the state has failed to prove at least one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then the state has failed to prove that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state has proven at least one of the elements listed above beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant has proven the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant guilty. A grand jury indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the issue of guilt of the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that he has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all of the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required, however, that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, after considering all of the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict not guilty. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given their testimony. But the law of the case you shall receive in these written instructions and be governed thereby. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your foreman or presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as foreman or presiding juror. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. No person has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. After you have retired, you may communicate with this court in writing through the officer. Any communication relative to the case must be written, prepared, and signed by the foreman and shall be submitted to the court through the officer. Do not attempt to talk to the officer who has you in charge or the attorneys or the court or anyone else concerning any questions you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Following the arguments of counsel, you will retire to the jury room to consider your verdict, and we will await your unanimous verdict. You have one verdict form attached, ladies and gentlemen, where you find the defendant either guilty or not guilty. Please make sure that the presiding juror signs the correct line indicating your unanimous verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, not in the charge, but I just want to tell you orally, every court treats notes differently. I encourage note taking because if it assists you in concentrating on the evidence, I want you to do it. But it is important you understand that although you were permitted to take notes during the testimony in the case, in the event you did take notes, you may rely on your notes during your deliberations. However, you may not share your notes with the other jurors, and you should not permit the other jurors to share their notes with you. You may, however, discuss the contents of your notes with the other jurors. You shall not use your notes as authority to persuade your fellow jurors in the deliberations. In your deliberations, give no more and no less weight to the views of a fellow juror just because that juror did or did not take notes. Your notes are not official transcripts. They are personal memory aids, just like the notes of the judge and counsel. Notes are valuable as a stimulant to your memory. On the other hand, you might have made an error in observing or might have made a mistake in transcribing what you heard. Therefore, you are not to use your notes as authority to persuade fellow jurors of the evidence during the trial. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute occurs as to testimony that was presented. In that case, you shall inform the court and request the court read that portion of the official transcript. You will not rely on your notes to resolve a dispute. If you do have a dispute, specify what it is in writing, and that portion and only that portion will be read back from the official transcript. With that, ladies and gentlemen, both sides have been given an hour to argue the case. Should they elect to use it, the state does have the burden of proof, so they have the right to open and close the arguments. I'll ask them to address you at this time.
Thank you, Judge. May I please the court? Counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You're free to choose, but you're not free from the consequences of your choices. What did Mr. Soto say in opening statements? This was a case about choices and consequences. And how on June 1st of 2024, that man sitting right there made a fateful choice that has consequences for which he must be held accountable for. Now, what choice did he make? He chose to commit the offense of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon, which resulted in serious bodily injury. Let's go over those elements. You heard testimony when it comes to on or about June 1st, 2024, from the investigators that responded to the case, from Investigator Lopez to Amasquita, Mark Vela, Florencio Barrera, how they got a call and they were dispatched to 2420 North Smith Avenue for a shooting call. You heard the victim, Erica. She took the stand and she testified that she went to Billy Delgado's residence because he called her over because of some issue with her daughter. Let's move on to the second element. In Webb County, Texas. It happened on 2420 North Smith Avenue. I asked Officer Amasquita, and even Erica testified that residence is located in Laredo, Texas, which is in Webb County. Let's move on to the next element. The defendant, Billy Delgado. What evidence do we have? Well, we saw Officer Amasquita testify. We saw his body cam. You'll be able to take that with you in the back. He confessed. Yeah, I shot her mom. Who's her? Emmy, his daughter, who happens to be Erica's daughter as well. We see Juan Angel Pina surveillance footage, and we see it point blank. Look, it's right there, point blank, aiming a gun right at Erica through the passenger side window. Erica IDs. I saw I heard 3 shots through my windshield. And as I drive by, I see Billy shooting, pointing a gun at me. And let's not forget the forensic scientists that came over and confirmed that there was gunshot residue on Billy Delgado after Mark Vela got samples from his hands and sent it out for testing. But ladies and gentlemen, the most important one, he confessed on June 1st, 2024. He confessed back then, and he took the stand, and he confessed on the stand as well. Check, check, check. All right, let's talk about the next element. Intentionally, knowingly, and or recklessly. Well, it started May 19th, prior to June 1st. Erica and Kayla took the stand, and what did they say? Erica said on May 19th, almost 2 weeks prior to the date in question, Billy told her, enjoy your birthday, because this will be her last one. Kayla overheard that same conversation and could confirm that's what Billy said. So he had a plan already. He had a plan that he wanted to execute. And execute he did. There he is. Look at State's Exhibit 4. He's laying in wait. Erica's up there. You see her coming in a green Kia Soul. He's laying in wait, waiting to ambush her to execute that plan. And execute he did. What did Florencio Barrera say? In my experience, he was about 5 feet away from her. He didn't fire one shot to eliminate a threat like he's going to later claim. He fired 10 rounds. He had a purpose. A man with a purpose, walking with a purpose. State's Exhibit 5 will show the other angle of Bina's home surveillance footage. And what is he doing? She pulls over in distraught. He's walking with a purpose, fidgeting with his pockets. Go, look at it. He's fidgeting with his pockets, touching his gun. He goes back to his apartment and he puts his gun. Oh, and what else did he put up there? 2 loaded magazines. He didn't get to finish the purpose he set out for. He gets arrested once Amasquita gets her. And what does he say? I emptied a whole clip in her mother. Again, who's her? Emmy. Mother being Erica. He was in handcuffs in the patrol unit, talking to a neighbor. And you can see it on Amasquita's body cam. And what does he tell this neighbor? What am I supposed to do? I'll just deal with the consequences. He took the witness stand as well, and he admitted yesterday, he took the witness stand and he admitted to shooting her intentionally. Now, let me talk about serious bodily injury. Now, you're going to get the law from the court, which you already did. It's right here. The definition of serious bodily injury is here. Let me discuss it real quick. Serious bodily injury is bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. What did Dr. Medeiros come? He came here on his busy schedule and he took the stand. And what did he say? He said that if I did not intervene and do the medical treatment and surgery on Erica, she would have 100% had a chance of dying. That at any time that he was doing his surgery, his laparotomies, as he called it, which he did twice, by the way, to save her, that at any moment she could have died. I asked him on page 17 of the medical records, and you'll have him in evidence, what does hemorrhagic shock mean? He defined it for us. And I asked him, if that were to be left untreated, what could it result in? He said death. That her pH levels are below a certain level, to the point that if somebody has them and if they're not treated, they die. That's what she had. pH levels below the level he described to where she could have died. Ladies and gentlemen, bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, check. I think we got that. We've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. But let's continue. He also talked about how And that's page 17, ladies and gentlemen, on the medical records. They're in evidence. How she lost 4 liters of blood. And I asked him, had they not been replenished, what could have happened, Dr. Medeiros? She would have died. And he goes into discussion about, he discusses in detail how much blood she had to be replenished. And it's in the records. He also testified that she's going to suffer from short gut syndrome, meaning a large part of her intestines were cut out and she doesn't have them. It's going to affect her ability to get nutrients, to live a long, healthy life, be able to do certain activities that you and I take for granted. She spent 363 days in the hospital. That's close to a year. Losing a large part of your intestine. Let's go back. Protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Check. This is how that man left her. This is the picture on the right. That's 4 days prior to today. 4 days. And look how we left her. I believe she even testified that she still had a staple, and you can see it right there. Oh, but yes. She did come in walking normally and looked fine. Okay, yes. Serious permanent disfigurement. Check. I asked Dr. Medeiros, are you familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury? And he said yes. I asked him, as to all 3 possible definitions, do the injuries that Erica sustained at the hands of Billy Delgado, would you, in your medical opinion, classify them as serious bodily injury? And he said yes to all 3. As a matter of fact, he took the stand up here and even said, yes, I caused serious bodily injury to Erica Torres. That's another element that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, who is our victim? You heard it from the horse's mouth. She came up here. She testified as to what she experienced, what she went through, what she remembers, what she didn't remember, not because she was trying not to remember anything, because she literally couldn't remember because of what he did to her. We saw Pina's home surveillance footage where she's driving her green Kia Soul. And how do we know she was driving the green Kia Soul? Because Kayla testified that she drives the green Kia Soul. Kayla also testified that she was on the phone as Billy was raining bullets at Erica. And again, he confessed back then on June 1st, 2024 to Officer Mesquita. And he confessed again when he took the stand yesterday. Another element met beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about the deadly weapon element now. Deadly weapon. So again, you're given the law by the court, by that man right there, the judge. He gave you the law. It's in here. A deadly weapon, we know automatically, we call it per se in our legal terms, but it's automatically considered a deadly weapon, a firearm. We know State's Exhibit 6 right here. Y'all can check it out. Y'all can take it back and look at it. Investigator Juan Lopez sees a black Taurus G3C pistol. I asked Lopez and I asked Mesquita, Officer Mesquita, is a Taurus G3C pistol considered a firearm? Yes, it is a firearm. It's meant to kill. We look at Pina's home surveillance footage. And actually, I can go back. You can see the firearm he used right there on his hand. Erica described it. And he admits to it too. You can see an offer on Mesquita's body cam. Where did you put the gun? Oh, and I believe, quote for quote, oh, it's on the chair right there on the black chair. Sure enough, that's where it is, with 2 loaded magazines. And then again, he took the stand yesterday and he testified that he did use a deadly weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, there's another element meant beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go to the final element. So again, the court has provided you the law. Here's the law. This, it's going to be right here with you. You take it there and you go read it and you look into it. You base the evidence and see if it matches, if it qualifies. 71.003, family includes individuals who are former spouses of each other or individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Section 71.0021B talks about dating violence. So in this case, it's committed against the victim, Erica Torres, with whom the actor, that man right there, Billy Delgado, has or has had a dating relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard from Erica. They dated since 2018. They got married on March 21st of 2021. They divorced 2025. In between, June 1st, 2024 is when the actions that Billy Delgado took, that shooting, happened in between. They were married when he committed that crime. Married. So, satisfied. Oh, they both testified. Erica took the stand. Billy took the stand. Yes, we share a daughter, Emmy. Individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Satisfied as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on the evidence presented, the state of Texas has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that each element of the offense alleged against Billy Delgado has been satisfied. On top of the mountain of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, he confessed back then. He confessed on the stand yesterday. You should find him guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury. Now, I anticipate defense is going to come up, and I anticipate that they're going to deflect from the situation at hand. And that's that. Not focus on the choice that man made and the consequences that he should be accountable for, but focus on the victim and how she's a bad mother and how she looks fine and how she's a bad person, airing out all her dirty laundry. Ladies and gentlemen, she took the stand herself. She aired her dirty laundry for you. She didn't need them to do it. She went up there and she told her faults. She admitted to them. I also anticipate that they will probably argue that, well, Billy did what he did because he had to defend somebody. In this case, he had to defend Emmy. You're going to go back there and there's going to be a defense of third person. And defense of third person using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. And important, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately, another important word, immediately necessary to protect the third person. Okay, so he's trying to protect Emmy from who? This Uncle Louie, who never made an appearance in this case other than just him saying it. As a matter of fact, we brought you Investigator Vaquera. They looked into it, the multidisciplinary team. There was no merit in that allegation. There was nothing there. So why pursue when there's nothing there? They did their job, they investigated it. Protected from him, from Louie. Protect from what? From Erica, because he was going to take Emmy back to Louie. Well, if I recall from the testimony, Billy was supposed to have Emmy until Sunday. Erica was supposed to pick up Emmy on Sunday. No, he calls her a day before. Hey, I'm having issues with her daughter. Come get her. So a day before Erica was supposed to have Emmy, he calls her over. So he calls Erica, who may be a danger to Emmy, over on his day where he's supposed to have his daughter. Remember, Emmy was in his apartment eating pancakes that he happily was making for her, playing with toys that he gave her, according to his roommate's testimony. What danger was she in? There was no danger. There was no immediate danger. There was no danger at all. He called her over to execute his plan so that he can ambush her and kill her. And he executed that plan, but he failed. And luckily he failed because she was able to come up here and testify for you and tell her what she went through, tell you all what she went through, instead of being 6 feet deep. And Judge, I'm going to go ahead and yield the rest of my time to Mr. Sullivan.
All right. Thank you. That was 18 minutes. Defense.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let me address you. I'm not going to be yelling at you. I'm not going to be showing you gross pictures to try to deflect you from the issues at hand, okay? So what are the issues at hand? The state seems to believe that it's just an aggravated assault with serious bodily injury. As you see in your jury instructions, you're going to see that it says when the issue of the application of defense to a third person is raised, which it has in this case, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty, okay? So they're going to try to disprove defense of a third person by argument, okay? Argument. They didn't put up any evidence up there to say that there was not a defense of a third person. They failed. So it's just not those things that he showed up there, check, check, check. He forgot to check this one, okay? He didn't check this one because they failed to do it. They could have called Uncle Louie, come up here. Did you do it? No. Disproved, okay, of our defense. They had to be immediate. It had to be an immediate threat. That's why he didn't wait till Sunday. If you want to take care of it now, okay? If it wasn't immediate, he would wait till Sunday. If he wanted to ambush her and kill her, he would have waited till Sunday. She was going to come over, okay? It didn't flow that way. It doesn't flow right, right? In his brain, and how does his brain get in this position? Will we be here, first of all? If he wasn't abused all these years, would we be here? Probably not, okay? So remember how he's been shaped over these years. He threw a weight at him. They hit him several times. She told you she's been arrested for beating up her own brother. And her words are laying hands on somebody. Okay, she got arrested. Okay, Billy says that she's got friends in high places. Nothing happened to her. You know, we talked about second chances. How many chances does she have? Her brother, Billy, several times. She admitted to drinking with her kids in the back seat. One of her kids. That's a felony offense here in Texas. Anything happen? Okay, keeps going over and over in his mind. That's what he's thinking. Okay. And it's in the instructions what a reasonable person is, okay? It tells you at that moment what he's thinking. And it's just not that moment. It's everything that pushed you to that moment, okay? The abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, the physical abuse, it shaped him, okay? I can't get any help, okay? Because of her friends. Nothing's going to happen. He's had enough. Now something's happened to his daughter, so he's got to act. And he acted. That's what it was. Now, there is a jury instruction for that. The state can't disprove it that he did it to defend his daughter. Okay? She's being abused. They even told you during voir dire, I believe. They said, we have a single witness rule. All we need is one witness. The state always does that. Well, in this case, we have one witness of the abuse. And guess what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply now. You heard it. Did you go talk to the guy that did it? He just got out of prison. If I was a cop, that's what I would do. The guy got out of prison. Let me go see what he wants to tell me. Okay, maybe he'll confess. I don't know. I called him. I couldn't find him. It's good enough for me. She didn't say anything. Her mom just got shot. Dad's in jail. The kid clams up. And the end of the case. That's the end of the case. Okay? The kid goes back to the same situation, the same family where the abuses occurred to Mr. Delgado and to her. That's the end of that case right there. And who knows what that child's going to be a product of in the future because of all the abuse that's going on. It's we weren't disputing any. We saw the video, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't need to bring an expert to say there was gun residue. Okay, nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing the shooting. We're disputing why it was shot. Why did he shoot? Okay, that's the whole issue. Do you need to take a look at the at this? We have the instruction. The judge thought it was that it weren't merit for you to take a look at. Okay, that's why it's on here. There's evidence to back it up. If there was no evidence, we wouldn't get this instruction. So we have evidence. Take a look at it. The state has to disprove it before you get to a guilty verdict. Okay, they didn't put on any evidence to disprove it. They're going to try to argue it. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Okay, what lawyers say up here is not evidence. It's what comes out of that witness chair. Okay, whoever's up there. All right, you heard Erica's cousin say she had it on speakerphone and I could hear Billy was calling where I said, you know, it's going to be your last birthday. When Erica testifies, what does she say? Go drop off the kid. He straps her in, comes over to my car and says, it's going to be your last birthday. So they didn't get that story straight. All right. Because there's two different versions. All right. So it's different. And why would he say that? Why would he, if he wants to kill her? I mean, just do it. Could have done it right there when he dropped off the kid. Why didn't he do it? Because it's not true. All right. He had plenty of opportunities, plenty of abusive situations when he got dropped off in the middle of the night. Hey, leave the house. I don't care. You know, they're stuck in traffic. They're trying to exit so they can drop her off going to San Antonio. What does she do? Gets her kids and starts walking down the freeway. I mean, what kind of mother does that? Okay. Wait till you drop me off so my kids are safe. It's not about your kids being safe. Okay. It's about her. All right. It's unfortunate that she got shot. It's horrible. Billy told you. I regret it. You know, I didn't want to shoot her, but he had to do it to protect his daughter. Right. In his mind, it was just that moment. And I told you during voir dire, I said, if I could judge you for your worst 5 minutes of your life, you know, what would be my verdict on you? All right. And that's what you're going to be doing to Billy. 5 minutes when you should be considering the 4 years that we're together. All right. Take a look at the entire picture. Don't focus in on what they're trying to show you. They're going to show you gross things and bad things, and they say all these things. Do you really need to get those issues proved? I mean, really, it was a shooting. She's injured. She was the wife. They've already done that. Get to the good stuff. Okay. Show me how you disprove that the little kid was not abused, that he was trying to protect her. Show me that. They're going to have words. They're not going to have evidence. Okay. No evidence. So they can't disprove that. And because of all that, you have to find him not guilty because they can't disprove it. It's their burden, not mine. I raised the issue. They needed to put up evidence. They didn't do it. So it's a verdict of not guilty. That's the reason you get to not guilty, not because there was no weapon, not because they weren't dating, not because of the other issues. It's because of that. Okay. And all of this was focused toward a prosecution, and it's more vindictive. It's more of anything. I mean, who would take pictures of your daughter to go show your granddaughter or have her later so she can examine it? I mean, nobody does that. Those are horrible pictures to be able to show, to come back. Look what your dad did. Okay. That is just absolutely incredible. All right. And you know, they were praying for Erica. She made it. She survived. You know, but part of the Lord's Prayer is, you know, forgive me for my sins as I forgive those who trespass against me, right? So in this case, that doesn't apply. It's all vindictive. It's all funneled to try to get him punished, okay? Mr. Delgado's already been punished for a lot, all right? A lot of abuse, a lot of just torment that he's been through. And was his expression when he couldn't do anything to protect himself. He had to protect his daughter, and he acted. Okay? Make the state prove all the elements of the offense, which includes now the justification. Can they disprove it? Did they put up any evidence? They didn't put up any evidence. Okay? So be looking at that. They're going to put on some more stuff, say some other stuff, but remember what lawyers say is not evidence. It's not. So in your back of your mind, when he's talking about there's no justification, make him go back and say, that was my evidence. So you can analyze that. Check with your notes, okay? And as for the Delgado family sitting over here, and Mr. Delgado, we thank you for listening to our case, okay?
May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Defense just came up here and told you he's not going to show you any gross pictures. He's not going to do any of that stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, these pictures that we're looking at, that the defense calls gross, are the result of what his client did that day. These are the results of what Billy Delgado did to Erica Torres as she drove up innocently, unsuspecting of the assault that she was about to suffer. I'm sorry that he thinks this is gross, but this is Erica's life now because of what the defendant did. Now, he said his client's been through torment, that he's been through a lot. What has Erica been through? Billy Delgado's a healthy young man. He can walk, he can talk, he can jump, he can run. Erica fought for her life. She has bullet holes to remember every single shot she received from him. And then he told you they brought words. That the state only brought words, that we didn't bring evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, we brought a mountain of evidence. We brought a confession. He even told you on the stand, I did it. He confessed to every single element of the offense. And I want to bring your attention, if you could all grab your jury charge, please, and let's turn to page 5. If you look at that top line, it says, under the justification, because this is what they're arguing. He's saying that they have a justification. If you look at that top line, under the circumstances, as the actor reasonably believes them to be, and pay attention to that word, reasonably believes. the actor would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Now, reasonably believes. To reasonably believe, you must be able to use what? Reason. You must be able to reason with what you're doing. Yet, when he took the stand and I asked him about shooting Erica, I blacked out. When I asked him about shooting her multiple times, do you remember? I don't remember. I can't remember. He conveniently blacked out. He conveniently doesn't remember. He remembers being in the apartment, and then he remembers the cops showing up. So where was he able to formulate this supposed reasonably believe? Where was he able to use his reason when he's conveniently blacking out throughout this entire process that he can't recall? Ladies and gentlemen, it's an excuse. This is a lie, another lie by the defendant. Just another excuse to justify his actions of what he did to Erica that day. Just the same way he made up the lie about this supposed sexual assault against his daughter by Uncle Louis. The only person that's ever cried wolf about that is the defendant. He's the only person, because Emmy's never told anybody else. She's never told anybody else about it. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you see reasonably believes, you need to prove and, because that's the next word. The next word means that reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and. So you need to do both. You need both for the justification of defense of third person. So, and the actor reasonably believes, so again, he's got to use reason, but apparently he was blacked out through this entire process. Blacked out because he couldn't recall what he did. He couldn't remember thinking about what to do or how he did it because he was blacked out. The actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately, at that point in time, immediately necessary to protect the third person. The third person, Emmy, who's in the apartment upstairs, that he left Emmy with his roommate. You saw Estrada take the stand. She said, Billy dropped off some toys and he told Emmy to play and for me to watch her, that he was going to go talk to Erica. There's no immediacy. Where's the immediate danger? There's no Uncle Louis, the supposed cry wolf that's outside waving, I'm here, Billy, I'm here. He called Erica over to the house. He told her, get here now, come pick up Emmy. I can't do this no more. Why lure her there? If you're going to do the right thing, call LPD. Do what a normal person would do. Call the police or say, hey, Erica, look, I'm not going to give Emmy back. We need to figure out what to do about this. Okay? I'm going to keep her. I'm going to keep her with me. I'll give her back to you after we talk to the police. There was no immediacy, ladies and gentlemen. There was no immediacy. So this doesn't apply. And then even then, when the issue of the application, if you turn to page 6, please. When the issue of the application of defense of a third person is raised, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. And defense told you we can't disprove that we can't disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, it's like I told you in Fort Dyer. This is common sense. We use common sense every day. Every day. You heard the defendant. I blacked out. I blacked out. I blacked out. There is no evidence for his reasonableness. There's no immediacy. Again, just another excuse. So let's talk about what this case is really about. Like I said, defense would have you believe that Billy did this because he was triggered by what happened to his daughter. Well, then why Erica? Why shoot Erica? She didn't do this. If you were triggered by this, she's not the one who abused Emmy. If this is supposed incident that happened pushed you over the limit, she's the wrong person. Why not take the proper measures like I just told you? Call the police. He bragged about his family being in law enforcement, how his grandmother was the captain of police. If that's the case, then you know police will do a good job, right? You know they'll do their job if you just call and take the proper measures like a normal person. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't get to take justice and be the judge in this case. What he did is not justified by any circumstance. What he did to the mother of his child. And that case was closed. There was no evidence. There was no outcry. The child was interviewed by a trained professional in a controlled environment, in a comfortable situation where there was no time limit. And Investigator Baquera told you the child never outcried to any abuse. They gave her a doll to even say, you know, where has anyone ever touched you in any of these places? She never outcried. They gave her an anatomical drawing where it shows the outline of the human body. And they ask, do you know your private parts? You know, are these areas that no one's supposed to touch you, right? And has anyone ever touched you here? She never outcried after all the opportunities that she had. So of course the case was closed because that was just an excuse, a lie that the defendant made up to shoot and to try to kill Erica Torres that day. Defense would have you believe that Billy is a victim of violence. He's a victim of violence based off a 2-minute and 30-second video. A self-serving video. I'll have you at that. Ladies and gentlemen, if I go home to my wife, I know all the buttons to press. I know what to do to upset her. And if at that point in time, after I've riled her up, and I say, oh, leave me alone. Hold on. Let me put it in selfie mode real quick. Okay. Stop. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. That was a self-serving video. We didn't see the circumstances leading up to that. Erica told you herself. She took ownership. She said, I needed to get to San Antonio. Well, why didn't you get off? He was driving on the highway. I couldn't get off. Well, why didn't you try exiting the vehicle? It was moving. My kids were in the back. And why were you so concerned? Because if I missed court, I would get arrested. And I would stay in custody until I had court. And I didn't want a warrant out for my arrest. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, she was upset. She was upset because she was being held against her will when the defendant had told her that he would take her to court in San Antonio. But in the video, you hear him say, we were late. We weren't going to make it anyways. She still made it that day, even after getting dropped off, or she didn't get dropped off. She jumped out of the car while it was in between two trailers and walked to the truck stop, waiting for her mom to pick her up. And you saw in the video, the defense like, no, please. Yeah, I'm tired of this. And what does he do? He looks down to make sure that he's showing his face. Y'all saw him. He looked down. And then, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. What does he do? Afterwards, he pulls up the phone. He's like, all right, let me take it off selfie mode. Let me close it. Yes, he was very concerned about crashing while trying to record a video after he was starting a fight, after he was fighting with Ms. Torres, and she was upset because she didn't want to get arrested. I don't blame her. I don't blame her for not wanting to get arrested. Nobody wants to get arrested. And meanwhile, being held against her will, right? Because she couldn't get out of the moving vehicle. Defense would have you believe that Billy did this because he thought he needed to protect his daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, we already talked about this. There was no immediacy. There was no threat. Emmy was upstairs, locked, or not locked, but in a room with the door closed. I'll have you, because Erica Estrada text, she said on the stand that the door was closed while she was in the room with Emmy. The front door to the apartment was closed, and Billy Delgado walked outside, apparently conveniently to his benefit. He was blacked out, but he told you, I always carry my gun. I always have my gun. It's small enough for me to carry it. I'm not a convicted felon. I can carry a gun. Ladies and gentlemen, where's the immediacy? Erica didn't rev her engine and pull up. No, she's just pulling up nice and slow, ready to pick up Emmy. And what does she hear? Bang, 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 bang. Yes, Mr. Delgado felt threatened. Ladies and gentlemen, common sense. And most importantly, he called Erica to come over. That's what you need to go back to every single time. He called her there. It wasn't her day. It wasn't her time to pick up Emmy. Emmy was supposed to get picked up on Sunday. It was his visitation. But the defendant lured her there. Why? Because he wanted to ambush her. He wanted to attack her and knew that she wouldn't stand a chance, that she wouldn't suspect it. He wanted to kill her. Like I told you, this case is about choices and consequences. We all have free will to make choices. You heard Sharon Estrada. Billy was making pancakes that morning. He looked at peace. He looked at peace. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're upset and if Emmy told him this the night before, why not call PD that night? Why not call Erica that night? The moment you just got told that when he claims that his daughter, she jumped in my arms and she was crying. Get the phone. It's not like LPD only works 8 to 5. Call her mother. Let her know. I called the police. I just got told this. No, ladies and gentlemen, because that didn't happen. Erica testified. Billy called her to come over to his apartment to immediately pick up the daughter. He told her, get here now. She told you she was at a friend's house. She dropped what she was doing because she said, Billy told her, get here now. Come pick up Emmy. There was no immediacy. Billy created this situation. He created the situation he wanted. He made a plan to execute Erica Torres. What did Dr. Medeiros tell you? When we asked him about serious bodily injury, all the different definitions, he said, she did everything but die. So we met serious bodily injury. She lost her blood volume. She will have difficulties for the rest of her life, and she will need to be monitored because she will never have a normal life ever again. But at least she can walk normally or look like she walks normally. Use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. We brought you the pieces of the puzzle. Remember, I said we were going to bring you the pieces of the puzzle, and it may not be a complete puzzle, but you'll be able to make it out. We brought you the videos, the shooting. We brought you the interview. Look at that video. There's no remorse. He looked like nothing. You know, instead of saying, how's Erica? Is Erica okay? Is Erica okay? Instead, he's like, look at my rap sheet. Look at her rap sheet. I don't got nothing. She's been arrested. In his eyes, he thinks of her as less than dirt. Look at the way he treated her that day, the mother of his child. He had the opportunity. Billy Delgado called Erica and ambushed her that day. So we've brought you the videos. We've brought you the opportunity that he had. We've shown it to you. The weapon and the casings, all 10 casings. We didn't just bring you the casings. We brought you all of them. All 10 opportunities he had to kill her. The confession. He told you he did it. He told you here to your face that he did it. Not only did he see that, he said, I did it. I shot the mother of my child. I'll deal with the consequences. He told you on the video when he was arrested, and he told you here in court on the stand. You saw her serious bodily injury with Dr. Medeiros. And they were still married the date of the assault and share a child. So we've proven our case. We've proven that on or about June 1st, 2024, in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Billy Delgado, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury. Remember, I told you in voir dire, intentionally, go up to show someone directly, point a gun at them, right in front of them, boom. That's intentionally. Knowingly, you see a group of people together. You shoot, you know you're going to hit them if you're aiming at the crowd and they're all jam-packed together. And I said recklessly. When I explained recklessly was that you can appreciate the standard, but you do a gross deviation from it, regardless of the outcome of your actions, right? So even if you think that Billy Delgado says, well, I was just shooting at the car, I wasn't shooting at her. You shoot at a car with somebody in it, you're disregarding the fact that they could get hit. You're disregarding the fact that they could die. You're disregarding the fact that they could get seriously injured. And he did all of those. He intentionally shot at the car. He knew she was going to get shot. And he disregarded that fact when he recklessly shot at her in the car. So all of those three intentional elements are met. And used or exhibited a deadly weapon. A firearm, automatically a deadly weapon. And he also admitted to you, yes, I used a deadly weapon on the stand. During the commission of the assault, namely a firearm and or a G3C 9mm Taurus. This is what he used that day, ladies and gentlemen. Not only what he used in the firearm that he was carrying, this is the one that he likes to carry, right? Has he told you that he always carries a gun? But he was also accompanied by its two buddies, 2 loaded magazines. Ladies and gentlemen, he had one intent that day. It wasn't to talk to Erica. He wanted to kill her. He wanted to hurt her. He wanted to remove Erica from Emmy's life for his own personal, selfish motives. And like I said, we've satisfied the family dating relationship. You've heard about their entire relationship, right? You know the truth. Remember in voir dire, I told you, can we know exactly 100% exactly what happened that day? No, right? I told you, because the only way you know is if you were there, if you saw it. Ladies and gentlemen, not only did we show you the acts of Billy Delgado that day, we brought the crime to you. You saw it with your own eyes. You all saw the actions, the lack of remorse. At no point was there any hesitation. And you'll see the video, play it as many times as you want. She pulls up, and without hesitation, he points his firearm and just starts unloading, one after the other. He's not moving. And I know that there was some argument by defense. Well, if he wanted to kill her, he could have killed her. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is the car, he was right there in front of it. He was trying his best to aim. He had a mission that day. But what do we have? We have Billy Delgado still hiding behind his excuses. I blacked out, or I did it for my daughter. Which one is it? You can't have both. You can't have both, ladies and gentlemen. I did it for my daughter to protect her. Okay, well, then you did it? Well, no, I blacked out. Those are completely contradicting statements. That doesn't make sense at all. You did it because you wanted to protect your daughter, but you don't remember doing it because you blacked out? You know why that doesn't make sense? Because it's a lie. It's an excuse for his actions. His own mom told LPD. She testified. She didn't believe Billy. She doubted him. She told LPD, there's no way. She told you on the stand. Yes, I said, there's no way this could have happened to Emmy. She would have told me. Emmy's a talkative child. Well, if she's a talkative child, of course she would have told her. She would have picked up on it. She even told you, yes, I check her underwear when she comes from her mother's. Ladies and gentlemen, she said that on the stand. Your own mom doesn't even believe you. And she tried to stop him. You heard her, that she was talking to him right before he did it. Was he blacked out? Or was he using reason when he talked to his mom? Because he told her, watch this. And then he put his phone in his pocket and boom, 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 boom. But he was blacked out, like he told me, right? He was blacked out. No, ladies and gentlemen. He was trying to execute his own motives. He had an agenda. He had a plan. to lure Erica there and execute her. Sharon Estrada, she talked about the box of toys. But I want to talk to you about how, did you hear how she said it? She said it on her own. He looked calm. He looked at peace that morning. If he was so triggered, if he was so bothered by what he heard the night before, how are you going to be in the morning looking calm and at peace? I would be ringing the phones. I'd be ringing the bell. I'd be at LPD banging on the door saying, open up, we're going to talk about this. And I'd be there with my daughter saying, something happened. Remember in Fort Dyer, when we discussed unhealthy relationships? I talked to you all about unhealthy relationships, and we discussed how, yes, maybe we or people we know are involved in unhealthy or toxic relationships. And I asked you all, I said, if someone chose to stay or if they were part of an unhealthy relationship and they suffered abuse, is that abuse justified? And you all took an oath and you all said, no. Just because somebody is part of an abusive relationship or they were part of an abusive relationship, that doesn't mean that their abuse should go unpunished, that it should be allowed. You all said that and you all agreed. And that's why we're here, to hold Billy Delgado to his actions. It is time for him to face his consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, Erica Torres, she fought for her life. She fought for her life to be here to tell you her story. All 363 days, she fought for her life so that she could have her day in court. And she could come and she could take this stand and tell you about the pain, the suffering, and the actions that Mr. Delgado caused to her. Multiple individuals testified. They said that they believed she was going to die. Officer Luis Castillo, off duty, told you, I was pretty sure she was going to die in front of me. Dr. Madero said, if she did not receive medical help, she was going to die. Erica told you, I was trying to get to the hospital. I didn't want to die. Kayla told you, Kayla de la Cruz, she told you she needed to get to the hospital. She was going to die. And let me remind you about something. Erica Torres is not on trial. This is called the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. That's what this case is called. The victim is not on trial here. She is not on trial. Why? Because she is the victim in this case. And we are here for the actions of Billy Delgado, for what he did, for what the defendant did, for what that man sitting over there did to her. That is why we're here. We're not here for the state of Texas against Erica. And she took the stand. And yes, like my co-counsel told you, we heard their dirty laundry. But you know what? I'll tell you something that she did. She owns it. She takes it. She takes accountability for what she did. She was on probation for what she did. She takes accountability for her actions. But you know who doesn't? The defendant. Because lie after excuse after excuse, his actions he still believes were justified. No, ladies and gentlemen. You heard when I asked his tia, his aunt, I said, nobody deserves to get shot, right? 10 times? Yes, I asked her, no woman deserves to be shot 10 times? And she agreed. Nobody deserves that. Nobody. Billy Delgado made his choices, and now it's time for him to face the consequences. So, when I'm done here, you'll go to the back. You're going to turn to the verdict form, and it says, we, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault, causes serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of the first degree. And you will sign right there under guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you with the exception of Ms. Pedroza and Mr. Nunez, if you would stay with us momentarily. I need to talk to you all outside the presence of the other folks. Don't, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, don't begin your deliberations because they may have some stuff in the jury room. I'm going to let them come in there and get whatever they left. And then as alternates, they're going to be excused. So once they leave, you begin your deliberations and only discuss the case when all 12 of you are in the room. If somebody goes to the restroom, stop the deliberations and wait till they return. So we will await your unanimous verdict. If those two jurors would stay with us momentarily, would everyone rise as the jury goes to the jury room?
All right, to the jury.
So while they rising for the jury, thank you, Paula. Thank you, Libby. Let me see if I got, if y'all receive one of these gifted memberships, them free, OnlyFans, it's Friendship Day today. Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you. So anybody that received the membership, please make sure to say thank you, right? That's the least we can do. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The judge just kind of dismissed the two alternatives. So y'all know. I can't more than what he could say. Okay, so they saying that they are on recess right now. So I guess they sending the jury back. That was a weird one, the way they sent the jury back for this one. What you guys think? They just kind of sent the jury back, right? After he finished his closing argument, and then he spoke to the two alternatives and kind of told them, hey, thank you for your service, blah, blah, blah. And he let that go. So I guess we in verdict watch. Yeah, that's all he was doing. He was dismissing the alternatives, but I'm surprised. I guess he didn't have any more jury instructions or anything. You know, sometimes they split the jury instructions, so I was kind of wondering if that's what he's gonna do. But I guess he didn't. But what an awesome Friendship Day we got going on. Yeah, it was kind of odd, but okay, it's a jury deliberating. So just so y'all can see, they are in deliberation. So there we have it. How long y'all think? Today? It'll be today. But what do y'all think? An hour or two? What do y'all think? So I think at this time, I am going to get ready to open up our basketball one, right? I am going to put this one in verdict watch. I will start replaying the testimony in this one. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I don't think this one will take long either. I don't have much to decide. You say you first. Rachel, I see your comment in the basketball one. Talk about you first. First and the one and the only. How funny. How cute. Okay, so I am going to leave this room open. I will just go ahead and replay testimony for people that have not seen the testimony for this full trial. The trial was only like a day, right? So I will go ahead and start yeah. And all those that want to look at the basketball trial will move over into that room. Ali's will start up at 9. I believe it's 9:30. So anybody that is looking for the Ali trial, that'll happen around 9:30, where I'll open up that room when the jury starts deliberating, right? Give me a second. I will drop the link for the basketball one. We're playing musical chairs. Libby, I don't think it automatically assigns. So it's not to a particular person. They don't have a way that you could do that. I wish, right? So here's the link for the basketball one. I'm gonna get everybody set up with the replay for. So anybody that wants to see the basketball one, you can move over to that one, and we'll get that testimony started. In regards to this trial, if you did not see the full trial, like I said, it only took us a day to get through it, not even a day. I am going to restart the testimony for you guys. That way you can look at it, and that way when the jury comes back with the verdict that we think that they're going to come back with within the next maybe hour, I say an hour and a half, they're going to pick a 4-person and everybody going to go back there and say 5 shots. He guilty. But okay. Let me get this up. I can tell y'all now, anybody that's standing over here, the audio is terrible in the beginning of the video. We did try to do the closed captions, but unfortunately the closed captions did not, they didn't match the words that were coming out of their mouths. But the audio does get better, right? So it does get better for you guys. It's not a bad look. You just gonna have to do a little straining of the ears, but I did try to explain a lot as we were going through. So let me go ahead and share that. Stop. Share.
Okay, and, what was it in the tiger meter we used to when you were the pieces?
Yeah,
Okay, and what time was that for this?
maybe already 12-ish, 1-ish,
Okay, about noon,
yes.
okay. Was there anybody, in that apartment that day? It was just you, Billy, and him?
Yes,
Okay, you didn't have any friends over?
oh, I did.
Can you see the?
What's about Chavez? Was my friend, yes, he came over to visit me. And since we both have different bedrooms, I escorted him to my bedroom and had a couch in my bedroom there. So we were there because I knew that Billy was having his day with Henry. So
Okay, and was it part of how old is he?
he's 54, 55.
Before.
Yeah, so Aaron, I was trying to see if I cut the closed caption off, if it would like reset itself, because it does seem like these are words that are going to be spoken, but they're definitely not the words that are coming out of her mouth, right? But yeah, hopefully it gets better with the next witness. We'll just keep going. Hey, Hazel, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you also. Like, wake up. Good morning. Good morning. I tell you. You say it's always tripping, right? Like I'm sitting up here watching a Chinese movie or something, like where the the mouth is moving and the words that she is speaking is not coming out. Like, okay. Yeah, hopefully. But we do know this is a roommate of his, right? So I'm assuming she saw some of the things that happened either when the incident happened or right after, right? So we'll continue to see what she's saying. Much, but I'm gonna definitely mute myself. Look, I'm muting. No, matter of fact, I'm gonna unmute them first. Then I'm gonna mute me.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anybody, in that apartment that day? It was just you, Billy, and him?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't have any friends over?
Oh, I did.
Can you see the?
Was about Chavez. Was my friend, yes, he came over to visit me. And since we both have different bedrooms, I escorted him to my bedroom. And I had a couch in my bedroom there, so we were there. Because I knew that Billy was having his day with Henry. So
Okay, and was the part, how old is he?
he's 54, 55.
Before, can you testify that he was your friend?
Yes.
And only he was just
Yeah,
using you?
yeah.
Okay, and when Jose Chavez and you were in the room, and Billy was actually staying with him, what happened next?
I was doing my laundry, or like sorting my clothes, folding my clothes on my bed. And Jose and I were just talking, and then Emmy wanted to come over, like to my door, like to my bedroom, to play. And Billy said, "No, Sharon has visitors. So wait until Sharon's friendly. She can go over there." And then I opened the door and I told Billy, "No, it's okay. She can come over." So she was in and out of the room, and then she went over there one of those times that she went in and out. She went back to Billy's bedroom, and they were talking or whatever. And I went about my business in my bedroom, and then I hear next thing you know, Billy comes over, knocks on my door, and says that with a toy bin that he wanted for me to play with Emmy to take care of
And
him.
this was around what time?
No, it was ya había pasado tiempo, maybe like around 3-ish.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Like around 3-ish.
Okay, like around 3.
Yes.
Okay, so once Billy goes to your room around 3-ish and goes to play with Emmy.
Yes.
What happened next?
I closed the door, and I said, I go, "Hey, what's going on?" And then Billy said, "I want to talk to Erica."
Erica, just for the record,
It's Billy's mother.
and obviously Erica is Billy's ex, I guess, girlfriend, or she's the mother of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was his demeanor at that time when you told me take care of the, play with him, with the box of toys, and with the upper, what was his demeanor?
He was fine.
He was fine.
He just gave me the bin of toys and asked me to play there, in the room, and because he was gonna go downstairs to talk to Erica.
And during that time when you were talking to the defendant, Delgado, you noticed that he had maybe a weapon, firearm, or he didn't have it?
No, I didn't notice any of that. No.
And I gave you testified that he was peaceful, calm.
Yes.
And what happened next?
So I said, okay. So Emmy was all excited. I stopped what I was doing, and we opened the box of the game. So we were playing on the floor. And then I told Bosa, like, she wanted Bosa to play also. So I told Bosa, "You play but I just put in my clothes away. And then he says, okay, so they were there, and then Amy, I guess, well, she's little, she got up and she started jumping on my bed, and while I was doing my clothes, and then, of course, I kept saying, like, no, look, come over here, let me show you how you play the game. So then, Amy kept like,
The door to your bedroom was closed or open?
clothes. And we were well, Amy was jumping on the bed. And then all of a sudden you hear like gunshots, like a lot of them. And then,
And were the gunshots that you heard were close by or were far away or?
well, I heard them. I mean, it's an apartment complex.
About how many gunshots did you hear?
I don't know how many were they, but I know it was more than three.
More than three.
And,
What
and
did you
then
do at that time when you heard those gunshots?
I didn't do anything. I just stopped what I was doing. And then Amy stopped and Amy just said, Daddy, like on the bed. And then I looked at her and I said, no, it's not Daddy. It's just far away.
Okay. There's something. We can take on it. And this is our.
So she just said, Daddy, and I said, no, it's not Daddy, it's far away, it didn't happen here. They can let me go lock the door, stay here. So I opened the door to my bedroom and I closed it. And I went to open the front door to the apartment.
And obviously, during that time when you heard the gunshot, were you afraid?
Well, I just didn't know what was going on. But I heard the gunshots and I just wanted to see what happened.
Yeah.
So I opened the front door to the apartment and I saw that, and I looked down and I saw all these cops. And really, they had me in the back of a car.
And you also testified that when you heard the gunshots, you wanted to lock the door. What door? The bedroom door or the apartment door?
My bedroom door, because Amy wanted to open my bedroom door, and I said, no, it's not here, it is stay here.
And during that time, you didn't know what was going on, you just heard.
No. Yeah, now when I opened the front door to go check, that's when I saw everything, on the cop cars everywhere.
When you opened the front door to check the door, cops, taking you outside, where was Amy and was
I was about in my bedroom.
so I didn't say this
Yes.
in your bed.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so once you opened the door and you saw a lot of officers there and you really, what happened next or what? did you do?
I looked out from the apartment complex and I asked Vicky, what happened? And then he just said, on the bottom.
Okay, this is how you come on.
He just said that they had molested Amy. That's what they did, molested Amy.
And when you said they, who is they, who you referring to?
I have no idea who they were at then.
Did you ever mention Erica, Melissa, Amy?
But
Did you ever mention Erica, Melissa, Amy?
no,
Okay, so we never said Erica.
no.
Okay.
And I just said, what? But then the cop put Vicky in the car and closed the door. So the window was like a little low. But
And
yes,
and I know this is emotional, you testified that you've been married for 5 to 7 years.
yes,
What type of relationship do you have with the pretend to use that?
he's my friend. He gave me, I was homeless and he gave me a place to live. He fed me. But I didn't have anything, anyway.
And you started your relationship for 4 months.
Yes,
So you do appreciate it.
yes, of course.
Thank you.
Sheriff, my name's Oscar Reagan, I represent Delgado. I believe you and I spoke on the phone before. Okay, you said you've known Billy for 4 or 5 years, is that right? Okay, because you were homeless, Billy took you in, so you had a place to stay. You did not witness the shooting, right?
No,
You were in your apartment along with him.
yes,
Okay, so there was testimony in court, where they were trying to take away Mr. Delgado's rights to see his child. Somebody said that the child was down there and saw the shooting. that would be false, correct?
Yes,
So somebody
Yes.
use that information to
yes,
get a
Because any-
lifetime protective order against him and his child, that would be false.
yes.
We did share, Erica ever come over and spend the night
Where?
at the apartment?
Not while I was there.
Well, while you were there,
No, sir.
did Billy ever go visit Erica at her place?
Yes,
Yes or no?
yes.
Okay. And how was that relationship between them, you know?
They would ask Billy to go over there, to be with them. Erica would call and tell Billy or ask Billy to go visit her and the kids.
Did you hear those conversations or you just know?
I was there. I would even tell Billy to try to make his marriage work. And I would even lend Billy my car so that he could go to the mines road to go visit and stay with his daughter. Sometimes I needed the car to go to work. So I would drop him off for Erica and would come pick him up. Only to find out that they would argue with, I don't know, like what, an hour max. And then she would,
Now, you come to a point in time where Billy will leave the house and go to Erica's house? Yes or no?
was there what?
Did it come to a point to where Billy would go and visit Erica?
Yes, he would visit her.
And did you ever get a call in the middle of the night to go pick up Jimmy somewhere? Yes or no?
Yes,
And where was those locations?
down on Meadow, where that Wendy's is at, or sometimes on Saunders to go pick him up.
I mean, how do you end up there, you know?
Well, he would leave with her, or she would come pick him up, and then he would go, they would get mad, or I don't know, in the middle of on the way somewhere to where Billy was going. He would get up, she would get mad at him.
I use ground rules. If he stands up,
Oh.
you need to wait.
Oh.
What's the objection?
I can answer if she knows.
Okay, if you know, then you can answer, otherwise I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know if they had an argument and Billy was dropped off at the window?
Yes,
And how many miles is that from the apartment?
we lived off close to Clark, and we were over here on Saunders. I don't know how far that is, but I know it's far if you're walking.
So you would walk, you have to go pick
Pick
him
him
up.
up, yes.
You know what hours of the night?
Sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning, sometimes on broad daylight,
How many times did that happen?
more than 6 times, more than 7.
So Bill was put in a unsafe situation by Erica by dropping him off.
Yes.
I don't know what the word is.
You can answer.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Answer what?
The court order, the question, Judge?
Could you read it back, please?
Yes. Billy was put in an unsafe situation by Erica by dropping him off. So how the objections resident, I don't know what the resident. Overruled man.
All right, you have to go pick up Bill because you called him, right?
Yes,
Okay, and if he was put in a situation where he could be harmed.
yes,
Middle of 2, 3 in the morning, he's dropped off, whatever happened between them, you don't know if you weren't there, right?
exactly.
Okay, but still, Erica didn't take the time to go drop him off.
Yes, exactly.
And you knowing all this, the toxic relationship that's going on, what's your encouragement to Billy, to separate or to stay together?
I still told him to try to work it out, that I would help him just try, because he wanted to. Although all this was happening to him, he still wanted to. He wanted to make a family, he tried.
I think if a gentleman takes you out on a date, and then you argue with him, and then at 2 in the morning, he drops you off miles away from your house, and he doesn't care what happens to you, I mean, are you gonna go back on a date with him?
But the thing is this was on my behalf, you're setting the scenario that I'm not gonna go out on a date. Billy's wasn't a date. Really it's a family. They have kids. It's a family. So this is why I told him to continue to try to make it work.
So you saw him endure several of these moments where you had to go pick him up, right?
Yes,
And your encouragement was, despite all that treatment, that the way he was treated by Erica, you said, still stay with it and try to make it.
try because he wanted to, because Billy wanted to. Billy wanted to try. He kept telling me, if maybe I'm doing it wrong, Mom, maybe I'm doing it wrong. He said, no, just, there has to be a way out there, talk to each other, communicate. He tried.
He tried because of his daughter, right? And these actions that took place, has Billy ever exhibited that type of anger before?
No,
That's not a reflection of his character, correct?
no,
It would be
it's
more,
not.
he actually took you in as a homeless person, right?
Yes. Then not only me, he helped a lot of people. He helped my sister, he did a lot.
That's all we have.
I've got a question. This is, you testified for the and also with Mr. Ray that you were homeless, that you did allow to. Can you tell the jury why you were homeless?
Because I didn't have anywhere to live, because I wasn't working. They had cut my child support because my daughter was already of age and I had to leave the apartment. And I moved in with a friend, a couple, well, marriage, a couple that took me in. And I started working and I needed to pay some bills and I couldn't afford to have my own place.
Okay, and baby,
Took me in, yes.
and what does Billy call you?
Mom.
He call you
Mom,
mom. Do you know why he calls you mom?
because he saw me as his mother,
Oh,
his second mother,
and you also testified that you're very close to his mother.
Connie, yes.
Okay, and this is, just know that you're under oath. Have you ever done drugs with Billy?
No,
No. Do you know Billy does drugs?
no,
You never saw Billy do drugs?
no,
Okay, and you also testified that, that Billy will call you in the middle of the night to go pick him up out of Wendy's. How do you know that Erica dropped him off there or?
because Erica picked him up from our house.
Okay, so, but.
And it hadn't been not even an hour or so, and she would drop him off.
You never saw Erica leave Billy out of Wendy's?
No, of course not, because I was at my house.
Okay, and when Billy would tell you, I'm gonna go see Erica, would you actually see Billy go to Erica's house?
Yes,
Or
because
you don't think he would tell you?
No, because I would drop him off, because he didn't have a car.
Okay, so all the.
So if Erica, yes, sir, if Erica wouldn't pick him up, I would go drop him off.
But he never told you, I'm gonna go see Erica, just leave it on his own.
No.
That was you.
Yeah,
Okay. And did you ever see, Billy and Erica fight? Yeah.
fight or argue,
Physically fight?
no, sir. Physically fight, no,
Just argue?
we just argue,
Okay,
like verbal.
okay, but it was both of them argue. Okay. That was a good thing.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you all.
So we call.
All right, ma'am, you have the excuse, not so recall. Thank you very much. You step down.
Okay, so I paused it and muted it. I know that her testimony was very, very hard. So just so we can have an idea and everybody understands. So this is his roommate, right? He brought her in when she was homeless, didn't have anywhere to go. She's testifying to his character, like how he would help other people. And she's also testifying to that she knew that him and his wife was having issues and she was encouraging him to try to work things out. Now, she confirmed that at the time that his daughter was there, right? Because her Erica, which is the wife, she would drop the daughter off, pick the daughter up. What her testimony brings in is the timeline confirmation. So she's able to account for the time that Erica was there, and also the time when he left, when they heard shots, right? And although she did not witness the actual, shooting directly, she affirmed that Erica was there and arrived at the location around that time. So it's helping the prosecution with establishing that Delgado, is it Delgado? I want to say Delgado. Y'all know what I'll get. The husband were very close together at that point in time. So kind of putting them in the same place, right? So her testimony is very crucial. Although she didn't see it, it creates that timeline and also puts them in the same place at the same time. So hopefully the next witness's testimony we can hear better. I do know the closed caption, and we did kind of pick that up earlier. It doesn't appear that it's actually presenting the words that are coming out of their mouths, but hopefully we'll have some better sound. Okay, guys.
Yes, Judge, the same call, investigator Lorenzo Varela. And
Yes, sir. You see, it's just not going to be.
yes, Judge, may I proceed? Can you please state your name for the record
Vecino Florencio Barrera,
and where are you currently employed?
Laredo Police Department.
And were you employed there on or about June 1st of 2024?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been with the Laredo Police Department?
More than 9 years.
And can you tell us what your current position is?
Yes, I'm assigned to Internal Affairs Division as a detective.
Did you have that position back on June 1st, 2024?
No,
On June 1st, 2024, were you called upon to execute your duties as a law enforcement officer?
yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with it?
I assisted on that investigation.
How did you assist in the investigation?
I responded to the crime scene.
Did you collect any evidence?
Yes, I collected videos from across the apartment complex.
At this time, Judge, the state would like to play State's Exhibit 4, which has already been pre-admitted into evidence. Permission to file the jury. What's on the screen? Is that one of the videos that you said you collected? You just collected?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me stop it right there. Who do we see in the vehicle right there?
Defendant, Billy Delgado.
And what is he doing?
He's standing by, waiting, looks like he's waiting for somebody or holding his cell phone.
And is Mr. Delgado present for today?
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you to identify him.
Yes, sir.
Please identify him.
Blue long sleeve shirt.
Judge, let the record reflect that the witness is identified Billy Delgado, in the court.
Objection, the record is so reflected.
So, at the 442 mark of the video, what vehicle do we see pull up?
It's a green Kia Soul.
And during the course of the investigation, you uncover who was the driver of that Kia vehicle?
The victim, Erica Torres.
So, what do we need to see there?
Defendant Billy Delgado, he takes a firearm weapon handle from his right pocket, and then he engages on the vehicle as the vehicle is moving southbound on that street, firing several shots.
And do you know how many shots Billy Delgado fired at Erica Torres exactly?
Based on the video, approximately 10 rounds.
And after the investigation concluded, how many spent casings were found?
10.
Take it. 444. So at the 440-minute mark, how far would you say Billy Delgado is from Erica Torres?
He's at a very close distance, probably around 5 feet from the vehicle.
And in keeping at this mark, can you describe to me what Billy Delgado is doing?
He's aiming at the driver on that vehicle.
How would you describe his arms?
Fully extended in an aggressive manner. He's already shooting the weapon.
And what does he have on his, I believe, is that his right arm? Right arm that's extended? What does he have? What's he holding?
It's a firearm handle.
And then, Judge, now I'm going to go ahead and play with the pre-admitted to evidence that states exhibit 5. What is this?
It's a video from the same residence in a different angle.
And-
I see in southbound.
Okay, and did you collect the video?
Yes, sir.
What did we just hear?
The shots fired from the defendant Billy Delgado.
So, what do we do, what do we just see Erica Torres driving the UPS do?
The vehicle moved to the side, slowing down almost at a complete stop after the shots fired hit the vehicle. And then we see Delgado walking towards the vehicle, putting his hand in his left pocket and holding the firearm on the other hand.
You mentioned something about the Delgado. Again, can you tell the court what was the Delgado doing?
He was obtaining an item that he got with his left pocket. It looks like maybe a magazine, and he looks like he's moving that arm closer to his center west area where he has his
I'm gonna
weapon.
object to speculation, testifying to what he thinks he was doing, doesn't know what he was doing.
Without going into too much detail, what was he doing? What was Billy Delgado doing? Not going into what?
He got an item from his left pocket and holding it in his left hand.
Okay. And afterwards, what did Erica Torres do?
She kept driving slowly down the street.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the firearm was covered?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything else recovered from the firearm?
2 loaded magazine.
And what is Billy Delgado doing right there?
He's walking back to the apartment complex while holding the handgun in his right hand.
Do you know what happened to Erica after she left?
She was involved in an accident with the vehicle.
As a witness.
Detective Laredo, I didn't hear what your position was with the department at the time of this incident.
I was assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Division, capers, Homicide and Robbery Division.
You said, one interesting thing, you said that he was shooting at the driver, even though you couldn't see the driver in the car.
If you look closer to the video, you can see there's a shadow, there's somebody in the driver's side, you cannot see anyone in the passenger side.
But that means that he would have to see the driver. You're watching the video from across the street, right? Okay. And if you wanted to kill someone, I think it would have been much easier if the car would have parked. Then you have a good shot, car's not rolling, you're able to kill somebody a lot easier than the car is moving, correct?
Objection, no speculation.
Correct.
It all depends on the technique the suspect is using at the time.
The what?
The suspect or the accused or the defendant is using at the time.
What was he using?
He was standing on the side of his apartment complex, on his side of his property.
Right, the car was stopped, right? Did the car ever stop?
After the shooting.
I'm talking while the shooting was going on, did the car stop?
No.
So, if you have a moving target, you're saying, doesn't matter the target's moving or stationary. Is that your testimony?
It's still a target. Moving
The
around.
dispute is, it's a target, right? You're shooting at this vehicle. But you're telling me that there's not a difference between moving or stationary.
It just changes the percentage.
So what?
The percentage of hitting somebody.
That's what we're trying to ask you. It's a lot easier if you wanted to kill someone, if the target's stationary, right?
It's still the same outcome if you're shooting a weapon at somebody.
It could be the same outcome, but you just told me that percentages are greater if the target is stationary, correct?
The judge, objection, this has already been asked and answered.
Correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You answered that the percentage was greater when the target was stationary. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I followed up that if he wanted to kill someone, his percentages would be greater if the target was stationary. Yes or no?
Can be greater, yes.
And that was it. He said that he grabbed something from his pocket. You don't know if he had any other clips in his pocket, correct?
At the time of the video, no,
In fact, when the clips were found, they were where?
outside the apartment.
You didn't see him run to the vehicle, right?
He was already outside.
You didn't see him after the shots were fired, you didn't see him run to the vehicle.
Running, no.
He was walking
Yes, he was walking with a purpose.
with a what?
Purpose.
Can you determine that from your psychological?
Just based on experience. Yes.
Where did you come up with this?
Judge, I'm not Jack, is that your witness?
Cross-examination all over with it.
And it's also argumentative.
There's speculation on your part, detective, to determine what he was doing by walking out the vehicle, right?
This is what I see. I'm based on my experience.
Based on your experience, you saw him walking toward the vehicle.
Yes.
After the shooting, the vehicle, drove off, did you go to the crash site?
No.
So what was did you go to the, crash scene?
To the crash.
Not the crash scene, did you go to the shooting scene?
Yes.
Did you obtain evidence?
The videos.
The videos, is that what you did? You talked to witnesses?
I talked to a witness on the scene.
Which witness?
It was a female at the apartment complex where Mr. Delgado lived.
Do you remember the name?
The Sharon Estrada,
Any other witnesses that you spoke with?
just the owner of the residence where the video was obtained.
That's the witness.
Just one more question, Sir Herrera. Is the percentage greater of killing or hurting somebody when the individual is ambushing or laying in wait and they're shooting at somebody?
We cannot determine that. It's based on every incident.
Castle witness.
So the questions, Judge, okay.
No rebuttal. You're excused, myself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Luis Castillo. Officer Luis Castillo, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hudson, just a microphone if you need to, if you have previously sworn members of the jury, he is under oath.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Officer Castillo, please state your full name for the record.
Luis Fernando Castillo.
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
The city of Laredo, Laredo Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with Laredo Police Department?
And in a couple of weeks, it's gonna be 8 years.
8 years?
8 years.
Okay. And what is your current position with the Laredo Police Department?
I work, I'm a officer, but I work for the compliance response team and vice.
Okay. And are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with the case at hand?
I wrote up on it that day.
Okay, so you wrote up on it that day. So, and that was June 1st, 2024?
That's correct.
Were you working that day?
No, sir, I was not.
What were you doing that day?
I was actually heading home after running some errands with my family.
Okay, and where were you?
At the time when you can say everything started, I believe we were by the 3100 block of Stewart Street.
And who were you with at that time?
My mother and my 2-year-old daughter.
And you're off duty?
That is correct, sir. I was off duty.
Okay, so what happened after that?
We had finished running some errands. We had actually just picked up some food. We were a couple of blocks away from getting home when we heard a loud noise, what we thought was shots fired.
Okay, you just heard shots fired. What was your initial thought?
Initially, I guess you could say, was that in fact shots fired what we had heard? I think both my mother and I looked at each other and we asked if that's what we heard. You can kind of say we confirmed it a little bit in the sense of people in the neighborhood started coming out of their residence just to peek around, just to see what it is that had happened.
So apparently it was a loud commotion.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so what happened after that?
Due to the fact that I was with my 2-year-old daughter, I told my mom, just drive around the block. Don't get close. Let me see if I can see a getaway vehicle or somebody that's running, trying to get away. But again, because I have my daughter, I didn't want to get in, and I didn't want to get close to whatever was happening.
All right, so what did you do after that?
My mother continued driving. Eventually, she hit Clark Boulevard and proceeded to drive westbound.
Okay. What did you discover once you drove westbound?
Once we got to the intersection of Clark and Arkansas, we saw a 3-vehicle accident.
You observed a 3-vehicle accident?
That is correct, sir.
What did you do once you observed the accident?
I quickly called 911. I called the dispatch and informed them that there was an accident, that it looked pretty bad. They told me that they were already aware of it and that ambulance and officers were already on the way.
And just so we can get an idea, you said you were off duty. What are you wearing at this time? T-shirt, shorts?
That's correct. Shirt and shorts.
Civilian clothes?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Permission to record? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked previously. I see exhibit 24 through 33. Please review these photos. You recognize these photos?
Yes, sir.
Are they a traumatic depiction of what they portray being?
That is correct.
Okay. How do you recognize these photos?
That is actually the accident that I wrote upon.
Okay. Have they been lodged with any form?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I'll now tender to defense for inspection and any objections to exhibit 24 to 33. No, that's
Let me know.
time, Your Honor, they will move to other church states exhibit 24. Permission to publish on the only, Your Honor? Thank you. The Officer Castillo, you said you approached and you rode up on an accident?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 30?
It appears to be a 3-vehicle accident. Heavy damage on the vehicles. At that point, you can say the one in the far back facing northbound, while the other two are kind of facing westbound.
Okay. What did you do once you got to the scene?
Once I got to the scene, I got off. I informed the people that were standing around that I was an off-duty officer again. I wasn't wearing a uniform, no badge, no gun. So I informed them that I was an off-duty officer. I asked if anybody was trapped, if anybody was injured.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. All right. This is a different angle. So, of these 3 vehicles, which vehicle did you approach first?
It's going to be the one on the far right, the Ford.
The Ford?
That's correct. The SUV with the door open.
Okay. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 28. It's this vehicle right here?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. You approached that vehicle?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What did you observe when you approached that vehicle?
A female. She was inside. She was on the front passenger seat. I was able to open the door, and she was hysterical. She was in a lot of pain. You could tell that obviously because of how her heavy breathing, her groaning, she was high-pitched voice. She was really out of it. I believe she thought she was trapped when she was truly not trapped. I was able to open the door, but because of how much pain she was in, I don't think she ever realized that.
Okay. Was she with anyone else?
I would say yes. There was a male on the driver's side door, but the door was already open and that male was already out.
Okay. After you addressed the female that was in distress in this vehicle, what did you do then?
Correct. I turned around and I started addressing the occupant that's in the vehicle caught in the middle.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25. All right. This is the second vehicle that you addressed?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And what happened when you encountered that individual? What did you observe?
He actually was trapped. He could not get out. That front driver door, it was jammed. It's pinned in, as you can see, with that other vehicle.
Is that right here that you're talking about?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so he was in. What happened?
I started talking to him through the window. I was asking if he was okay. He told me that he was in a lot of pain. I asked if he can get out of the vehicle. He told me he couldn't. And again, because of the door being pinned, I wasn't able to open it to extract him out of the vehicle. But nevertheless, he was talking to me. He was in pain, but it looked like it wasn't anything where he needed to be extracted right at that moment.
Okay. So you addressed the individual that's in the van. What did you do after that?
Once I saw that the male driver in that van was somewhat in a stable condition, I proceeded to check on the third vehicle, which is the green one that you can see on the far right.
Okay, let me stop you there. I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 32. Is that the green vehicle you're speaking of?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Who was in that vehicle?
It was a female.
Was it female? All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31. What are we seeing here?
The part of the collision, heavy front damage to the vehicle.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 27. What do we see here?
That is still the vehicle. It's depicting the inside of the vehicle.
The inside? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Sorry, 26, I apologize. What are we seeing here?
Once again, the green vehicle, airbag deployed, and you can see the damage to the windshield.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you Martha's case exhibit 24. Is that where you encountered the female at that table?
The first time or the second time?
The first, or is that where the female was sitting?
That is correct. She was in the driver's seat.
So let's talk about the first time. You said the first time. What happened the first time you encountered the female in the vehicle?
Based off of the collision, just the way the vehicles ended up, I didn't think I had an opportunity to reach the female driver through the driver's side door. So I went through the passenger side door. Once I opened it, I saw her completely slumped over.
You saw her slumped over?
That is correct, sir.
What was her, I know you're saying she was slumped over, but what was her body demeanor like? Was she, what did you see? What state was she in at that point in time?
If anything, if she was conscious, I know that she was groaning. I could hear her. I don't know if she was mumbling, trying to say something. But there was really not that much formal communication between her and I. Again, since she's slumped over, if she is even trying to say something, it's so mumbled from her position.
Okay. Did you talk to her then, or you did something else at that point in time?
I tried talking to her. I wasn't getting any response. And then something else happened that caused me to move away from her and the vehicle.
Okay, what else happened that caused you to move away from the vehicle?
From all the bystanders that were around, I'm not sure which one it was, but somebody yelled that the van was on fire, which was the vehicle in the middle where the male was still trapped inside.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's in Marcus case exhibit 25. So you're saying that people were yelling that this van was getting catch on fire.
That is correct, sir.
So what did you do?
I ran immediately to the van. I was able to open that sliding door that you can see right there. I hopped into the van and I attempted to extract the male driver.
And is that the door that you went in through?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So you extracted the male driver from the side?
No, sir. I was not able to extract the male driver.
What did you do?
Like I said, I was able to hop in, where I was able to get into the vehicle. As I'm talking to the male driver, he is still in a lot of pain, but now he appears to be on a phone call. I think it was some relative or something like that. I was telling him, hey, we need to get out of the vehicle. But again, he was telling me, no, my arm hurts. He was just on the phone, divided attention between myself and whoever was on the other side of the line. So I was not able to extract them. The vehicle actually was not on fire. It was just all the smoke that was being produced from all three vehicles that was right there. But I'm assuming that's exactly why people started getting the vehicles on fire, because there was a good amount of smoke.
Okay. What did you do after that?
Once I basically got a rejection from the male that he didn't want to get extracted, I decided to go back to the female in the green Kia. That is correct, sir.
Okay. So, Marcus case exhibit 24. So, you're talking to the female and so you went back to the Kia Soul.
That is correct, sir.
You said previously she was slugged over.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, now you're coming back the second time.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, what happened when you went back the second time?
The second time I attempted to force open that driver's side door, as you can see there. I was successful. I was able to open it up. She was still slumped over. I couldn't see her face. All her hair was basically covering it. How she was slumped over. I'm assuming from the velocity of the impact, everything just basically came forward, and I couldn't get a clear description or a clear view of her face.
Okay, and what happened after that? Did you try talking to her? How did you interact with her?
That's correct. I did try talking to her. I was trying to get the hair out of her face, try to see if she was conscious, if she was awake, or anything like that. I still had to be dealing with the bystanders that were there. They were all yelling at me, leave her alone, don't do anything, she's hurt. I had to inform them again that I was an off-duty officer, and I was trying my best to assist. At that point, I was telling her to try to control her breathing if she was able to hear me. And that's another thing. I was asking if she can actually hear me, just to see if she was conscious or not.
Okay.
And how did she look physically? At the time being, again, she was slumped over. She was bleeding a little bit from the arms. It looked like probably from the cuts from the collision. It wasn't major, nothing like blood running down, but you can see several cuts on her arms, possibly from the glass once the collision happened.
Okay, did you, at any point in time, did you see any other injuries or discover any injuries on her?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
She appeared to get some type of adrenaline rush because she actually was able to sit up. She was yelling. She was very frantic. She was in pain. And as she sat up, I'm sorry, if I can demonstrate.
Yes.
But she was slumped over, and as she sits back, she's wearing a green dress. I'm sorry, and I can see all the stains from like blood clots, large blood stains on her dress.
And when you saw these large stains of blood on her, where those stains of blood located?
Kind of like in her lower abdomen basically her lower abdomen. I couldn't tell how far there it was running because of the dress that she was wearing.
Okay, and what were you thinking at that point in time when you saw this blood?
I was actually scared. It was so much blood, and because of the collision and where the blood was coming from, I thought she was pregnant and that she might have been losing the baby at the time because of the collision. Just the amount of blood that was coming out and the area that it was coming out, I really thought that she could have been possibly losing a baby.
Okay. So now you mentioned that she got some form of adrenaline, that she started speaking with you.
That is correct, sir.
What did she tell you?
At first, when she got that adrenaline rush, when she was kind of able to get regain her consciousness, she told me that she was in a lot of pain. She was yelling that everything hurt.
She was yelling that everything hurt?
That everything hurt. That is correct, sir.
Okay, what else did she tell you?
We had, I guess, very small conversation because unfortunately she kept passing out. She was going in and out of consciousness. So after she had told me that everything hurt, I was asking her, where does it hurt? And she said, everywhere. He shot me everywhere. Please don't let him take my kids.
He shot me everywhere. She said, he shot me everywhere. Please don't let me take my kids.
That is correct. I'm sorry.
Did she tell you who shot her?
She passed out again.
Okay. And did you ever talk to her after that?
She regained consciousness again. When she was able to regain that consciousness, I had to confirm that I did in fact hear that she was shot, which she told me, yes, I was shot.
Did you ever ask her name?
I did not ask her for her name.
Okay. But you're certain that there was a female sitting in the screen case?
That is correct.
Now, based on your training and experience, how would you describe the type of injury that the victim in the Kia Soul had suffered?
Throughout my years of service, it's unfortunate, you can say. I've come across a lot of victims. Unfortunately, I have seen people pass away in front of me. In regards to this victim, I really thought that she was gonna die on me. I was trying my best to save her life.
Pass away, Mr. Rob.
Officer Castillo,
Yes, sir.
you've been in more car accidents than I have, but just, maybe it's not important. But why did the passenger airbag deploy not the driver's
It could be multiple things, sir, such as if it's a sold used vehicle, sometimes they're already in accidents that the airbag is possibly removed, not reinstalled.
Like a salvage time, there's no airbag usually, right?
It could be that could be the situation.
As you see, we're talking about that green car, right?
That is correct, sir.
The driver's side airbag being deployed, right?
That is correct.
And that's a pretty serious collision between the two vehicles.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so unfortunately, the driver of the new vehicle didn't have the protection of the airbag, right?
That's what it appears to have been.
So, but I could see the steering wheel was right, was in front of the steering wheel was not damaged, but I could see that there was no airbag, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you try and could have been impacted, as if they went forward, you said the body was slumped over, and everything went forward, so I assume that the body went forward during the collision, is that what you're saying?
It could have, yes, it could have gone forward during the collision.
That's all we have, Jim.
Brief redirect, Your Honor. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Officer, I'm showing you a layout of the area, okay? Now, you're saying that you respond, and I'm using this for demonstrative purposes. Is this a correct reflection of the area that the crash was placing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you, if you could please circle on this map where the crash, where you found the crash. Okay, and that's right here at the corner of Clark and Arkansas. That's right. At the Laredo quick stop. Right.
Right in front of it, yes.
And at that point in time, when you came upon that crash, you didn't know where any of the people involved in the crash were coming from, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know where the victim went after the crash, the victim of the green vehicle?
Was sent to the hospital, sir. Laredo Medical Center is probably the closest one, so she probably had gone to the hospital.
Nothing, pass it this way.
Officer, Castillo, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
On scene, I did my best to render aid.
Okay, you didn't process any evidence or anything like that?
No, nothing having to do with
You
it.
didn't participate in crime scene investigation or anything like that?
If anything, as far as crime scene, maybe just crowd control. Once again, I wasn't in uniform. So as soon as additional officers started showing up on scene, I let them take over.
Were you required to produce a report on this incident?
I completed a supplement based off of the facts of what she had told me.
So that was the most important thing, I guess, in this case, was what she told me.
Her life, depending on how you're asking that question, I think her life was the most important part. After the fact, it's my duty, which is to provide a supplement.
Now, regarding the injuries, you saw a shirt with blood on it, right?
It was a dress. It was a green, yes, it was a dress.
And at that moment in time, you don't know if the injuries came from the steering wheel or from being shot.
It was not until she told me that she had been shot that I found out.
That's all we have.
Opposing counsel mentioned the dress.
Correct.
And you said she was wearing a dress.
That is correct, sir.
Was there anything else that she was wearing that you noticed?
Yes. Based off of the fact that now I knew that she was shot because she told me, Again, I just saw the large stains of blood. I knew that this was a packed wound in regards to our line of work.
Sorry, you said packed wound. What is a packed wound?
Basically, it is a wound that you need to start packing in. It's not like on your arms or your legs where you can apply a tourniquet. It's on the body itself. You cannot apply a tourniquet.
Nope, that's not me.
We have.
I'm sorry, yeah.
No, that's fine. So she was wearing a type of girdle.
Oh, girl, yes, correct.
Okay. And do you think that girdle was significant?
Absolutely. I think that girdle assisted in saving her life from how tight it was. The girdle, I didn't attempt to cut it just because of the fact that, the dress was already so tight. I have to be so careful in ripping it down. That the girdle was going to be so much harder because it's basically elastic. I have to pull it and then start, kind of dissecting, slicing it right down the middle. But again, the girdle appeared to be applying so much pressure that it was possibly saving her life, and I decided not to cut it off.
Okay. How did the girdle look?
Black in color.
Black in color?
That's correct.
How did it appear because of the injuries?
Due to the fact that it's black, when it's based off of like liquid or the blood, the color kind of gets shiny compared to everything else. So you can kind of say the top of the girdle was just black, but everything else that was soaked in blood was kind of like shiny. You can see that this area is actually soaked in some type of liquid, which in this case would have been the blood.
Passwords.
Recall, please.
No.
No, you're not. Yes, sir, you are released, not subject to recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. This time the same call, Adrian Rodriguez. We just wanted to.
Sir, have a seat. We'll stand right here, please. Just the microphone, acceptable for you. He has been sworn, ladies and gentlemen, so we're under oath. Please. Good afternoon.
Good evening. My name is Adrian Nicolas Rodriguez.
How old are you?
26.
Where are you from?
Starbucks.
How long have you been employed at Starbucks?
For about 3 years now, almost.
Do you know the defendant in this case?
I don't personally know.
You've never seen him?
No.
Okay, let me take you back to June 1st, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jury What happened on that day?
More or less, I would picked up some groceries for my son and my wife and was on my way home southbound on Clark when I noticed a car rapidly approaching me on the opposite side of the road. It was getting,
What kind of car was it?
I believe it was a Kia.
Do you remember the color?
I believe it was, no.
Okay. So you saw a green Kia, and then what happened next?
I noticed it was going pretty fast and driving a little erratically. I kind of didn't pay attention to it. That's kind of just the way it is around town for the most part. But as it got closer, it went over the median and nearly hit me. I kind of just took a very slight move out of the way to avoid it. I thought, wow, that was crazy. You know, what a crazy situation. And then
See anybody driving that Kia?
I didn't get a good look in. No,
You don't know how many people were in that car?
no, not at that moment.
Yeah, approach. I'm gonna show you, an aerial of, Clark.
Alright.
And Arkansas. And so, you were saying you were in Clark, right?
I was going down right around this part. I reached a little farther ways down when the car was approaching me from this way. It had gone over the median, and I kept driving. As I looked back in the rearview mirror to see where the car had jumped the median, I had saw that it had started approaching what I know is quick stop. Yes, sir. Correct.
And then what happened next?
I had looked in the rearview mirror and I just kept watching it. I slowed down a little bit as well as some other cars nearby, and I just thought like, wow, they're gonna hit the gas pumps. Was my first initial reaction. I thought, yes, sir. As it went into the gas station, I suppose the car, due to all the bumps, managed to get between the pumps, and it looked like it had slammed against the street on this side, and had run into a couple cars there, and that's when I made the decision to do a turnaround and go back.
Okay, why did you decide to go back?
I figured someone might be hurt, someone might be in danger. I could do very little, but I have some basic first aid training when I worked at the lake. So I decided to go back, and if anything, I could at least bring a little bit of direction or order to keep people away from the area.
Okay, you testified that you did see a crash. You saw the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you decided, even though you were with your wife and kid,
Oh, I wasn't with my wife and kid at the time. I was just picking up groceries for them.
you were alone.
Yes,
You
sir.
decided at that time, you know what, let me go and help out, see what you have to do.
Correct.
Okay, so once you reached the fixed stop, when the crash scene was, what happened next?
As I arrived there, I parked my car and I got out. I know some people in the vehicles were still in their cars. Some of them were kind of yelling for help or just kind of for what was happening. I approached two different cars. One of them had an older gentleman, probably in his 40s, a little bit heavy set. I told him to stay in his car because he might be hurt, as well as an injured elderly couple. I didn't know if they were injured. I just told them to stay in their car because they were also at risk since they were a little older.
Let me ask you, and once you reached the fixed stop, how many crash cars did you see?
There was the cars that had run directly into, and the one it had bounced off of, and then the one it had finally, I guess, laid up against and kind of just started rolling away from it. I want to say it was like five different cars.
And the Kia was one of those cars.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what the market 37 on the. Judge, it's gonna be market exhibit number 23, covered in that. So I'm gonna play the question, see if you just, you did see it, right?
Correct.
So I'm gonna play it. That's a quick stop. Okay, well, all that traffic is, this street, you say that's a car, right? And Arkansas?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is car?
No. Yeah.
Okay, that's it, yeah, that you remember. Okay, so. Yes, I mean, you were saying. That's it, yeah.
Oh, that was the car.
Yeah, because there's a record, so we can say the word. Maybe not it is, but there's a record, so I appreciate it. Okay, so that's the crush that you remember, right? You
Right.
testified that you went back, I was hoping, you said that you had some training at working at the gate.
Yeah, it was very, very basic.
What did you do?
Like Casablanca.
And what training did you have?
I just had basic CPR training, basic first aid.
But still, you're a citizen, you want to go back and see for some time, right?
As best as I could.
Once you arrive at the quick stop and you saw the questions, what happened?
I remember arriving there and I remember kind of just checking on people, making sure they stayed in their car. I asked if anybody had called the police yet. I didn't get a lot of answers, but it was a lot of no. So I decided to call emergency services.
Which is 911?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
I kind of looked into the car to see if the driver was okay and the Kia. And from the window, I could just see there was just a lady kind of slumped over the steering wheel. She was kind of pushed against with her head and her chest against the corner of the wheel.
Okay, and once you saw that lady, what did you see?
I thought her clothes were wet, but it might have been blood. As I kind of got closer, I kind of noticed there was a bit of bleeding and I couldn't tell if it was from her head or from somewhere else. I kind of stepped away. I couldn't see if she was.
Was she speaking to you or she was?
No, she was just still slumped over. I decided not to try and move the vehicle or open the door or anything. I stepped back for a bit. There was another gentleman who went to go and check on her.
The other restaurant?
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
At that point, he said he was going to check on her. So he kind of had a flashlight and he kind of looked at her for a bit and I stepped away and I tried to flag down the emergency service vehicles that I saw approaching.
Okay, and once the emergency vehicles approached, what happened?
I saw them take over the situation and start assessing. I kind of just got back. I didn't want to be in their way.
Did you talk to them?
I talked to a paramedic for a sec. He asked if I had seen anything and only just that the car jumped the median and seemed out of control. I then made contact with an officer.
Okay. And officer or the police department or?
Yes, sir. I told him what I'd seen about the Kia jumping the median, how it had gone into the gas station and kind of crashed into a couple of different cars, and that was all I could have seen. I said that there were some other cars that drove by that looked like they'd been damaged, but I wouldn't have known if she had hit them or not.
Okay, so the lady that you have ever told you?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No questions, Judge. No recall. Okay, sir, you have the experience, not sir. Recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The state calls Mark Bella to the stand. Mark Bella.
Members of the jury, he was previously sworn, and he is under oath.
Just a moment, Your Honor, if I could just confirm with the court, where we did use case exhibit 23. We did use the 23.
You used 23, but it wasn't admitted. You referred to it as admitted, but it wasn't admitted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You made mistake there, number 1.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Investigator Marco Vela.
And what is your occupation?
I am an investigator with the Crimes Against Persons Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been employed in that occupation?
In total, I've been with the Laredo Police Department for 18 and a half years. With Capers, Crimes Against Persons, I just completed my 3rd year as an investigator.
Are you a licensed peace officer in this state?
Yes.
And what training have you received to become a peace officer or evidence technician?
In my 18-year total, I've attended numerous trainings that we have to go through to keep our licenses for Kiko. I have my basic, my intermediate, my advanced, and my master's peace officer's license. On top of that, I went to homicide school and a read technique. It's an interviewing skill to tell when people are being deceitful or lying. But on top of those trainings.
What is your current assignment?
Excuse me?
What is your current assignment?
I'm with Capers, Crimes Against Persons Unit.
And what are your duties?
Our duties, we have multiple duties in the Capers department. There with the PD, we take anything and everything, mainly crimes against persons. We take robberies, homicides, we investigate deaths, terroristic threats, we do harassments. We also have to, our duties entail, we gather evidence, talk to witnesses, talk to suspects. We try to gather videos. We have to attend autopsies, recover evidence from the medical examiner's office, get video, input evidence into the system, multiple assignments that we have to do within our division.
Did your training include procedures for dealing with individuals suspected of shooting firearms?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what GSR or gunshot residue is?
Yes. So a gunshot residue, you want me to explain the kit? Or just what GSR is?
Just explain what GSR is.
Okay, so gunshot residue If you can tell a bullet, hopefully everyone knows what a bullet is. It doesn't matter if it's from a shotgun, a rifle, a handgun. A bullet you can tell entails three parts. It has the casing, it has the bullet or the jacket, and there's gunpowder inside of it.
And how does this gunshot residue kit consist of?
The gunshot residue kit consists of a pair of gloves, paperwork to fill out, and 2 glass vials that are used to send back to evidence. Anytime a bullet is fired, whenever the primer is hit, you can imagine microscopic particles of the gunshot powder that goes into the air. So if you fire 1 round or multiple rounds, it's going to be in the area. And for the most part, for anyone that's that uses firearms, you can smell it. But to the naked eye, it can't be seen. So from our training, we've been taught that that cloud is usually maybe a couple of feet in parameter from once the bullet goes off.
And how are these used?
So the gunshot residue kits are used. First off, we have to make sure to use gloves. Once we have gloves, we get the little vials. They're maybe about 1 inch big. We take out a top that's in each vial and we rub it against the hands of the person being tested. We then put the vial back into the kits. We seal them off. We put them in our evidence locker, and eventually our evidence technician will send them out to DPS for testing.
Were you on duty on June 1st, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you have any contact with a person by the name of Billy Delgado?
Yes, I did.
How did you make contact with Billy Delgado?
Mr. Delgado was brought up upstairs by 2 officers. He was inside of one of our interview rooms, and that's how I made contact with him, inside of the room.
Do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Would you point out Billy Delgado and identify him by describing what he's wearing?
That's the gentleman over here with the blue shirt sitting down with the slick back here.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Billy Delgado. On June 1st, 2024, when did you first see him?
He was sitting down inside of the interview room.
And what was Mr. Delgado doing?
He was sitting with his back against the wall.
Did you collect samples from his hand?
Yes, I did.
How did you collect the samples?
The samples were collected by, I opened up the kit, I put on a pair of gloves, and I had to apply them to his right and his left hand. Once they were collected, I sealed off the envelope and I entered it into our property room.
What steps did you take in collecting these samples?
The steps that I took were first putting my gloves on. I then grabbed his hands. I applied the pressure points of the vials onto his right hand and his left hand, and then they were sealed.
Did you wear gloves and take all necessary precautions as outlined in the instructions in the GSR kit?
Yes.
After collecting the samples from the subject's hands, what did you do with the sampling devices next?
The sampling devices, I went into my computer. I had to type out a form with all of Mr. Delgado's information. I put it inside of the envelope so when it gets to DPS, they know who it belongs to. I then walked downstairs into our property room and I logged it into evidence.
Did you mark the sampling devices and GSR kit in any unique manner?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you what's been marked as a report. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
That's my handwriting, and it is the test kit for Mr. Billy Delgado.
How do you recognize it?
That's my handwriting.
Is this GSR kit in the same or substantially the same condition as when you did it?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would like to introduce into evidence, State Exhibit 34, unless, defense has any objections.
Can I see this kit inside the envelope? Yes. Can I see what's inside the envelope before I sign up? Proceeds today, the outside of the envelope.
Okay. Open up.
Investigator Bella, are those the samples that you took that day?
Yes, they are.
How can you tell?
When I was collecting the sample for Mr. Delgado's hand, you can see right here, right hand, left hand. When I was gathering from his right hand, I used the left vial. So I used a marker to scratch it out and I put right hand. And I did the same with the right hand vial, I put left hand. I marked both of these, this is my handwriting.
So those are the only contents in that envelope. I would, have no objection to that.
Okay, that's all the sooner is submitted.
After taking these samples from the hands of Billy Delgado, what did you do with them?
I placed them into our evidence locker and I submitted them.
Do you know if it was tested?
Yes, I know there, I believe by Rebecca Lloyd of DPS of Texas. She's one of our crime analysts.
And then what did you do with the kit, if anything, after it was tested?
I did not touch the kit after I submitted it. The only thing that I read was Mrs. Lloyd's findings for the gunshot residue kit.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 35.
Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a USB of the interview room with my interactions with Mr. Delgado.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the USB.
I have no objection.
Exhibit number 35.
Yes.
Permission to publish.
Hey, Sergeant, check out my River PD, Saturday, June 1st, 2:30 to 4 p.m. I'm going to be, what's your name, sir? Delgado. I'm going to be conducting a test on our hands. So you can just stick your hand right there. As you can see, you don't have to. This is not a search. It's already determined by the court. If I don't have permission, I can just do that. Can I read that? Read what? The instructions are good. Yes, you can refuse the test. Because this is not a search. So there's evidence on your hands, and you can just wash your hands.
How I wash my hands when I Carlos said.
Well, I'm just letting you know, this isn't I'm refusing, I can do this test without your permission. Okay?
You're gonna have to time it out or something.
All right, you're good.
I'm not gonna say this.
Feel free. Do not touch this. We'll get a black pen.
I don't even have a record for that. That was also to have folks from, I'm not gonna do it, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not ready. Like you say, one way or another, it's gonna be fine, so we can call out. We can never go with the harder one. I'm gonna make it harder. So I'm gonna do it.
I'm not having an interesting, you could have come off as part of the issue.
So I think that was, there's be some of that into the funds. Eleven twenty.
11:20?
Yeah.
11:28.
All right, I just double check to confirm, and I do not need waiting for your permission to get this to your right. This could go easy, it could go simple, or you can make it hard. I'm not gonna pick your finger, I'm just gonna look. This doesn't touch it. It's fine, you keep your mark. Your hand.
I should have used my hand and freaking, you're already taking me out.
Yes, all right, everything is recorded. Open your hand. Sir, this is a test, I want to get permission to do. Open your hand. I'm not gonna break your hand. Be a grown ass man, open your hand.
Oh, good thing, boss. I have a record, bro, I should have fight by you.
If this was wrong, I wouldn't be doing this. I have every right to be doing this without permission, without.
We see it.
See what?
We see that you have every right to do this.
I'm telling you.
Oh, you're telling me.
Yeah.
Come on, so here. Like that.
See, nothing wrong. That's forced.
We're all
recording. It's not forced.
Oh, my
It's really in case of this. So my question is,
you know, you forced me to relax and both of y'all were jump in and fucking slow down the floor. I'm trying to fight you, I'm just fighting my records. As a Texas. Record,
you get another curriculum.
that was it. My grandma was a cat in the river, I know why it is.
Investigator Vela, what did Billy Delgado tell you about his grandmother?
I believe he told the officers his grandmother might have been one of our captains, maybe before I came into PD in 2007, her tenure.
Why would somebody say something like that?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Based on your training and experience, why would somebody use influence like that?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. The video was clear.
It's based on the training, Your Honor.
Sorry,
Just go over there. Just right, lift the right hand up, or the left hand, probably do the left hand. Okay, I'm gonna get all this is recorded. I'm not going to do my job.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor as you were collecting the sample?
Here he's smirking. During the procedure at the beginning, he was being a little combative, but after a couple of seconds, he let me continue with my test.
Did he say anything while you were collecting the samples from his hand?
While I was collecting the samples, he kept telling me that I was violating his rights and that I was breaking the law.
Did he seem concerned about the results of the test?
No, sir.
Did he try to pull his hands away or resist the process in any way?
Just the initial test, he did not want to open his hand, so I had to use minimal force with a pressure point that was taught to us in the police department. If you need to open a suspect's hand, you put force here on the knuckle, and that will make the hand open.
When you conducted this interview, how much time had passed since the incident?
To my knowledge, I'm not certain what time the call came in. And maybe we're going on the hour and a half, 2 hour marking. I'm not 100% certain on the time that it passed.
And why is it so important to collect these GSR samples immediately?
The GSR samples are important to get within, from what we've been told and trained, I believe after maybe 2 to 3 or 4 hours, depends what Mrs. Lloyd from DPS would say. The gunshot residue comes off your hands. It does not stay on you. It can be washed off, taken off with spit, with I guess the pores of your pores get sweaty, rubbing it off. It will not stay on you permanently. It has a time frame, and if you do not get it in that time frame, it is lost.
So would you say that there is an exigency to collect this evidence?
Yes, there is.
And I put in the left hand prints or whatever on the right hand. That's right there, left hand. That's the right hand.
No, we'll mark it out.
I'm not gonna be worried about someone who, I think I'm worried to worry about my daughter getting raped.
What is he talking about here?
He's talking about, he's stating that his daughter was raped.
But prior to that, what was he talking about?
That he doesn't have anything to worry about.
Her rep sheet, my rep sheet. That's all it is. If it's the right hand, put it in the left. So you can get that on video.
All right, you want to leave it open?
I have respect for class, bro. I'm not gonna touch this. We're not taking down to the colors.
In your experience, is that how a potential suspect usually behaves?
From speculation. Unusual suspect.
That was the first time that I conducted a GSR kit where somebody doesn't allow me to or objects to the gunshot residue test.
How would you classify his overall demeanor while you conducted the exam?
He was very cold, unremorseful. That's how I picked up
I
on
don't
it.
object to that non-speculation. Where does he get that remorseful from?
Who passed the witness search?
Officer, I didn't see any bags around his hands. Is that necessary to have bags around his hands?
Not that I've been told.
Preserve evidence on somebody's hands.
You would back him.
You've never been told that before, you're told that.
Like you just told me. And I've read it in books, but during our training, I've never seen where we put back on somebody's hands.
That would help you prevent evidence.
Yes, it would.
It wasn't done in this case.
No, it wouldn't.
If we follow around, well, you can't speak to the test results, but I don't think in this case it makes a difference. But if you want to ensure the quality of your work, you probably request that you bag the suspect's hands.
Yes, sir. Yes, you're right.
And how do you qualify your demeanor in this case, these injuries?
I was agitated from too. Comes up.
You were.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted to assert what he thought was constitutional right. That would be wrong, but that agitated. Right?
No, sir.
So you were agitated.
I was that, but not by his demeanor.
What were you agitated by?
From what had just happened, I was upset.
Were you present?
No.
That's what somebody told you?
What?
Did you go do anything?
We get together with the detective, so we know what's going on.
Somebody told you all these facts, okay?
Yes, the detective.
That's all we have this week. Sure.
We'll wait and see if they have any questions.
No retort, Your Honor.
No question, no request or anything.
No, we're done.
Your Honor.
Excuse me, something to recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, you've been here since early this morning. I guess we'll go ahead and break. There may be a chance tomorrow we may work a little after 5, so if you can make arrangements, please do so. Remember my instructions, please don't discuss the case. Should you get here early and some of you are in the jury room together, don't discuss it then. The only time you talk about it is when all the evidence is in, back in the jury room charged with that duty of deliberation. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case, and please don't talk to anybody tonight about the case. Don't make any personal investigations. Don't try to find anything out about the case. Just wait till you hear the evidence. Start at 8:30 tomorrow. You go with the bailiff, he'll take you to the jury room and excuse you from there. We can't start without everybody. So please be on time. As a matter of fact, I'm told, unlike Erica County, they treat you very well here. If you get here early, there's going to be breakfast for you in the jury. So maybe that's what we'll send it to you. Be in recess till 8:30 tomorrow. Thank you very much. All right,
Yeah, I guess we all inconsistent in regards to the sound. Like, oh, terrible. That'd be the first thing to make me don't want to watch it, right? I want to get the details, but I'm so tired of straining my ears. Thank goodness we do have a lot of visuals, right? Yeah, so we all caught up. That's day 1. I did get the notification. Let me see where we're at in regards to day 2. Day 2, they have not started court yet, right? I am looking at this. So I think that what I'm going to do is, because the other trial that we were doing with the 2 juries and all of that stuff, I guess y'all can tell me, 1 in the chat, if we should still cover that one, or 2, if we should start the NBA one. Yeah, he's trying to use the stand your ground rule for this one, but the other guy didn't have a weapon. So I don't know. I really don't know. And I just don't understand. They must not been great NBA players, because I don't even understand how you get like in this situation. But so let's do this. 1 in the chat if we still want to cover the rapper trial. 2 in the chat if we want to start the NBA trial. It'll make for some very interesting days. I don't think this trial that we're watching with the 5 times, I don't think that that's going to be that long. So I think we can manage a couple of days of trying to handle both of them. And Moki, I'm gonna need you to stop trying to find trials. You're gonna have us all over the place. We're gonna be up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So in regards to the rapper trial, I'll just kind of do some updates on that. To be honest with y'all, like the numbers when we were doing the live streams for that one wasn't really like whoa, so and I get it. It was a lot going on. I just at the time I didn't see anything starting last week. You say one, Jason, you're gonna be the eyeball. We need to see that Florida case through. Laugh out loud. You say you invested. Yeah, he said he got his emotions invested in that, y'all. No, we got a lot of stuff going on, but I will. Let's see. Florida they be off the hook. Like, dang, they have no chill. Like everything in broad daylight. They don't care what witness. He all on camera, like boom, 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 boom. Like, golly. Yeah, we got through most of the daddy's testimony yesterday. We don't even have about 30 minutes.
And you testified earlier that Billy Delgado is the defendant is married to your cousin. What's your cousin's name?
Erica Torres.
How long have you known Billy Delgado?
Approximately 6 years now.
6 years. Okay. And you also testified that he was the ex-husband?
Correct.
Can you please describe the relationship as to your personal knowledge of the defendant and your cousin Erica Torres?
My cousin has a daughter with Billy.
Okay. And what's her name?
Esmeralda Emmy Delgado.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, I don't know, any personal knowledge that you might have as to the relationship that they had?
It could be described as toxic.
Toxic in what way?
I was never physically around Billy, but I would always verbally hear him abuse her.
She had no personal knowledge. She was physically around him.
But she testified that she heard him treated as an abuser. So those are his statements.
I clarify the question for the record.
When you testified that you heard Billy Delgado abuse her, what do you mean by that?
2 weeks prior to this incident, it was my cousin's birthday, May 18th. And I was on the phone with him, with my cousin, while he was telling her something. I cannot recall word by word exactly.
No, I leave try up the street, full stream at there also. So if you guys are hearing me, that's what's currently going on. Direction. So here you can see it. 'Cause I don't know where everybody's at. Everybody's in different rooms, right? We got a whole bunch of streams going on, but I don't want to consider, guys. I am going to move.
You can have a seat, thank you. We have received notice the jury has a verdict, so we're gonna bring them in. All right, for the jury. Please be seated in the courtroom. Okay, members of the jury, we received notice you have a verdict. Is that correct? Could I have the presiding juror stand momentarily? Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you hand it to the bailiff for me and you can be seated? Could I have defendant and counsel rise? State of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of the first degree, signed by the presiding juror. You wish to have them polled?
Yes, sir.
Do they know their numbers or not? Do they know their numbers? Okay, could I have the list, jury list? Thank you. Okay, when I call your last name, ladies and gentlemen, the question is whether that is your verdict and you join in that verdict. If you do, say yes. If you don't for any reason, please say no. Nieta?
Yes.
Received your verdict. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, as we discussed in voir dire, it is a two-phase process. The defendant, having been found guilty, it is the jury's responsibility to assess the appropriate punishment. Both sides have an opportunity to produce further evidence if they wish to do so. So I'll ask the state to proceed at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I please the court? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first I want to thank you. Thank you for executing your civic duty, and thank you on behalf of the District Attorney's Office and on behalf of Mr. Evans. Now, law is going to ask you to take the next step. The next step is to determine what the punishment should be. Now, this crime was not a crime of carelessness. It was a choice. You're going to hear evidence that is going to help you make that choice. You will hear from a nurse practitioner that spent days with Erica. He was there trying to help her to recover. He was there when she was trying to get back on her feet. And he's going to explain to you the pain and all the suffering she went through. You're also going to hear from a crash victim. She's going to tell you not only how bullying affected the community directly, but indirectly. And lastly, you're going to hear from the victim herself again. She's going to tell you all the suffering and pain she went through because of what the defendant, Mr. Delgado. And remember, you can consider all of the evidence, all of the aggravating evidence also from the guilt and innocence part of the trial. So all of this new evidence and the aggravating evidence from the guilt and innocence phase of the trial, you can consider it. So make sure you consider everything and determine a fair and firm punishment that Mr. Delgado deserves. All of that evidence is going to help you answer a critical question. It's going to help you answer what sentence will protect the victim, will protect the community, and will reflect the seriousness of this crime. When we conclude, the state is going to ask you to hold the defendant accountable, to impose a sentence that will show the gravity of the harm, the lasting trauma, and the danger posed if this violence caused by the defendant is not met with a firm and just punishment.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be able to talk to you one more time. Let me say what we are attempting to do. You didn't see the way you saw the case, but you present some witnesses, some characteristics, we'll be able to talk a little bit more freely now. We're not restraining by some of the rules. We'll know all the truth about Erica and her family. And Mr. Delgado will also be able to testify if he wishes. But the family's gonna come up and tell you all these situations that they had with Erica and all the problems they had with her. They'll tell you all about the good times that they had with Billy, what type of person Billy is. So you can use all that information you received from the trial and this new information to try to determine the proper sentence. And remember, you qualify for probation and it's all related to the maximum amount of punishment. So folks have a wide range to deal with. All right? Thank you.
State your claim first, Louis.
Yeah, Sure. The witness is on the way, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state calls Silvia Navarro to the stand. She needs to be sworn in. Oh. Yes. Will. Yeah. Let the court hear that we're gonna need an interpreter.
And Your Honor, at this time, we'll be requesting that the exhibits from the guilt and innocence be moved to the punishment phase, and if we could have those exhibits, I don't think they're out here with the court.
Okay, they'll be reoffered along with all of the evidence that was admitted at the first phase of the trial and admitted for purposes of punishment. Could you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence and testimony you're giving this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
The whole truth.
Thank you. Have a seat over here.
Your Honor, these are not the complete list of.
Can you see if there's anything else in the jury room as far as exhibits?
Just the photos.
Is there a particular one that you're looking for?
Yes, Your Honor, I was looking for the photos of the crash, but these are injuries and of the scene of the crime. Permission to go off record, Your Honor?
Yes.
We don't have the full list of exhibits here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, anybody got carrying any exhibits on them that are back in the jury room? One more look in the jury room for us.
There's a lot of photos. Yeah, we don't have any photos. There's pictures here.
You hold copies?
All right, perfect. We got them.
Please state your name for the record.
Por favor, diga su nombre para que quede constado en actas.
Okay. Mi nombre es Silvia Navarro. Me dedico a trabajar y al hogar. Soy madre de un niño.
My name is Silvia Navarro, and I work at home, and I have one child.
And where do you reside?
¿Dónde está usted viviendo?
Vivo en Zapata.
I live in
Texas.
Zapata, Texas.
Thank you for coming down.
Gracias por venir.
Do you recall the date of June 1st, 2024?
¿Usted recuerda la fecha del día 1 de junio de 2024?
Claro que sí, cómo olvidar ese día tan triste.
Of course, how could I forget that day that was so sad?
What happened that day?
¿Qué sucedió ese día?
Ese día estábamos en la línea para dar vuelta para agarrar otra calle.
That day we were on the road to turn to another street.
Y de repente pues se vino un carro encima del carro de nosotros, ¿verdad? O sea, de una troca mía.
Then all of a sudden there was a car that came on top of us, one of our cars, our truck.
How did you feel at that moment?
¿Cómo se sintió usted en ese momento?
Pues desesperada, no sabía qué estaba pasando, fue algo muy rápido o algo que no me esperaba.
I felt desperate. I did not know what was happening. It all happened very soon. I was not expecting it.
And what did you do after you were struck by the vehicle?
¿Qué fue lo que usted hizo después de que el vehículo le golpeó?
Pues yo reboté en el vidrio de enfrente y me dolía toda la cabeza, todo el cuerpo.
I bounced off the windshield. I had body aches. My head hurt.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
¿Usted tuvo que irse al hospital?
Sí, me desmayé después.
Yes, I fainted later on.
Me llevó la ambulancia.
And I was taking my ambulance.
And how long were you in the hospital?
¿Cuánto tiempo estuvo usted en el hospital?
Pues estuve como medio día.
I was like half a day.
And did you have to go back? Did you have to do any therapy?
¿Usted tuvo que regresar? ¿Tuvo usted que tener alguna terapia?
Tuve que regresar como al tercer día porque el dolor era muy fuerte.
I did have to go back about the third day because the pain was very strong.
And today, do you still have pain?
¿Hoy todavía sufre de dolor?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have the means to take care of that pain?
¿Usted tiene con qué cuidarse de ese dolor?
Pues hace una semana tuve que buscar un doctor para que me diera algo para el dolor.
A week ago, I had to look for a doctor so that I could get something for the pain.
Okay, let's go back. What happened to your car?
Vamos a regresarnos. ¿Qué sucedió con su automóvil?
Pues mi carro quedó completamente destrozado, pérdida total. Sí, la aseguranza me pagó $2,000, $2,200.
My car was a total loss. It was completely destroyed. Yes, the insurance did pay $2,000, $2,200.
And were you able to get a new one?
¿Usted pudo obtener uno nuevo?
No.
No.
So after that, how did you manage to get around?
Después de eso, ¿cómo usted deambulaba?
Pues pedía RAI para mi trabajo. Ese automóvil lo usaba para llevar a mi hijo a su doctor porque tengo un niño con problemas, autismo, asma, problemas de salud.
I would ask for a ride. That car I used to use it to go to work. That car I used it to take my son to the doctor. My kid has problems with his health. He has autism. He has asthma.
And how have you managed to pay for all the car expenses, and the medical expenses?
¿Cómo le ha hecho usted para pagar todos sus costos de su automóvil y sus costos médicos?
Pues con mi trabajo ahorita estoy yendo yo al doctor. Aún se deben los biles del hospital.
With my work, now I'm paying my doctor. I'm still owing the hospital bills.
Has your life changed because of this accident?
¿Ha cambiado su vida debido a este accidente?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
How so?
¿Cómo?
Pues me da miedo manejar. Siento, si un carro está muy cerca, me viene el recuerdo que me van a volver a chocar. Algunas veces busco quien maneje.
Well, I am afraid to drive. I feel if a car is very close to me, it reminds me, and I am afraid, and I look for someone to give me a ride.
Your Honor, permission to publish the State Exhibit 28 and 30.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's marked the State's Exhibit 28.
Le voy a mostrar lo que tenemos como documento de prueba número 28.
Can you tell us in what car you were driving or you were a passenger of?
¿Me puede decir usted qué vehículo estaba usted conduciendo o en qué vehículo era usted la pasajera?
Era la Escape gris.
It's the gray Escape.
So this one.
Esta.
And where were you riding?
¿Y dónde venía usted?
Del lado del pasajero.
On the passenger side.
So right here.
Aquí? Yes.
And it would be right here, correct?
¿Sería aquí mismo?
And that morning, did you foresee what was going to happen to you?
¿Y esa mañana sabía usted lo que iba a suceder ahí?
No, yo esa mañana venía con la intención de venir a comprar un piso para renovar mi trailer. Traía $500, que fue lo que usé para la reca, para mover el mueble de ahí para la salida de Zapata, que vive una hermana ahí.
No, that morning I had the intentions to go buy some flooring because I was going to renew the floor from my mobile home. I had $500 that later on I had to use for the car to be towed to the outside of Zapata. A sister lives there.
And nowadays, are you getting any medical treatment? And if so, how are you paying for it?
Ahora que está recibiendo usted tratamiento médico, ¿cómo lo está pagando?
Pues con mi dinero, con lo de mi trabajo.
With my own money from work.
And is that enough?
¿Y eso es suficiente?
¿Cómo suficiente?
What do you mean by enough?
Is that enough money to cover all the expenses?
¿Es suficiente dinero para cubrir todos sus gastos?
No.
No.
We pass the witness.
Ma'am, can you please give me your name again?
Señora, ¿me puede dar su nombre nuevamente?
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Guerrero
Navarro.
Navarro. Navarro being your dad's last name?
Navarro es el apellido de su papá?
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, did you hire a lawyer for the accident?
¿Usted ocupó un abogado para el accidente?
Is he helping you get money?
¿Él le está ayudando a que usted obtenga dinero?
Nos dio, nomás dijo que la bolsa de la persona que nos había pegado eran $10,000, o él cobró no sé qué tanto, nos tocaron 6,000, como 6,200 para nosotros, para mí.
He only gave us, he told us that the insurance was only up to $10,000 and he billed us We only got around 6,000, 6,200,
algo así.
something like that.
Okay, so you received money for some compensation for your injuries, right?
Entonces usted recibió compensación por sus lesiones.
Fue, pues no sé si fue por las lecciones o por el golpe de la troca. No supe. Él nomás nos dio ese dinero.
I don't know if it was for the injuries or if it was because of the damage to the car. He just gave us that money.
Okay, but you didn't elect to go to a jury and try to collect more damages. You chose to settle, and you settled for that amount, for $10,000, right?
Pero usted no ocupó a nadie para poder obtener más dinero. Usted estuvo de acuerdo en aceptar esos $10,000.
Sí, fue lo que nos dijo el abogado que tocaba del aseguro de la persona que nos había chocado, o sea, del accidente, y que no había otra manera que la bolsa que ella tenía.
Yes, that's what the attorney said. That was our share from the person that hit us, that there was no other way. That was our portion.
Okay. Would you like for Mr. Delgado to reimburse you for your expenses?
¿Usted quiere que el señor Delgado le reembolse sus gastos?
¿Cómo?
What do you mean?
Well, you're here to testify because you're telling us of all the expenses you have. I'm asking, would it make you whole if we could repay you for those expenses that occurred because of the accident?
Usted está aquí para dar su declaración y está diciendo de todos sus gastos y estamos preguntando si usted quiere ser reembolsada por esos gastos.
Claro que sí.
Of course.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect?
In this entire year, has the defendant or his family reached out to try to pay you?
En todo este año, el acusado o los familiares del acusado han tratado de comunicarse con usted para tratar de pagarle.
No.
No.
You had to pay for that lawyer, correct?
Usted tuvo que pagar a ese abogado, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
How much?
¿Cuánto?
Es que el abogado ese se cobró de lo que tocaba de la bolsa de la persona del automóvil.
The thing is that he,
Serían 3,800, algo así.
the thing is that he took his share, I think maybe about 3,800.
So you had to pay money to get money.
Entonces tuvo que pagar dinero para tener dinero.
Claro.
Of course.
For something that wasn't your fault,
Por
correct?
algo que no fue su culpa, ¿correcto?
No.
It wasn't.
And did you ever reach out to the Delgado family and ask them for money?
¿En algún momento usted contactó a la familia Delgado para obtener dinero?
Claro que no sé ni quiénes son. No soy de aquí de Laredo, vivo en Zapata, no conozco a nadie ni a la persona que provocó el accidente, no sé las razones.
Of course, I do not know the family. I'm not from Laredo. I am from Zapata. I don't know the person or the reasons.
Okay, just to clarify, you hired an attorney to see if you could get more funds for the accident. And if you obtain funds, you're going to pay him a percentage of the funds you received. Is that right?
Solamente para aclarar, usted contrató un abogado para ver si podía tener usted algunos fondos y cuando recibiera el dinero, él iba a recibir un porcentaje. ¿Correcto?
Es correcto.
That is correct.
That's all I have, Judge.
And on the day of the accident, who were you with?
El día del accidente, ¿con quién estaba usted?
Estaba con un acompañante, Guadalupe García, era el que iba manejando.
I was with a partner, Guadalupe García.
So there was two people in the car.
Entonces había dos personas en el automóvil?
Sí.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, she excused, not subject to recall.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. You're excused. You don't have to come back. Thank you very much.
Ya no tiene que regresar. Muchísimas gracias.
Ok, gracias.
Your next witness, please.
It's gonna be Joel Martinez, Judge. I don't know if it's been sworn in, Judge.
I don't think he is. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat over here.
Have a seat, Judge.
Please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Joe Martinez?
Mr. Martinez, how are you employed?
I'm a nurse practitioner in the trauma department in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I've been a nurse practitioner for 7 years, and I've been a nurse since 2012, also in the trauma unit.
And what do you mean by nurse? Is that your title? It used to be your title, nurse, or it was?
Yes, I graduated in 2012 and started practicing as a registered nurse in the trauma ICU of that same hospital.
Okay.
Then I went and obtained my master's in nurse practitioner studies, and I've been practicing as a nurse practitioner since.
And you said about 6 years ago, so it was more or less about 2018?
I started in January of 2019.
Okay, 2019. And are you licensed here in
Texas? Yes, sir.
Okay. What does your practice consist of?
So I take care of perioperative patients, mainly trauma patients. So anyone that's in the acute phase in the hospital that is not an ICU patient and part of the trauma team, I take care of them, as well as outpatient care. So after they get discharged and they do their follow-up appointments, they come and they see me.
Okay, and right now you testify acute patients. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Acute patients are any patients that are ill enough to still be admitted into the hospital, but they are not in an intensive care unit. So they're not ill enough to where they have to be in the ICU, but they are ill enough to where they have to stay in the hospital.
Okay, and you also testified about trauma. You've been dealing with trauma patients since, I believe, 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what that means? Trauma?
So any trauma patients are patients that come in due to a traumatic injury. So majority of patients are usually car crashes, falls from certain heights, gunshot wounds, stab victims. Those are probably the majority of the patients that I see.
Okay, and before we continue, let me ask about your educational background. What is it?
So I obtained my bachelor's in nursing from Incarnate Word in San Antonio. I graduated in 2012. Same year I became a registered nurse. While I was a trauma intensive care unit nurse, I also went to school to obtain my master's at UT Health San Antonio. And after graduating, took my boards and started practicing as a nurse practitioner in 2019.
Okay, and during the course of your duties as a nurse practitioner, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries? Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
With injuries? You've treated patients with injuries?
Yes.
And those injuries mainly consist of what kind of injuries?
Mainly consists of traumatic injuries, usually gunshot wounds, stab wounds, car crashes, orthopedic injuries that they sustain from what we call polytrauma, meaning that you have multiple injuries from one traumatic episode.
Okay, so since you've been dealing with trauma victims and injuries, what are the injuries that you most typically see?
I would say gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and rib fractures.
Okay.
And orthopedic injuries from car crashes.
Okay. Do you know the victim in this case, Ms. Erica Torres?
I do. I took care of her for all 3 of the hospitalizations that she had in the last year.
Okay, so when was the first time you actually met with the victim, Erica Torres?
I met Erica, I believe it was in the 1st or 2nd week of July of 2024, after she had been in the intensive care unit for over a month. And my colleagues from the intensive care unit transferred her to me and gave me a report on what happened during her hospitalization in the ICU. And I took care of her from then moving forward.
And you testified that you work for University Hospital in San Antonio.
Correct.
Okay. So once you met Erica for the first time in early July 2024, what was your opinion, your medical opinion?
That she was extremely sick.
And what do you mean by extremely sick?
She had a lot of different injuries for different systems. So for her lungs, mainly in her abdomen, but she also had ongoing infections that required antibiotics. At that point, she wasn't moving or getting out of bed yet. Okay. She still had a breathing tube in her trachea, and she was still pending further surgical interventions.
What is the trachea?
So the tracheostomy tube is a tube that we put in someone's trachea when they've been on the breathing machine or the ventilator for prolonged periods of time, where it's not safe enough to just take the tube out. So we make a breathing tube for them that goes into their trachea.
Okay, so when you started treating Ms. Torres in July 2024, how many times a week would you visit with her?
I saw her on rounds every day that I was at work, so at least 5 days a week.
5 days a week, and that continued for how long?
Every day that I was at work, and that she was still in the hospital. So through her discharge, May 30th, aside from the 2 times that she was discharged from the hospital, then I would see her in clinic.
Yeah, Ms. Torres testified that she was released from the hospital May 30th of 2025. So about, if you can tell the jury, you dealt with Erica, you visited with her, you treated her, you even prescribed medicine for how long in those until May 30th of 2025?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day that I was there, I would see her.
Okay, and so you know her progression pretty much from June or July 2024 all the way to May 30th, 2025.
I know it very well, yes.
And have you met with her after she was released on May 30th, 2025?
Yes, I've met with her at the hospital once or twice, I believe.
Okay, are you still gonna be treating her?
Yes, so she's supposed to follow up with us still to continue her care.
Okay, so the jury already found the defendant guilty of ag assault. They already established that it was serious bodily injury. What can you tell the jury about any long-term effects that Ms. Erica Torres might have from this point on to the future? So
since discharge from hospital, she's been referred to a gastroenterologist. Ms. Torres has about less than 150 centimeters of her small intestine. The average for an adult person is anywhere from 300 to 800. So she has a very limited amount of small bowel.
Okay, and how can that affect her? Only having 105 centimeters of her small intestine.
So your small intestine is where the majority of your nutrients and certain medications work on the small intestine. So she's at high risk for malnutrition, and certain medications that she takes will not be working for her the way that they would for a normal person.
Okay, you testify malnutrition. What does that mean?
That means that we eat in the same manner that people that have a full small bowel do.
Okay, and how can that affect her in the future?
She may have a hard time maintaining her weight, diet tolerance. She may not eat certain foods the way that we do. And she can also not be able to get the same medications that we get and get the same effect from them.
Remember. Judge, approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you state exhibit, 49 through 51. And you testified earlier that you've seen her since July 2024, so you're familiar with her injuries
Correct.
when she was in the hospital. Okay. I'm gonna show you state exhibit 51, 50, and 49. These pictures were taken on Sunday, July 27th. Have you seen Erica like this?
Yes, I saw when that wound was actually completely open.
Are you talking about this one?
No, the one on her flank. Yes. So that was actually an open wound. That's a split thickness skin graft. That's a wound that we made by taking skin from her thigh and transplanting it to her flank so that it can actually cover. And that's what it looks like healed.
Healed.
Yes, that's a healed skin graft, correct.
Can this ever look better?
There's certain surgical procedures that patients may have after getting a skin graft to help it not look as scarred down, but these are not an option for her.
Why not?
Because she's too high risk of a patient because she's had multiple abdominal surgeries.
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to show you state exhibit number 50. You recognize this injury from Ms. Torres?
Yes. So that is her, I believe, right side. So she had wounds on both of her flanks, the right and the left. She had developed a flesh-eating bacteria when she was initially in the intensive care unit that required her to go to the operating room multiple times to help cut away all of that muscle that was necrotic.
Do you remember the timeline of that?
That was when she first came in. I believe that was in early June. She was still in the ICU, but when she was down in the acute care unit with me, we were still sending her back to the operating room for washouts of that.
Can Ms. Torres ever fix this?
No, it's not recommended that she have any other surgeries to her abdomen.
And for the same reason, because of her skin?
Correct, because she could get really sick. She's at high risk for any surgeon that goes in there can nick her bowel and cause the same injuries that she had before.
I didn't show you state exhibit number 51. Again, this picture was taken on July 27th, Sunday before trial. You also recognize this?
Correct. That's her midline of her abdomen. She had, I believe, at least 3 exploratory laparotomies. And then her most recent time that we opened that wound was on April 15th for her takedown of her fistula that she developed.
And what is that?
So Ms. Torres developed what's called an enterocutaneous fistula, meaning that there was a portion of her bowel that was communicating to the outside of her skin. So anytime that she would eat or drink anything, her gastric contents would actually come out. So it wouldn't make its way down the entire intestine. So she wasn't able to absorb any of the food. And the only way that we were able to treat that is to keep her from eating anything by mouth. So she was not allowed to eat anything by mouth for at least 6 months.
Until April 2025.
Correct.
And Ms. Torres also testified about this little thing that she has. Can you tell the jury what this is?
That's the remainder of the wound that she has from her surgery in April. That wound actually extended all the way down to the bottom of her abdomen. And we did what are called wound vac changes, where we would take a vacuum to help close it up. And that was getting changed 3 times a day at the bed, or 3 times a week at the bedside. This is the remainder of an opening that hasn't closed yet.
Do you think that opening is going to close soon, or it's going to be there for a while?
It's hard to tell. It should be closing, but as of right now, we're just having a difficult time getting it to close completely.
Okay. again, another question. Can Ms. Erica Torres get plastic surgery so she can fix her abdomen?
We have recommended that she's not a good surgical candidate for that.
And Mr. Martinez, does this look normal to you?
It does, in comparison to a normal person, absolutely not.
Mr. Martinez, you also testified about the risk of malnutrition. Can you describe what you mean by that?
So she cannot eat the same types or amounts of food that a person without her injuries is able to. So she gets nauseous very easily. We've advised her from having big meals, so she usually takes very small meals. So the amount of food that she eats is very limited.
Okay.
Therefore, she won't have the kind of nutrition that a normal person would have. So if she continues to be nauseous, she'll have a difficult time eating those foods.
And can that change in the near future? It's
Very unlikely because you cannot grow more small bowel and you cannot get a small bowel transplant.
Okay.
So this is an anatomical issue that she has that's not going to change.
What about disease processes? Can you please tell the jury what that is?
So if she were to develop, with her age advancement, if she were to develop diabetes or high blood pressure, she may be a little bit more difficult to manage than a normal person because a lot of these medications work on specific parts of your small bowel. So because she has...
And what do you mean by small bowel? What is that?
Her small intestine.
Okay.
So Erica has a very small amount of small intestine. And if she develops high blood pressure or diabetes, the medications that are used to treat those will not work on her the way that they would work on somebody that has the full extent of their small intestine because they work specifically in that portion of the bowel.
Okay, so she'll be limited in taking all that.
She'll have
medicine.
more limited options, correct.
Okay.
And specifically for any medications that say extended release, those medications require their extended release. So they go through the entire bowel, small and large intestine, and they require a lot more time for absorption. So she's just not going to absorb what she needs out of those medications.
And that is important in case she does develop high blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes.
Correct.
It's not going to work the same as like a regular person.
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Erica Torres also testified about having PTSD. Did you treat her for PTSD?
We actually consulted our psychiatry team that's in the hospital for the PTSD.
Did you prescribe any medicine to her about?
Yes, they recommended medications. Unfortunately, during the initial portion of her hospitalization, when we weren't allowing her to have anything to eat or drink, the medications that were available to her were not an option for her because they were in pill form. So we had very limited options that were able to be given to her through her vein because that's all we were using at the time.
And just for the record, please describe to the jury what PTSD is.
It's a post-traumatic stress disorder. After somebody has a traumatic event, they can develop signs and symptoms of reliving the situation, but also can be extremely anxious, paranoid. Some of these actually, which happened to Ms. Torres, they can actually be seen physically. So she would become extremely nauseous whenever she was asked about why she was in the hospital or what happened prior to her being in the hospital.
Okay, so let's go back to when she was in the hospital. You testified that you treated her for about maybe 11 months, from July to May 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you saw Erica and the progression of her injuries and her, I guess, willingness or her will to live, can you comment on that? What you experienced, what you personally observed from Erica Torres?
She was definitely very determined. So she, whenever we asked her to, get out of bed, and even if she was feeling weak or she was feeling tired, she would make it a point to get out of bed, and then she would try to even walk more. She never wore a gown. She always wanted to be in her own clothes.
Okay.
She had visitors. She would get her nails done at the hospital because she was there forever. So she would have a friend come and do them for her. She was trying to, in my opinion, was trying to be as normal as possible after being in the hospital for almost a year.
And let me ask you, I guess, a follow-up question on that. Will she ever be normal again?
In comparison to a person that...
A normal person?
No.
She also testified that she can only lift about 10 pounds right now.
Correct.
Is that going to change in the future, or she's always going to be limited?
She's always going to be limited. She shouldn't be moving a couch or picking up anything super heavy.
And based on the injuries that Ms. Torres sustained, do you think she can get pregnant, on your medical opinion?
I would say no, but I would probably defer that question to
fair.
A gyne expert.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Just a few questions. What's your last name again?
Martinez.
Mr. Martinez. Is there medication that she can use that can be absorbed through the skin, like some compounding medications?
It depends on what medications you're asking for. So there are some transdermal medications, but it just depends on which ones and what you want them for.
Okay. And as you see her today, is she malnourished?
She is not eating as much as she should, yes. So she actually has an appointment with a gastroenterologist next month.
So she should be gaining more weight at this time, is what you're saying?
Weight is not something that we use very much as far as malnourishment or not. She would need to get labs drawn to see what her nutrition labs are looking like.
And there's other ways she can get nutrition?
We treated her to have nutrition, which is not optimal, but it was the only option that we had at the time. She was having to get nutrition to her vein. But that's a very high risk because it can also cause liver damage, which in some cases for her, it actually did.
That's all I have, Judge.
No further questions.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
That's correct. Not from the defense.
Okay, I don't hear anybody asking for recall, so you're excused not to come back for it. Thank you. Your next witness.
Ms. Erica Torres, Judge.
Okay, then go ahead and have a seat. You've been previously sworn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Erica.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Okay.
Erica, I want to start off by asking, how have the actions done by the defendant on June 1st, 2024 affected you?
I have lack of nutrition. I usually am always weak. I have a lot of scars, a lot of pain. Pain is usually internally, my stomach.
Oh, okay, well, I guess, so it seems like a lot. I guess let's start with the physical first, all right? And if you will, if we can start from the head down, okay? What type of injuries did you have to get treated because of what Mr. Delgado did?
Well, I have a hole left from the trach.
It's just there. And then one of the bullets went through my dominant left hand.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I took it.
You took this photo?
I took the screenshot of my x-ray.
And it's a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I'll tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 53.
Judge, I don't think I received these medical records in discovery, so I'm objecting. Unless they're in discovery, we can use them.
They are in discovery.
Okay, which ones are they?
They're tendered to you.
Judge, I don't remember seeing this in discovery. Also, I object.
Were they tendered?
Yes, Your Honor, they were tendered. We tendered him a hard drive with all the pieces of evidence we had. This was on that hard drive.
Okay, well, I guess if you're sure, as an officer of the court, I'll overrule the objection. You may proceed to admit it.
Thank you. Provisional published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Erica, what are we looking at here?
That is my left hand. In between my middle finger and index finger, you will see small little dots in between the two knuckles. Those.
Now let me stop you there. Are they?
Well, there's bullet fragments right there, and as well in between the hand.
So
like
is this right here?
Yes.
And this little dot right here?
Yes, and then that one as well. That as well, and then in between the two middle fingers, that little white line that's in between, those are bullet fragments as well.
Okay, and which hand is this?
This is my left hand. It's my dominant hand.
And where are those fragments today?
They're still in my hand. They cannot be removed. If removed, they would cause a lot more damage.
What kind of damage?
Probably not being able to function correctly. At the moment, I'm able to move my hands, but I have no sensation in these three fingers. I have multiple pain always radiating up to my arm, down all the way to my neck, due to the fragments and the damage that is to my nerves on my hand.
And do you have a hole here?
Yes, I have a hole and I have a scar.
Thank you. Have you regained confidence in that hand?
No, I have not.
And you said that that was your dominant hand?
Yes,
So are you able to write today?
I'm able to write, not as legible, and I'm unable to hold a pen or pencil completely.
Okay. Now, where else were you injured?
I have a lot of injuries on my abdomen. There's just multiple injuries. I have multiple surgeries. I had a hole with my intestine out. With the intestine being out, it had a fistula, which is a hole.
Now, real quick, you said you had a hole. How long did you have that hole?
I still have it. It still hasn't completely healed.
Okay. Now, and you were talking about what was it?
A fistula. It's a hole. The fistula was located in my stomach. So all the acid that our stomach has to break down foods was spilling out through there. Anything that I would intake, as in water, anything to drink, food, medications, anything was coming out through that hole. Drainage was every day. I was stuck to a wall suction, and it suctioned out every day what I was spitting. For the first couple of months, I was usually stuck in bed. Due to being in bed for such a long time, I had to relearn how to walk as well.
Okay, but let's move back a little bit. So you said you weren't able to, were you able to eat food?
No, I wasn't able to eat food at all while I was there at the hospital, nor drink anything.
Okay, and how long were you not able to eat food for?
For almost a whole year.
And not being able to eat food, how did that affect you?
It emotionally and mentally, it's really, really hard. It's like as if somebody's depriving you from everything.
And did it affect you physically in any shape or form?
It did. I was underweight. I had no muscle. I had no muscle. My hair was falling out. My teeth were hurting constantly. I would eat to keep nutrition. It was through an IV in my arm. That was like that for like 11 months. And Monday, 3 times out of the week, I had wound care, which were dressings that they would come in and remove all the dressings, all the tape, everything that they had, wash, clean, everything they needed to do to keep this area from getting infected again. Doing that and being on the meds that they had me on, I felt everything. I felt every tug, every pull, my skin burning. I would always ask myself, like, why? Like, why am I having to go through this? And why is it that I'm surviving all of this?
You mentioned skin burning. What do you mean your skin was burning?
That hole that I had, the acid that would fall out, sometimes it was so much that it wasn't able to suction out. And because of that, so it would sit in the pocket and around my skin around the hole would burn, like burn off.
Now, what injuries, if any, did you receive below your waistline?
A double compound fracture on my right foot.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a screenshot that I took.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense State's Exhibit 54 for inspection and any objection.
Objection, Judge.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
That is my right foot. It's a complete break.
Is that where it's circled there?
Yes.
So that's the complete break you're speaking of?
Yes. And I have rods, screws, and I have a plate.
So you have and where is this plate and rods and screws currently today?
Still in my foot. I will be unable to remove them. I have to keep them on like forever.
Why is that?
Because that piece right there that is broken,
This piece?
yes, does not heal. So the screws and rods and metal keep my foot together.
Has that affected your mobility in any way?
Yes, I am able to walk. I cannot wear certain shoes. My foot always is swollen. It's always in pain. I do walk. Walking is only minimal. Can't walk for a long time. At the moment, I cannot run and I cannot jump. I'm unable to lift anything more than 10 pounds.
Now, earlier you testified that you had to relearn to walk. How long did it take you to become mobile after this accident?
Without any assistance or using a walker or anything, would be around the time in January, maybe February. And it was very minimal.
And this is
of 2025.
of 2025?
Mhm.
And what would you think during your mobility recovery?
I didn't see it ending. I didn't see an ending. There was always something new, always another complication. There was always another hurdle to have to go. It feels like it's a never ending hurdle with all these injuries.
At any point in time, did you ever want to give up or feel hopeless?
Yes. Yes, I did multiple times. I started losing sleep over it. I don't have sleeping, like I have insomnia because it's constant. Like I said, always in pain. It's always just a reminder of everything that I have to go through the next day. And the next day is always a hurdle to have to just get up itself.
What would you say was the length of your recovery?
I'm still in recovery. I'm never gonna be done with recovery. I have short gut syndrome. I don't absorb foods, liquids correctly. I cannot, I don't have energy throughout my day. Just simply walking around, going upstairs or going downstairs, it's a struggle. It is.
And you mentioned that you will always be in your recovery. Are you still being treated for your injuries today?
Yes, I still am. I am seeing multiple doctors at the moment.
What medications are you currently on?
At the moment, I'm taking a Protonix. I'm taking Lyrica, Zoloft, Seroquel for sleep, and I take a Gatix. It's an injection that has to be taken every day, and that helps with some of the absorption in food that I can intake throughout my day.
Did you have to take a Gatix today?
Yes, every morning.
Did you ever have any complications while you were in the hospital?
No, I was a healthy 31-year-old with no
I'm
complications.
sorry. Did you ever have complications while you were in the hospital?
Yes, multiple complications.
What kind?
From what I've understood, it was always one thing after another at the beginning of the stay. After they were able to stable me and kind of figure out, it was always day to day. It wasn't, oh, we're going to do this because this is a long period of time. No, we had to wait day by day. Surgeries were not planned ahead of time. Surgeries were literally planned within like just days just to see how I was.
How has your life changed emotionally? How has this affected your mental state?
I've never had anxiety. I never felt depression. And it's just an absolute horrible feeling. PTSD is even worse. You lose sometimes time. You're just sitting there and you're just thinking, and it's playing over and over in your head. And you're trying to get out of it and you can't. And you just sit there. It's kind of like if you feel numb and you're trying to wake up from it and you can't. So mentally, I'm constantly struggling.
Prior to this, were you on any of these medications?
None. I was healthy, 31, no broken bones, no medications.
How have the actions of Mr. Delgado affected your family?
It's affected everybody very differently. My parents had to start preparing for choices that I really do not believe any parent should have to. make my daughters, they're so innocent. They have an insane mind, and they're so scared. I can't even leave a room sometimes. My oldest was not even present at the time, and she is terrified to leave me alone. She tracks my every move because she is terrified that her mom isn't gonna come home. How am I supposed to explain something like that to an 11-year-old? And then I have my baby. How is she supposed to see her dad, her biological father, do what he did? How is she supposed to explain that? How is she supposed to go to school and be around kids that might know what's going on? My daughter's innocence have been taken away, and they were taken away by her father. My children should not be going through this. This is horrible.
Can you do any of the things that you used to enjoy prior to this accident?
At the moment, I'm not able to.
Like what? What can't you do?
We would always be either out at the ranch riding. I cannot ride horses right now, so my daughters have to do it on their own. We used to go to the gym a lot together, all three of us. Swimming, they love swimming. I cannot get into a pool at the moment. Simply driving. I mean, right now, my mom and I, we watch the girls together and stuff, but my mom sometimes does have to go to work. If they want to go somewhere, they have to wait because I'm not able to drive.
Why can't you drive?
Because my doctors are not allowing me to drive due to the PTSD that I have and the trauma that I have. It's not safe, and as well, my abdomen is still open, so they do not think it's safe for me to be conducting a vehicle.
Would you say that you're able to live your life normally?
No. I'm not able to. I used to be very carefree. I was never aware of my surroundings. I really never believed anything bad would happen. And now I am constantly looking at the cameras in our house. I am terrified when people come to the door. I do not like any confrontation at all with anybody. I literally shut down and don't say nothing. Like, it's a horror. It's just horrible. Like, my sense of feeling safe and secure is already taken away.
Are you able to carry your daughters?
No. Like I said, I'm not able to lift 10 pounds or more. So I haven't been able to carry my baby at all for the past year.
Erica, how do you feel here sitting in court today?
I am nervous. I'm just really, really nervous. I want justice. I've had to pay for my wrongdoings. I've had to appear in court. I've had to deal with all the wrongdoings that I've done. I want justice for myself too. I may not have outcried many other times that I could have, but this isn't supposed to happen. My life was not supposed to be in his hands. He's not God.
Do you believe that Billy Delgado gave you a life sentence of pain and suffering?
Yeah, he did. He did. He gave me a life sentencing, and he didn't just give it to me, but like I said, he gave it to my daughters, gave it to my family and my friends.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Torres,
Mhm.
the jury is here to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence, right? Which will probably include a prison sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you have experience being in jail. Did you have a very pleasant experience while you were there?
No.
Back in 2012, you were booked into the Laredo Police Department for assaulting a family member. How many days in jail did you do for that?
I was not in jail. I was in there for 6 hours.
Okay, so you paid for that one by 6 hours.
Mhm.
Okay. In 2016, you were assaulted for an assault causing bodily injury. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No.
None?
In 2016. In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. In 2012, I did not get arrested in 2012.
Isn't that the one with your brother?
No.
Which one was that one?
That has to be in either 2013. 2016 has to be the one with my brother. I never got arrested in 2012.
What about the accident involving damage, driving while intoxicated, and resisting arrest? Is that you?
Yes, I did get arrested for that.
That was 2023?
Yes.
And what happened in that case?
I'm sorry?
What happened in that case?
It's still pending.
Okay. Yeah. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
6 hours.
And the one for your brother was 6 hours.
I was in the holding cells.
What about the 2023 assault causing bodily injury?
Yes, I did 6 hours as well.
And the Department of Public Safety arrest for assault causing bodily injury in November 14, 2023. How many assault cases do you have, Eric? I'm sorry, I think I lost track.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Suspend.
Let me see. 11/14. 11/14, okay. Erica, I think I missed one. The assault that you had in Bexar County, that was what month was that? Do you remember?
No, I'm not aware what month.
Remember the year?
22?
Hmm?
22?
22? You already testified that you were on deferred adjudication for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, do you think all those assaults and records that you have, do you think that Did that play into anything about this case?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I have in this witness, Judge.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Randy, don't see the program, what else is free call? This is what it stands for. Next witness.
State rest, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. We're seeing. Start off with Miss Vanessa. Okay, Megan Bagwell.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause to be the truth, so help you God. So sit down. Have a seat.
Miss Bagwell, can you give us your complete name, please?
Megan Lee Bagwell,
Okay, and where do you reside, ma'am?
Burleson, Texas.
Okay, and how do you know Mr. Delgado here sitting next to me?
I'm the mother of his firstborn child.
Okay, so you had a relationship for some time?
Yes, for 5 years.
Okay. Do you know him to be a dangerous person?
Not at all.
I mean, do you, you have one child together, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you manage the visitation periods with Mr. Delgado?
Because he does live or lived in Laredo, he would get him for holidays for 1 month during the summer, the standard custody agreement.
Okay, and does his son enjoy visiting with him?
Absolutely.
Okay, do you encourage the visitation?
I do.
Okay, do you consider yourself to be a good mother?
I do.
Okay. If Mr. Delgado was a dangerous person, you wouldn't allow him to see your son, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay, but you've never seen any tendency like that? You've never had any interactions with your son to cause you to be scared of your child being alone with Mr. Delgado?
No, my son adores him.
Now, we're here because the jury sitting over there is going to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence. Okay? We don't know what they're going to do. They have a wide range of punishment. You heard you've heard some of the conversations with the injuries and all this stuff. I mean, does this scare you if Mr. Delgado was alone with you, that he would shoot you or something like this?
No, he would never do that to me.
If he has a prolonged absence from seeing your son, you think it's going to affect his the relationship?
Yes.
It's going to affect your son's life?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. How old is your son?
11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the jury sentences him to 5 years, you won't see him until he's 16, right?
Correct.
Sends him to 10 years, you won't see him until he's 21.
Correct.
And by that time, he's all the important information that he should be receiving from his father. When he's a growing young man, he's going to miss out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any memories of that you spent together with Mr. Delgado and your son? Any good memories?
A million.
You want to share one with us?
There's too many. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but my son enjoys talking to his dad, spending time with him. Okay. When we were together, we were a family. We had our regular fights that normal people have, and the fights that they would have were not normal. They were extremely unhealthy, extremely toxic. And I would tell both of them, that it wasn't right.
Okay, but when you had argument, when you were in a relationship with Billy, you argued, right?
Yeah, we had discussions and we would sit down and talk about what and why and how we could fix it.
You didn't throw a weight at him, did you?
No.
Would you like to see Mr. Delgado be able to try to lead a productive life and repay whatever he owes and restitution to Ms. Torres?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Objection, asking the question, Your Honor. You can't ask for a specific punishment as to the witness judge.
Okay, would you like him to continue to support his son and be a good father to him?
Yes, I would like for him to be in my son's life.
Is that what you're telling the jury here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's all I have for Ms. Beck.
Yes, Your Honor. You said that you had a child with Billy Delgado?
Correct.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Mr. Delgado?
Correct.
How long were you all in a relationship for?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
When was that?
It began in 2012 and ended in 2018.
Okay. In 2018?
Yes.
That's when he started dating Erica, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he left you for Erica?
No.
Why did y'all separate?
We were just young and weren't a good fit for each other, and we would rather co-parent and be cordial with each other than continue to try to have a relationship that we knew wasn't going to work.
Does Mr. Delgado pay you child support?
He does.
Has he paid you child support in the last year?
No, he's been incarcerated.
And you said that y'all were not a good fit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider the actions of Mr. Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times dangerous?
Yes.
You would consider him a dangerous person?
No, I consider what he did dangerous. I don't think he is a dangerous person.
But you would agree with that what he did that day was wrong?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that what he did that day was a poor example for his son?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Clear questions, Judge. Fine.
Okay, Ben, you step down. You're not subject to recall. You can stay in the courtroom or you're free to leave. Thank you. Next one.
Next one, Judge, is Jeanette Coronado. Jeanette Coronado?
She's outside.
Good afternoon, Ms. Coronado. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat over here. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Coronado, can you please give us your full name?
Señora Coronado, diga su nombre completo.
Janet Alvarado.
You can speak a little English, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you feel more comfortable in Spanish?
¿Se siente más a gusto usted en español?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, how long have you known Billy?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted conociendo a Billy?
Llevo de conocerlo aproximadamente 23 años.
I've been known him for approximately 23 years.
And what would be the reason that you know him?
¿Cuál es la razón por la cual lo conoce?
La mamá de él es mi amiga.
His mom is my friend.
And so you've known him for 23 years. So I guess he's 30 something. You saw him actually grow up to be a man, right?
Sí,
Entonces, si tiene 23 años de conocerlo, él hace como 30, ya tiene como más de 30, entonces usted prácticamente lo vio crecer.
sí.
Yes.
Did she ever exhibit behavior like he's been accused of here?
¿Alguna vez él mostró algún comportamiento como el que se está escuchando aquí hoy?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Do you trust him around your children?
Claro que sí.
¿Usted se siente a gusto con él en presente de sus hijos?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Okay. Do you work for Ms. Delgado?
¿Usted trabaja para la señora Delgado?
Sí.
Yes.
And how long have you worked for?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva trabajando con ella?
Ya 9 años.
Almost 9 years.
Antes de eso trabajé con ella en el 2003,
Before I worked with her in 2003,
donde ella era mi gerente. Ella era la branch manager.
where she was the branch manager.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet Erica Torres?
¿Usted tuvo la oportunidad de conocer a Erica Torres?
Sí.
Yes.
And how was that you met her?
¿Cómo fue que la conoció?
Por Billy. Por Billy, porque era la novia de Billy.
Through Billy, because she was Billy's girlfriend.
Okay. Did she ever work same place you were working at?
¿Trabajó ella en el mismo lugar donde usted trabajaba?
Aplicó para trabajar conmigo, pero no trabajó. No.
She applied to work with us, but she didn't work.
Have you ever had any conversations with her?
¿Ha tenido usted conversaciones con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And when was this?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Aproximadamente tuve una conversación en la cual me gustaría expresarla. Fue el año pasado, antes de que pasara todo esto, en la oficina. Ella fue a recoger un cheque y durante la plática yo le comenté, Billy se había ido fuera de la ciudad y yo le comenté que sí estaba triste porque él se había ido. Y ella me...
I did have a conversation with her. This was about last year. Before, she went to the office to pick up a check, and I had a conversation with her. And because Billy had left, I asked her if she was sad because he had left.
Objection, hearsay.
So you had a conversation where you discussed Mr. Delgado leaving?
Tuvieron una conversación donde el señor Delgado se había ido.
Objection, hearsay.
Did Erica ever go and talk to you in person?
Objection to hearsay.
So yes or no? Overall.
Erika fue a hablar con usted en persona.
Sí, ese día donde como me comentó de
Objection to
que...
hearsay, Your Honor.
Judge, she hasn't responded yet. How can it be
You're saying
hearsay?
yes, and she's saying that she's gonna say it in Spanish, Judge. I can understand it. She's saying that she's
So it's a
calling.
yes or no. Did she talk to her? She said yes, so let's move on.
Ms. Coronado, did Erica exhibit any type of aggressive behavior around you?
Señora Coronado, la señora Erika en un momento demostró algún comportamiento agresivo.
Una vez me comentó de que...
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any aggressive behavior or just she told you about it?
¿Usted vio comportamiento agresivo o ella le dijo de este?
Ella me dijo.
Objection to hearsay.
Okay, ma'am, what I'd like for you to do
Lo que quiero que
is
usted haga
not repeat anything
es que no repita
that someone else said
nada
to
que alguien
you,
más haya dicho.
Okay,
unless
good.
I tell you it's okay. Understood?
A menos
Yes.
que yo le diga que está bien entendido.
Let's proceed.
During the 23 years that you've known Billy, have you spent a lot of time around him?
Cuando en los 23 años que conoció a Billy, ¿usted pasaba tiempo cerca de ella?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know him to be a very respectful man?
¿Usted conoce que él es un hombre muy respetable?
Sí.
You
Yes.
know him to be a very peaceful man?
¿Que es
Sí.
un hombre muy pacífico?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had any issues where he becomes aggressive toward somebody that you know or yourself?
¿Alguna vez él ha sido muy agresivo con alguien que usted conoce o con usted?
No, para nada.
No, nothing.
Have you seen him interact with his children?
¿Alguna vez lo ha visto interactuar con sus niños?
Sí.
Yes.
And what's your opinion on how he interacts with his children?
¿Cuál es su opinión? ¿Cómo interactúa con ellos?
Es muy cariñoso, responsable. cuidadoso, excelente padre.
He takes care of them. He's very responsible.
Have you seen Erica interact with her child, Esmeralda?
¿Ha visto usted a Erika interactuar con su hija Esmeralda?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Does she act in a normal fashion around the times that you've seen her?
Las
As
veces
a
que usted
mother?
la ha visto, ella se comporta de una manera normal,
Descuidada como madre.
careless as a mom.
Ma'am, if Billy's sentenced to prison and once he's released, are you going to help him get back, try to help him reintegrate into society?
Si a Billy entra a la cárcel y a él lo dejan en libertad, ¿usted lo va a ayudar a tratar de que él se reintegre en la sociedad?
Tiene todo mi apoyo.
He has all my support.
Okay. So it's not going to bother you, or you won't be scared if he becomes your neighbor. He's a convicted felon now, right? He's going to lose a lot of his rights. And he lives next to you. Are you going to be scared of a convicted felon coming out of prison is living next to you? It's Billy Delgado.
¿No le va a molestar que el señor Billy Delgado va a ser una persona que haya estado como hombre condenado y vaya a estar viviendo enseguida de usted, que va a perder todos sus derechos?
No, incluso está mi casa para que viva.
No, in fact, he has my house to live.
That's all I have of this witness, Judge.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act?
Señora Alvarado, ¿usted cree que el hecho de que el señor Billy Delgado haya disparado a Erika 10 veces el día 1 de junio de 2024 fue un acto bueno?
Como mamá no sé qué acción, cómo yo respondería al decirme que uno de mis hijos fue dañado así. Y no fue la primera vez, o sea, no era la primera vez.
As a mom, I would not know how to answer if this was not the first time.
So this is not the first time he's fired a weapon at somebody?
Esta no es la primera vez que él le dispara a alguien.
No era la primera vez que escuchábamos que la niña había sido dañada.
It was not the first time that we heard that the child had been hurt.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. That wasn't the question I asked. But I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that the actions of Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on the date of June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act? Do you believe that it was dangerous, yes or no?
Le voy a hacer la pregunta nuevamente. ¿Usted cree que las acciones del señor Billy Delgado el día 1 de junio es una acción peligrosa, sí o no?
Peligrosa no es. Peligrosa lo es. En parte, como mamá lo vuelvo a repetir.
It's a yes or no question.
Es una pregunta de un sí o un no.
No. Sí fue.
No,
sí fue.
all right, no.
Sí fue.
Objection, Your Honor, it's not responsive.
¿Cuál es la pregunta?
What is the question?
¿Sí fue peligrosa?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm not asking a question. She's testifying. She's already answered that it wasn't dangerous.
Hold on for another question, please, ma'am.
Espera que se le haga otra
Do you have
pregunta.
another question?
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the prosecutor didn't let you answer the question. Can I ask it again for you, please? Okay, he wants to know if shooting Erica was a dangerous
It was.
act.
Yes.
Yes or no? It is? Okay. They seem to be concentrating on trying to either have people say it's not dangerous, but you understand shooting someone is dangerous, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that is not in conformity to Billy's character. That's all I have, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you can step down and you're not subject to recall. You're free to leave.
Puede bajarse, se puede meter, o puede quedarse.
Benicia Flores.
Are you sworn? Yes. Yes, ma'am, you were previously sworn in the case. You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Ms. Torres, can you please give us your full name again?
Venecia Flores?
Valencia, you are Billy's aunt, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so you've known him all his life?
yes,
You saw him grow up?
I did. I
Turn
grew
into a
up with
man?
him.
Okay. You've helped out in
Yes.
raising him, I guess?
Yes, I was 8 when he was born. So I remember meeting him for the first time. We grew up together. And then, I became an adult and understood the role of an aunt and took it on from there and, helped whenever I could to guide him, love him, protect him, be by his side.
So that, actually, it could have been like your little brother.
Yes.
And you know about this case, you've already testified, you've seen I don't know if you've seen the photos or not. It's a serious case. You know Mr. Delgado for a long time. Is this what Billy's about?
No,
Does he act in conformity to what, like this, shooting people?
no.
You helped out also whenever his children needed daycare stuff, you took care of them?
I did whenever they needed help. If one of them was working or they wanted to go out, the girls would come over to my house.
Okay. And there was multiple times where you arrived at the scene after they had an altercation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that? What did you do to help out?
I think I would be called to kind of help, calm the situation, talk to either Erica or Billy, depending on what was going on, kind of, just see what the situation was and how I could help either Billy, Erica, or the girls.
Okay. And at times you have to take care of the kids and bring them home?
Yes.
Or Billy or?
Yes.
The jury sitting over there, they're going to determine, how many years Billy goes to prison. Okay. Once Billy's released, are you going to participate, try to help him get back integrated to society?
Absolutely. I will always be there for my nephew.
Okay, but he's he's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The state's trying to make him out to be a very dangerous person. Are you going to be okay if he lives with you or he lives with you next to you?
I would, absolutely. Actually, he was out on bond and he stayed at my house for, part of the time that he was out. My doors will always be open. Billy, to me, is not a dangerous individual. If anything, he's the opposite. He's always been a loving kid, a loving man, a family man. Loves hanging out with the family. Of course, things changed when he got with Erica, and I feel like they removed themselves a little from coming around family. But prior to that, he was all about hanging out and just having a good time and always wanting to be around us and just loving. I've never known Billy to want to hurt someone. I've never seen him harm anyone. I mean, you can ask anyone who's grown up with him or been around him. You can ask my best friends who have known him for as long as, they've been around my life, which has been a long time, and they consider him their own nephews too. And I know that they would help him into society as well. I've always seen him with a heart of gold. I'm not just saying this today. I've said it many times to people. Billy's always checked in on family. When he comes over to my house, Thea, how can I help you? What do you need fixing? Do you want me to mow your yard for you? You need any light bulbs changed? The simple things. Mm-hmm. He's always been a loving kid and man, and I love him to death, and I would do anything for him, and I would help him get back into society. And I do plan to help him, and I'm sure he will look for me when it's time. And I will be there alongside his mom and my other family members to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. I know that he loved Erica, and I know that he would never want to harm Erica. She is the mother of his children.
whom my family loves very much. And we took Erica in. We loved her and we were all good to her. We helped her, even when they would fight, even when she would.
No objection there, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and describe about taking care of Erica.
You know, if they ever had a disagreement and Erica called me, I answered the phone and I was there for her. If you know, she just needed to vent. I mean, I never thought that their relationship was healthy, and I was honest with both of them about it. I told them many times, you guys need to leave each other. This is not healthy, and my nieces are growing up in that house and they're watching this. I don't ever want them to think that it is okay for someone to lay their hands on someone that they say that they love.
Okay.
That is not right. I don't want those little girls to think that that is normal, because it is not.
Do you, you've taken care of both Mr. Delgado's son and his daughter, right? Have you taken care of the kids?
Yes, Izzy, Bella, and Emmy.
And Amy? Since this incident happened, have you seen Amy?
It's going to be about a year. I have seen her since. The last time I saw her was on her birthday weekend. She was able to go to San Antonio and we celebrated her, and that's been the last time that we've seen her.
When was that?
September, probably the second weekend of September.
Okay, so we're in July.
Yeah, it's going on a year.
Almost a year. Okay. Have you seen his son?
Izzy, yes, I see him as often as I can. He lives in Burleson, but when he has games or birthdays, we're there.
Will you help him? I know he's gonna, if he comes out, he's not gonna have a whole lot of money. You'll probably have some, opportunity to get an education in prison and stuff, but will you help him find a job?
Absolutely. He has my house till he can get on his feet. He has a welding certificate, so I know he can go look for a job. He will obviously have a record, so it might be a little difficult, but we will be there to see him get on his feet, because I know he's not a harm to society, and I know that he can be contribute to society.
All right, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
Thank you.
I think the state may have some questions.
Then we have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Is Ms. Flores?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Flores, do you believe that Billy's acts against Erica Torres on that, you testified earlier that he's not a dangerous individual, but you would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, he was a dangerous individual?
Yes.
You testified that he's not a harm to society, right?
Right.
You would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, shooting a live firearm in a residential area in a neighborhood poses a danger to society, correct?
Yes, sir. But I also believe that.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Manny, the prosecutor cut you off. What's your belief?
I don't believe that this defines Billy. I know he had a lapse in judgment, and it was a serious one. I'm thankful, and we prayed that Erica made it through for the sake of her family and my nieces. But I don't believe that this defines him. I believe that he deserves a second chance to come out into society and contribute and be there for his daughters and his son.
Okay.
And with time, I hope gets forgiveness at some point. I know it's not easy.
Yes, ma'am. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you.
Your next one is?
It would be Miss Vanessa Flores, Judge.
Hopefully you've been sworn in. You do solemnly swear the evidence of the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God. Yes. Please have a seat.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please give us your full name?
Vanessa Flores.
Vanessa, and how are you related to Mr. Delgado?
I'm his aunt.
Aunt? And where do you live?
Right now I live in San Antonio.
Okay, you lived in Laredo before?
Yes, practically my whole life.
You watched Billy grow up?
I was 9 years old when he was born.
So again, just like your sister, you basically were like, he could have been your brother.
Correct.
And during the time that he was growing up, do you ever exhibit behavior like this?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any good times with him and his children?
Yes.
Okay. Did he work? Did he play with his children?
Always tried to keep him entertained.
Okay. Did he do what a normal father does? He protects them, provides for them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You always saw him enjoy their company.
Yes.
Well, Billy now is looking at potentially could be a long prison sentence, and the jury sitting right there, they're the ones that determine. When he comes out, he'll be a convicted felon, won't be able to legally possess a firearm. He won't be able to hold certain jobs. He'll always carry that mark on him that he'll be a felon for the rest of his life. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing all that, will that keep you, prevent you from helping Billy in any way?
No.
Okay. Will you help him get a job, get a place to live? Will you help him do that?
Yes.
Even if he lives with you in San Antonio, but better than returning to Laredo, right?
Correct.
Okay. In the meantime, will you help his children if they become available for you to visit?
Of course. Always.
And right now, there's been no, they haven't attempted to see, have you attempted to see Amy?
We always wanted to see Amy, but it's going to be a year that we haven't been able to have the rights to see her.
Okay. There's a lot of ways to help Mr. Delgado, man. You can help him find a job when he gets out. You can help him, encourage him to get some counseling, things like that. Are you willing to do all that for him?
That and more.
Billy will need a lot of help when he gets out. You agree with me?
Correct.
Okay. And during this time that you saw him grow up, did you ever think something like this would ever happen?
Never.
Okay. I mean, this is a dangerous event, right?
Correct.
Has Billy ever like held a grudge where he hates somebody and you know always doesn't forgive them for things they've done against him?
Never.
Did he change when he started dating Erica?
Yes.
He wasn't the same person.
No, sir.
Okay, so whatever happened in that relationship, it changed him.
Correct.
And what kind of unusual behavior did you notice in him, if you could tell us?
Separating himself from the family.
That was one of them?
Yes.
Anything else?
I wouldn't get those phone calls or those texts with the heart emoji saying, "I love you, punk. How you been, Tia? Do you need anything? Are my cousins okay?" Basic family things that he would call and text.
And you miss all that?
I miss him. I miss it every day.
Well, he's not going to be able to do that for quite some time. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you hope to be reunited and do that again.
Correct.
That's all I have with this witness, Judge.
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, then you can step down and you can have a seat in the courtroom. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to call Ms. Connie Delgado.
Go ahead and have a seat, ma'am. She was previously sworn, still under oath.
Mr. Delgado, can you please give us your name?
My name is Maria Concepcion Delgado.
And you are Billy's mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know a lot about this relationship between Erica and your son.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were present after some of these assaults occurred, correct?
Every single one.
You would have to show up and kind of keep the peace and divide them or whatever you had to do, right?
We did. Her family wasn't around.
Okay. And it was, how many times do you think it was?
Of her putting her hands on my son?
Yes.
I can't count them.
Okay. How many times do you think the police showed up?
More than 2 handfuls, more than 10 times.
A lot of times your son didn't want to go through with pressing charges, right?
Correct.
Okay. And your son, before this relationship and during the relationship, did his character change or his personality?
Yes, sir, it did.
Can you tell us what exactly?
I couldn't understand why my son distanced himself from his family. We are a very close family. And Miss Erica's a narcissist. She can make you believe what she wants you to believe, what she wants you to imagine that she is the one that doesn't do anything. And as a mother, I have 3 boys, and I'd be damned if my boys lay a hand on their girl.
So
They were raised very, very well-mannered.
So this is very upsetting for you because your son did actually a little bit worse than laying hands. He shot a woman, right?
My son that is a parent now, and when a parent hears that the child has been injured or hurt, in the sense of my granddaughter, their response could be driven by instinct, love, or protection.
Right. And the child's actually made an outcry to more than one person, right?
Correct.
But there's going to be justice for Erica, but there never may be justice for Amy, right?
There's never been justice for my son. We have gotten law enforcement involved, and things just lay on people's desk around here, Laredo. And she's told me, with her own words, her family will get her out of anything.
Okay. Well, she's already done, I think, 6 hours, 6 times, 36 hours already in the holding tank. She's felt she's already paid for her errors. Your son's going to be asked to do more than 36 hours. Okay? And that's going to be a difficult situation for you and your family, ma'am. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you going to encourage him to get counseling, to get an education while he's in prison?
My son's thoughts in there have been discussed, and he will continue his education and come out to be the voice of domestic violence for men.
Okay. Will you help him once he's released?
I definitely will. He's got all my support.
Okay. You'll help him find a job, get a place to live?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I know you want to express your rage, but the jury's already made a decision.
Correct.
Okay. Now they're just contemplating how many years they want to send him to prison. Okay. If they send him to prison for a very long time, he will lose his ability to be a parent to his daughter and his son. Will you agree to help his daughter and son?
Most definitely.
Okay.
My granddaughter has been taken from me. Miss Erica did not raise her daughter for the first 3 months of that little girl's life.
Who did?
I did, and my father and my husband. She lived with us for the first 4 months of her life because she is not a good mom.
Where was Erica during that time?
In Dallas, dealing with her emotions.
Okay. Well, she showed a lot of emotions here in trial. They're going to be asking for the jury to sentence your son to prison. Would you like for your son to come out and be able to try to get back into society and get whatever normal life he can?
Yes, sir.
You still want him to have an opportunity to be able to raise his son and daughter?
His son and daughter. I don't think that anybody deserves the right to be taking their daughter away from them when they've caused no harm to their child.
Well, he's already been.
That man loves his little girl. She is his life, just like her son. They are his life. He is a great man.
Objection to narrative, Your Honor. No questions asked.
Sustain if you'll wait for another question.
Ms. Coronado, I mean, your son's already been punished. They were able to obtain a divorce without Erica being present.
Correct.
They were able to obtain protective order lifetime from Emmy.
Protective order against Emmy.
Okay.
Without any
So-
presence.
And right now, as a grandparent, you don't have a visitation with your granddaughter, right?
I don't. His grandma asked me to please not come around or she would charge me with harassment.
So that means you'd have to file your own lawsuit, try to get grandparent access. You
And I will.
I mean, that's your intention, is to try to get some access to your grandchild.
Correct.
Why?
I will go to any extreme to get access to my granddaughter.
Because they already felt it necessary to make sure that he never sees. or
How
gets
can you
close.
hurt a little
Object
girl?
this to relevance, Your Honor.
How can you hurt a little girl's
Objection,
heart
Hold up.
and take her away?
Stop, ma'am. When an objection is made, if you'll.
Oh,
stop,
sorry.
so I can rule on it. Thank you. I'll sustain the objection if you'll ask another question.
Yes. Ma'am, how do you intend to overcome this? Your son's already prohibited from ever seeing his daughter.
Objection as to relevance.
We cry every day for my little girl, and they know how much she means to us. And how? Forget about us and our feelings. How can you do that to my granddaughter, knowing that we are her life and she loves us dearly? How? If you don't care for a toddler's heart and feelings, how human can you be? Just as unhuman as my son was that day.
Well, they're using that child as a tool.
They always have.
And you compare it to what Billy did that day. Is it that bad?
No, but
Objection
we
as
knew
to
it was
relevance, Your
coming.
Honor.
The family fights with each other. The family has a lot of quarrels with each other. The family has a lot of issues with each other. And obviously they don't care to give my granddaughter at least some peace and let her be involved with Billy's family. My husband cries for that little girl every day.
Objection as to narrative.
Does your husband cry for his daughter every day?
Every day. He gets ill every day. And when they hear me say this in this stand today, they know what I mean. That man and that little girl were inseparable. Erica's family never helped her to take care of that little girl. That little girl lived in Laredo.
Object as his narrative, Your Honor.
Where did the little girl live, man?
When she lived here in Laredo, that Erica moved over here and brought her over here. That little girl would be sent to Laredo almost every 10 days so that we can care for her. Over 15 days she'd stay with us because her mother couldn't help her care for her. But now all of a sudden she's got a whole family that can help her care for her.
So you and your husband were the one taking care of this child.
Correct.
Objection
Financially
as to relevance, Your Honor.
and taking care of her. That little girl lived in San Antonio 5 years of her life, practically all the time with or without her mom and dad.
All right, ma'am. That's all we have, Judge.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, you step down, ma'am. You are welcome to stay in the courtroom.
Thank you.
Next witness.
That's all we have, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, both sides have rested and closed their evidence on the punishment phase. We're gonna take a short recess for the afternoon, and we'll bring you back in. Should have the charge ready at that point. So take 15 minutes, remember my instructions. We'll see you in 15. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
I just paused it, guys. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, please. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. There's no audio feed coming from anything else. The only thing that you should be hearing and seeing is me. Okay, Lynn, I got a check mark in there. I got over here. I'm good over here. I'm good over here. Chair dance time. Like break. I got all this stuff going on. Break. Everybody pause. Take a minute. We still in jury deliberations with the Ali trial, and we got the basketball trial, and we over here with sentencing. So I'm telling everybody, just stop, break, right? Everybody stop, take a break, get a glass of water. It's chair dance time, right? I was like, right, OnlyFans, I'm getting it. I'm trying to get it in so you get your nap. Yesterday, I didn't get to do a chair dance. They had me working so hard over here. Shout out to all the mods that's keeping us safe, right? Keeping us safe, keeping all our feelings in check. It's a hard job, right? So let's just be nice. Where's just be nice? I see just be nice. That's right. Let's just be nice. That's right, Carmen. I got all 3 rules. I got all of y'all. Let's just do breathe in and breathe out. Right? We got the chair. Where them dollars at? Where them dollars at? Where them dollars at? Right? Until I get music, I gotta do it all up in my head. Thank you, film. Look, I gotta. Right? I gotta get it all the way together and keep y'all all together. Did we forget it's Friendship Day? Right? No, like it is Friendship Day. We are friends, right? Friends and right? Yeah, let's take a break, right? I tell you, ain't nothing going on nowhere that we can't play again, right? Worst case scenario, we rewind and play it. But yeah, just to update, the Ali trial, they are still in jury deliberation, so no harm, no foul there, right? Y'all know the guy Delgado, the shooting of the 5 times. They are on a short break right now. He was found guilty earlier. The Dennis trial, just for y'all that were, even though they didn't stream that live stream, that Ali trial has started back up. I know it has stopped at 10 hours, but it has started back up there at 10 hours and 16 minutes and 33 seconds for anybody that cares or is following that trial. And as soon as the verdict comes in, we'll be fine. We'll go right in there. Let me make sure this one stopped. Wait a minute, guys. Is that better? Can y'all hear me? I think when I'm playing this when the sound is coming through the courtroom feed, it overpowers my voice and y'all can't hear me. So my bad. I'm learning. So I have to mute it in order to talk to y'all. Right? Hey, Happy One. I like that handle. Between Happy One and Just Be Nice, we gonna all be cool. Yeah, so they are still deliberating, and I guess I don't know how they gonna do this doctor one. You know, I guess they gonna just tell us because it wasn't streamed live. So there we have that in regards to that. And this other trial is on a short break. So I will take everybody back into their respectable trials that they are currently watching. Let's be mindful, and everybody is entitled to their opinion, long as we are respectful. Y'all know YouTube is like sticklers in regards to the M, the K, the L, the Y, the Z. I need a body bag. Oh, that was like, do me, baby. The K. Oh, yeah. See? Right? So y'all know they be all on top of it, right? It ain't my rule because I don't feel like we should be able to use the dictionary. Right? That's right, no man. Like, yeah, like we can agree to disagree, and long as we respectful in regards to it, we are good, right? Because I don't agree with everybody's opinion, and everybody not gonna agree with my opinion, but I can respect everybody, right? That's all. You know, and bow gracefully. Okay, guys. Well, I am taking everybody back into their respective trials that they are currently watching. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to, we're going to have to pause when I want to talk to everybody. Like, that's the one thing about streaming all the different trials, even though I can be in the chat, just so y'all know, I love y'all all dearly. And y'all all mixed up in different rooms. I can't, when I try to talk, I have to pause everything right now until I can figure out how to talk in one room and the other room not hear me and blah, blah, blah. But that's for another day. We gonna wing it while we doing it and we'll figure it out. But right now, hey, go team, go. Right? All right, guys.
if the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. You are instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a trial. We have the final charge. I'm going to read it to you. Once again, you'll have it in the jury room to consult, and you'll have any evidence that was introduced in the punishment phase, as well as all of the evidence that was introduced in the first phase of the trial. Cause number 2025 CRG 0000717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado, charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, the defendant, Billy Delgado, has been found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, as alleged in the indictment. It is necessary that the jury assess the punishment for this offense. You are instructed that the punishment for committing the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of this offense may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you so choose to assess such a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict. If you assess a fine, it will not be paid to the victim or victims, if any, but it is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating, among other things, that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. You are instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this, the punishment phase of the trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law that applies in this case, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant because the application of that law will depend upon decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law, but you are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. A suitable form is attached for your verdict if you should care to use the same. However, such form is not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, your verdict must be unanimous and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Sid Harrell, presiding judge. Jury form is a little more complicated, ladies and gentlemen, because you have several choices. You have the choice of assessing a term in the penitentiary, no fine. You can add a fine. you can determine if the sentence is less than 10 years, all of the provisions, including probation. So read carefully the verdict form and make sure it is signed correctly, reflecting the unanimous verdict of the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, both sides have requested 40 minutes if they wish to use the same to argue the case. State once again has the opportunity to open and close. You may proceed.
May I please support? Counsel? Ladies and gentlemen, who do you sentence? Who's at trial here? Is it that man right there? Right here, sitting on this stool? Or is it that woman right there, Erica Torres? Literally, who do we sentence? Because according to the defense, it sounds like Erica Torres is a defendant and Billy Delgado is a victim. What do we hear through these witnesses? And not just these witnesses, but the witnesses, the evidence that came through guilt or innocence, that she's a bad mother. We heard it from his own mother, Connie Delgado, that she has criminal history. All I saw was mud being thrown one way, their side to Erica. Did Erica do that? No. She took the stand. She owned up to everything she did. She took her responsibility. So really, who's at trial here? The state of Texas versus Erica Torres? Or is it the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado? Now, I want to talk about a timeline because I think it's very important. The timeline, it pertains to the guilt or innocence phase, but I think it's very important that I talk about it because it goes to show that what he did, what was the reason why he did what he did. And I think it's something that's aggravating that you can consider as evidence for punishment. As my colleague, Mr. Flores said, you can consider evidence that was presented to you in this case and in the last case. Let's go over that time. On May 19, Erica tells Billy that Billy tells Erica that it's going to be her last birthday. Kayla de la Cruz confirms this. On May 31st, at night, Emmy tells Billy Delgado about an alleged sexual abuse, which was found to have no merit. Billy doesn't call Erica to confront her. Billy doesn't call the cops. Billy doesn't even tell his roommate Sharon. He doesn't even go to look for Uncle Louie. By this point, on June 1st, we know that Erica is out socializing, having fun. There's testimony where she was having fun, socializing, having brunch. Erica testified that whenever she leaves Billy, Billy turns violent. He doesn't like that. Sharon Estrada, her roommate, testifies that he is happy making pancakes when he's calm. Erica testified that she was at brunch, socializing, moving on with her life. By this point, she had already asked for divorce. While in brunch, she gets a call from Billy. Hey, come pick up daughter, Emmy. She takes off. And that's when she's mowed down by a 9mm. Now, I ask, why is this important? Defense made it seem that it was because of this rape, this sexual assault, that there was no merit to it. No, the truth is it was because of power and control. He didn't like it. Billy didn't like it when Erica would leave him. That's what that was. That's what this timeline is. It shows power and control that Billy has over Erica. Again, she was socializing. He could have waited until Sunday for Erica to pick up Emmy. He You could have just waited one day and talked with her. No. He didn't like that he was having brunch with her. He was out with friends. She was out with friends. No. Let me call her on a Saturday. Let me bring her over. Which goes with the trap, the ambush that he was setting. I think that's very important and something that should be considered as an aggravating factor when it comes to sentencing, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you saw it for yourself, power control. You saw it for yourself. When he took the stand and Mr. Torres was questioning, look how he was acting. When he was in that interview room with Investigator Vela, look how he was acting. Power control. Now imagine the times that we haven't seen him or when we don't see him. Now, Connie Delgado, that's mommy, that's his mom. She's willing to do anything for her son. But ladies and gentlemen, she's an enabler. She condones it. Remember the jail call? A mother can't defend against certain things. Yet, here at trial, she's justifying her son's actions. And mind you, this is when she took the stand and she said, oh, she's a bad mother. She didn't even have her kids for the first 4 months. Would a bad mother still allow access to her grandma to have access to her grandchild for 10 days out of the month? She's also inconsistent. On June 1st, she testified that Uncle Louis wouldn't do something like that. Yet at trial, for the first time, it came out, for her son's defense, it came out about this underwear, that there was mucus on her underwear. This story came out. Okay, well, what did you do? Did you follow it up? Did you go to the cops? Did you do anything? No, she didn't. No, she came up with this story for the first time right here to defend her baby boy, Delgado. And again, she takes the stand. What does she talk about? She made about Anna and how Erica and her family treated her. How Erica's family did worse things. How Erica's a bad mother. How Erica wasn't in Emmy's life for the first 4 months. She never held Billy accountable for his actions. And if we recall the jail call, ladies and gentlemen, you need to want to help yourself so that we can help you, Billy. The way she's condoning and enabling him, she goes up there, yes, I'm going to be here to help him if he gets out. I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. So you need to focus. The defense is, again, they're trying to shift the focus from what we have been saying. Billy made a choice. There are consequences to those choices. You must sentence him in accordance for that choice he made, for the consequences that he had on that woman right there and on the community that he put in danger. Now, I heard a statement that the state is making him look like a dangerous person. No, I think he did that pretty well himself, firing 10 shots at an individual who did not see it coming in an ambush. The state is not making him look like a dangerous person, ladies and gentlemen. The state just wants to show that a choice was made which has consequences. You've held him accountable for those consequences, but now you need to sentence him. One, as Mr. Flores said, that keeps in mind the safety of the victim, of Erica Torres, of the community, of people like Ms. Sylvia Navarro, and to deter this from happening again in our community. And Judge, I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Soko.
Thank you.
Police Court, Motion Council. Ladies and gentlemen,
You heard some wild, ridiculous accusations here today. Okay? Yelling and screaming, trying to make it like the harder you yell, the stronger that's a little more correct, right, than anybody else. Attacking the client's mother, okay? She didn't do anything, all right? She's just here to tell you about her son, how much she loves her son. You be the ones that are the citizens. You be the pride her I've ever seen her son again. Okay? So it's serious. And that's what she was trying to tell you. This gentleman here totally disregard the love of the mother for her son. Okay, they did their best, whatever the kind of relationship that Erica had with her son. They did their best to help him, try to help him. They took care of the kids. Okay, well, who are you doing? All right? They said Billy's dangerous. One day out of his life, okay, 1 5-minute section. And you're gonna ask him to come down for the rest of the life, for his life. Okay? I'm trying to put up witnesses to show you that's not him. That's not him. How do you get there? You got out there. Okay, I read off 6 instances where she was arrested. And she said, I already paid my price. Okay? By the 6 hours that she didn't hold herself released. Did we ever find out what happened? Everything's pending. You can't talk about it because it's pending. I would say. Pending. Everything is pending for her. For Billy Delgado, the only thing that's pending is you. You said it. Choices and consequences, right? She made choices. What are the consequences? Nothing. See the disparity? You see how he becomes upset? And how everything just got to that pinnacle? She made choices, there's no consequences. He makes choices, there's consequences. That's how we got it. Okay, that level of frustration. That somebody else gets to do something, nothing happens to them. He sees his child getting injured, and then he just blows up. That's not him. Okay, he's trying to protect his daughter in a way that maybe he shouldn't have done it. Right? And he injured somebody, he regrets it, he tells you he's remorseful. Okay, he wouldn't do that. You have children. Somebody's injured your child and you feel helpless. You can probably do something out of the ordinary. Okay? That's what you do. And these gentlemen here are trying to condemn him. Okay? He's found guilty of the aggravated assault. We'll carry that for the rest of his life. That's a felony conviction. Okay? Certain jobs are not available to him. They're all done. The range of punishments, probation, for life in prison. I'm here to tell you, probation is very hard. You can't judge the sentence to be citizen, but probation is kind of 10 years or less. But it's very hard. You come out 31 times for marijuana, cigarette, you got sent to prison. DWI, nobody gets hurt, just you, cop pulls you over. For him, he gets prison. Okay? Anything he violates the law, he goes to prison. It's very hard to judge the order of the counseling, the order of classes, the drug classes, the order also. Okay? Right. In this case, I asked questions about the severity of the offense. Would that drive the sentence higher? Lower? And a lot of you said no, it just depends on the whole entire sets of facts. I asked about second chances. Okay. Most of you raise your hand if you deserve second chance. I asked if you were for punishment or rehab. I think that was, we had a majority said rehabilitation. Okay, there was a few extremists that said no, I don't want to punish. Right? I think in this case, you guys have nothing to do, a wide range. I would be back there to listen. What's important to you? What drives the sentence? Is it back criminal history? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is it the abuse that you took? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is it the injury to Erica? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? I don't know. Okay? But I'm here to tell you that in order to appease the Torres family, I would suggest that you sentence Delgado to at least 5 years to minimum. Okay? He'll be able to get back out to society, he'll be able to see his kids, he'll be able to get his education, get training, come back out and try to get him more alive. You have all the evidence before you, heard the witnesses, saw how Mr. Delgado was around his family, how his life changed, how he takes care of his kids. How he's a good person, okay? But it takes that script of time and completely changing what they want you to believe he is, okay? So more and more pushing, urging punishment for that one incident and the severity of this incident, right? But it doesn't match up to Billy's life. It doesn't. Okay, normal life, takes care of his kids, his family, loves his family. He said he always was doing what he can involved in it. I suggest the majority of us just give him a second chance. Erica's been arrested 6 times, she's got a second chance, more than 2 times. She has 6 chances. All right? We're just asking for one more for that. All right? Yeah, for the Delgado family, we thank you for listening to the case.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We heard a lot of testimony. We heard from the witnesses. A lot of Mr. Delgado's family, right? A lot of friends. And I understand it's hard. It's difficult to take the stand and testify. And they testified as to that he's a good person, that he's a great dad, you know, he's been there for his family. And I'm sure at one point, Mr. Delgado was. I'm sure he was. In fact, you even had someone come here and testify and say that they believe shooting a person 10 times wasn't dangerous. That's how much they like Billy Delgado. As preposterous as that sounds. But somewhere along the way, Mr. Delgado changed. Billy changed, and he is not that person that they're talking about. Mr. Delgado changed, and you saw the real person he was. And like Erica told you, he puts up a front, he puts up a character. Well, on the date of June 1st, 2024, he pulled back the curtain, and he showed the public, he showed the real world who the real Billy Delgado is. Now, defense came up here and they told you they're asking for a 5-year minimum. 5-year minimum. And we talked about this in Ward Dyer. I asked if you all could consider the full range of punishment. He's asking for 5 years. Now, I'm going to ask you to consider the idea of 5 years. I ask that you consider it, think about it, and then get rid of it. This is not a 5-year case, ladies and gentlemen. By no means. This is not a 5-year case based on the evidence and everything we showed you here today. Punishment factors. What are you going to consider? What must you consider for a proper sentence? We look at the severity of the crime. How serious was the crime that we're looking at? Harm to the victim. What did she suffer? Remorse of the defendant and acceptance of responsibility. Is the defendant sorry for what he did? And deterrence. A sentence should deter the offender from committing future crimes and also deter others from committing similar crimes. Severity of the crime. He put the entire community at risk for his own selfish motive. Ladies and gentlemen, he shot a gun in public. Not only was he trying to shoot and kill Miss Erica Torres, but he was also shooting with no disregard for where those bullets were going. You heard Mr. Pina take the stand. He was worried that bullets were going to fly into his house. You heard Officer Castillo. He was off duty, and he heard the gunshots. This was not a little isolated incident. This is something that affected our entire community. This was something that was out in the public. And you have someone playing cowboy like this, but shooting guns. He left Erica with no choice but to drive away, injured and fighting for her life. What was she supposed to do? Sit there? You heard her scream, "Kayla, call 911, he shot me." Was she supposed to sit there? And if you look at that video, State's Exhibit 5, I know we talked about this previously. He's walking, and he's walking with a purpose. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because he was going to finish the job. He was going to finish the job that day. Because for him, his objective was to kill Erica. Because don't believe for 1 second he was going to go up and open the door and say, "Are you okay? Are you all right? How can I help you, Erica?" No. He greeted her with gunshots raining down on her. That's how he greeted her. "Hello, how are you doing?" Bang, 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 bang. He wasn't going to go in to check on her. He was going to finish the job, what he intended to do. Sylvia Navarro, the accident victim, she came here to testify today. Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what we showed you on State's demonstrative. When Erica got shot, she got shot right here. She drove down 2 blocks with no recollection, and she told you, "I was trying to get to the hospital. I was trying to make it to the hospital." So she turns right onto Clark Boulevard, drives down, no recollection, bleeding out, in and out of consciousness. The entire community is going about its day. The community doesn't stop because a crime occurred, putting women, children, other drivers at risk, people walking on the sidewalk, and she's driving this entire way until boom, right there, the crash that you see. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this was not something that was just between a couple. This was something that affected a lot of different people. She told you that her life was shaken by what Mr. Delgado did. She still has injuries for that. She had medical bills. She's still in pain. She has to get medication for this. That was her family vehicle. That's what she used to get to work. She had to get rides after that. You're talking about, that's just one person. There was still another person in that car, and there's still another person in the van that was smashed in the middle. So this isn't just about Erica as well. He affected so many lives. This is about the damage, all the damage that one man caused. All because he wanted to kill Erica Torres. She told you she's afraid of getting in cars because of what happened that day. Harm to the victim. What harm did the victim suffer? What harm did Erica Torres suffer? You heard Billy's mom tell him, this is not a slap in the face. No, it's not. Because she laid there in that bed with her stomach open for days, for weeks, for months, getting suction out of her stomach. She's essentially lost a year of her life in a hospital. And Mr. Vega, he was there and he's like, well, is sitting in jail bad? Sitting in jail is pretty bad, right? He asked her. What about sitting in a hospital, fighting for your life, not being able to eat food, not being able to eat solids, not being able to drink liquids for a year. That's pretty bad. And who's responsible for that? That man right there, Billy Delgado. All this damage to everyone that suffered, everyone in the community, and to Erica is because of him. She told you, I'm going to have lifelong injuries. She's had over 30 life-saving surgeries. She has assisted living. She has to live with her parents. She's filed for disability. She has to get rides from her mom. She can't drive. She is completely dependent. She has lost her ability to be a normal person because Mr. Delgado stole that from her. He took that away from her. She told you she has PTSD. She lives her life in fear every day. And you all saw the picture. In case she ever tries to forget, she'll always remember because there's still little pieces of the bullet sitting inside of her. Little fragments that they can't take out because they'll cause more nerve damage to the hand that she writes with, her dominant hand. But how dominant is it, right? She can only lift 10 pounds. She can't pick up her daughter to give her a hug. She told you she can't ride horses. And she obviously can't walk very far because of the malnutrition she could suffer and because she can't eat large portions. She in fact fought here to testify today. She told you, I have no energy. She testified, I'm always in pain. As she sits here, she's in pain. Her normal will never be normal because Billy Delgado took that away. And Billy Delgado made that happen. She will never live her life according to her terms. And we don't know how this has affected her life expectancy. Because anything can happen, but she can't take medications the same as you and me. She can't get medical care the same as you and me. He left her in a fragile state. And not only in a fragile state, he gave her a life sentence. She's going to have a life sentence. Whichever way you spin it, she will have a life sentence of living with the injuries, the pain, and the suffering for the rest of her life. We heard Joe Martinez, who treated her with all 3 of her hospitalizations. He saw her every day. He told you she only has 105 centimeters of her intestines. She's at high risk of malnutrition. She can't eat like a regular person, and it won't change in the future. She won't get better from this. She is permanently damaged. Like he said, she can't have surgery to fix this. This display, he even said it's not normal. The way it is today, that's the way it'll always be. And she can't have anything done to her because he told you she can't reproduce skin. She can't heal like you and I can. So God forbid that something happens to her. She cannot fix her abdomen. If they accidentally cut her bowel, it'll cause the same injury as before. And he told you he saw her suffering, that she couldn't eat or drink for that year, or for that time, while she was not able to eat. She testified, my hair was falling out, my teeth hurt. That's because she wasn't getting the proper nutrients. She wasn't getting what you and I get, what us normal people get from eating food. So then we look at remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. We consider remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. Till this moment, Mr. Billy Delgado is still hiding behind his excuses. Remember, was I blacked out or I did it for my daughter? But not once has he taken responsibility for the actions of that day. And even then, people are trying to justify his actions. But that's just not the case, ladies and gentlemen, because that was a dangerous act, and no one deserves to suffer that pain. No one deserves to suffer the pain that Erica is living through, day in and day out. You saw the way he was with officers. You saw the way he was with Mark Vela, and you saw the way he testified. And if that's not enough, you saw the way he was with his mother on the phone, the way he spoke to her. He's a different person in front of people. He puts on a character. Ladies and gentlemen, I would hate to see what he's like behind closed doors. But you know who does know? Erica. Those are the glimpses of the real Billy Delgado. June 1st, 2024, that's the real Billy Delgado that we're dealing with. And you heard Mr. Delgado. You heard him tell you. Because I asked him, did you regret this? And you heard what he said. And I asked him, did you regret it right away? And he said, I regret it as soon as I did it. Right after I did it, I regretted it. That's not the case. He doesn't regret it, and he still doesn't regret it. Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. Not very remorseful there. The only thing he could accept that day was trying to kill Erica. Because he, afterwards, he tried to stalk her. He tried to get to her, like stalking prey. Walking up to her. Erica's lucky to be alive. Why is she lucky? States Exhibit 6. Like I said, Erica is lucky to be alive, right? I apologize. The next section. They've taken the magazines into custody. She's lucky to be alive because she had 2 magazines in Mr. Delgado's pocket that were waiting for her. She had 2 magazines. If you see him reach into his pocket, you see him, he's there, he's digging into his pocket. He's there reaching to his pocket because that's what he was reaching for. That's what he was reaching for. A fully loaded magazine ready to unload these on Erica. That's the real Billy Delgado. Not to mention the one he used entirely. Remorse and acceptance of the responsibility.
But you're not understanding that this was not a slap in the face. And this is when we tell our children growing up, do not do things that we cannot protect you from. That you're going to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and there's only so much.
How about that?
Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. This was days after Billy Delgado had shot Erica. While she's laying in a hospital unconscious, fighting for her life. He didn't regret a single thing. That's the real Billy Delgado. That phone call, that's the real Billy Delgado. Deterrence. How do you deter someone like Billy Delgado from committing future crimes and also deter other people, others from committing similar crimes? And Mr. Vega's right. He brought up a very good point. In voir dire, he asked you, who here believes in second chances? Who here believes in second chances? And everyone, a lot of people raise their hand, and understandably so. Ladies and gentlemen, this is chance number 1. That's chance number 2. Chance number 3. Chance number 4. Chance number 5. Chance number 6. Chance number 7. Chance number 8. Chance number 9. And chance number 10. And let's not forget, the biggest chance of all, when Mr. Delgado grabbed his firearm, placed his finger on the trigger, wrapped it around the trigger, pulled it out, and pointed it at Erica. That's the biggest chance he got. He had all these chances. He had all these chances. So this is not about second chances. There you go. So sentence. You heard Dr. Madero say Erica had less than a 50% chance of living after the medical treatment she received. You saw the defendant fire 10 shots at Erica with no mercy, no hesitation. We're going to ask you for 75 years. 75 years to serve. We're going to ask you for 5 years for each and every single casing he fired at her. 5 years for each shot he laid against her. And we're also going to ask you for 25 years in addition to that, for the pain and suffering that Erica will live through for the rest of her life, or whatever life expectancy she has. 75 years, ladies and gentlemen. We're not asking for life in this case. We are not asking for life in this case. What we're asking for is justice. And I'm going to leave you with one last final thought. Because every single time that you try straying away from 50, I want you to think of
exactly what it was, but I do recall myself stating, "Did he just threaten you?" And she said, "Yes." He said, "This is my last birthday."
Okay, and when you said threaten you, what did you mean by that? What made you believe that it was a threat?
Because of the way he was speaking to her, the tone of voice that he was addressing her.
And because of the words he
And
used,
the,
because of the tone of voice.
well, yes, and that's because basically he was saying it was your last birthday, which was giving me some type of clarity that she no longer was going to live.
And were you concerned for your cousin, Erica?
I was.
Did you tell her anything?
I did.
What was that?
That she needed to address this with Laredo Police Department, and I also made her mother aware of the situation.
Anything else that you experienced from that relationship?
Not really.
How was Erica Torres with Amy, her daughter?
Erica's a great mother. She's always been involved with her daughters. Most of the time, always together.
So now let me take you back. Oh, and when you said it was May of 2024, or what year was it?
Correct. May 18th of 2024.
Thank you. Now, let me take you back to June 1st, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
It was Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember from that day from the beginning?
That morning, Erica and I had gone to go have breakfast. While having breakfast, she did get a phone call where she was speaking with Emmy, her daughter, and her daughter was at with her father, Billy Delgado. Emmy and Erica were just talking over the phone, and that she wasn't gonna get to see Emmy until tomorrow, which would be Sunday.
Conversation she's not part of, it's over the phone. She's not listening to the entire conversation, so we're getting a distorted view of whatever she's interpreting.
I'll rephrase it.
I'll sustain that objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so let's say for that you were with Erica eating breakfast. Around what time was it?
This was before noon.
Before, okay. And you testified that she got a call from Amy. Okay, and after she hung up with Amy, what happened?
I departed because I was gonna be leaving out of town, and Erica went her own way too. Then I leave the restaurant, I get home, I'm preparing my bags to leave out of town. I get inside the vehicle. As we're leaving my home, I see on my phone that I had a missed call from Erica. This missed call was at approximately 1:16 when I received a phone call from her, and around, correct. And then I also received a text message from her at approximately 1:17, 1:19, and by 1:20 I called her back. In that text message, in my statement, it's word per word as to what I received message from her, but basically stating that she was lost, she was confused as to why she had to pick up her daughter today when they had already agreed that she was picking up her daughter until the next day.
Which is Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened next after you saw that you had a missed call and this text from Erica Torres?
So at this point, I'm already on the line with her. She's stating that she's confused, that she's lost, that she's on her way to pick up her daughter, and that she's almost there.
Did she tell you where she was going to pick up her daughter, Emmy?
She stated at Emmy's biological father's residence.
Which is?
I've never been to Mr. Delgado's home.
Yeah, okay, so it was Billy Delgado's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And then what happened after you called her back?
She didn't want to hang up, so she told me to wait, that she was already approaching, and as she's approaching, I hear multiple gunshots. Approximately 6 gunshots. I hear her scream, frantically crying.
When you heard the gunshots, how did that make you feel?
I was shocked.
Were you expecting to hear any gunshots?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you're on the phone with Erica Torres. You hear multiple gunshots. What happens next?
I hear her scream.
Do you know what she was saying?
She was in pain, screaming in pain, and she just says, ah, ah. And as she screams, the call drops. I immediately call her back and I say, are you okay? She says, no, call 911. Billy shot me. He shot me. He shot me. As she's telling me this,
At that time when she's telling you that, what was going through your head?
she's injured. She's injured. We need to get an ambulance. We need to get paramedics on scene. She needs assistance. Yes, because of the way you're in distress. When somebody gets a gunshot wound, you're not going to be calm, collective. You could hear that she was in distress. She was in pain. She was frantic.
Okay, so once she told you, call 911, Billy shot me.
I put the phone on speaker and I'm starting to dial 911 without knowing that the other call would drop with her. I thought I would be able to merge the calls. So her call drops and I begin to speak with the operator. As I speak with the operator, I give my cousin's full name, exactly what I heard, her location, the vehicle she was driving, and I have her on Find My iPhone where I was able to give the location based off Find My iPhone.
Do you remember that location?
It was in Smith Street.
May I approach?
Exact numbers, no.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna show you like an aerial map of the city. This is North Smith. So it was like more or less around this area where the apartment was. It's Reynolds, Smith, and here's Clark, and here's Arkansas. And if you, this is where he lives. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was North Smith Avenue, with the address I believe I gave to the 911 operator.
So more or less, this is the location that you gave 911 because based on your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then once you tell 911 the location, what happens next?
I spoke to the operator for approximately 2 to 3 minutes, letting her know that I did hear gunshot wounds, that Erica did verbalize to me that she was shot. I requested EMS to arrive to the scene, but as I'm on the line with 911, I can see that she's moving. And that's when I see that now she's at the corner of Clark and Arkansas.
Okay, so now you're seeing in your phone that she's in this location?
Yeah, she was on Clark. and
On
I'm
Clark.
going to-
So you start moving pretty
heading-
much on Clark.
Mhm.
And did your phone give you this location at the corner of
Yes.
Arkansas and Clark?
Yes.
Okay. So she drove based on your phone all that distance.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. La Cruz. Okay. Once you find a new location, you testify that you know she was moving and she ended at the corner of Arkansas and Clark. What happens next?
I arrived to the scene.
Okay. And what happens next?
Upon arrival to the scene, I see her green Kia Soul. She's in the driver's seat. She's restrained, wearing her seatbelt. You see airbags deployed from the passenger side, because that's where the side I was in. You see her slump forward. I scream her name. She doesn't respond. So I already know that now we're in trouble.
Let me ask you, you testified that you saw a green Kia Soul. Do you know what Erica drove?
Erica drove that green Kia Soul.
Okay, so once you got to the scene, did you see multiple cars, or you only saw the,
Correct. It was a 3-car collision
but your focus was where?
on Erica. Why? Because by this point, I already knew that that was not the initial scene. And I knew that most probably they didn't know that she had gunshot wounds.
Okay, so once you arrived to the green Kia Soul, what do you do next?
I see that there was a bystander man on the driver's seat, on the driver's side. He was holding, trying to hold her neck. And I tell him, I'm like, she has gunshot wounds. He's like, nobody shot gunshot wounds. no gunshots here. A regular white t-shirt. And then I reconfirmed with him. I said, no, I heard the gunshot wounds. Erica confirmed verbally, telling me that they were gunshot wounds that she just suffered. At this point, Erica is already, she's pale. At this point, he doesn't let me touch her, so I can't check for a pulse because that's immediately what I was trying to get to. I wanted to see if she still had a pulse or we needed to go ahead and intubate, start CPR. No, she was unconscious. EMS was already at the scene. I told them we need to get a stretcher, like she needs to go straight to the hospital. I am a trauma nurse, so I do understand the gravity of what was going on, what basic process was needed next. Basically, she needed to arrive to the ER, get intubated, and go straight to the OR so that the trauma surgeon can start.
For the record, you testified earlier that you were a nurse. You've been a trauma nurse for how long?
I finished in May of 2018 as a registered nurse, and I did all my undergrad in emergency nursing.
Okay, so you kind of knew what you were talking about. That's what you were giving advice to the people there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened next once you tell them, she was to the hospital, ER right away?
I told him to go to the nearest ER, which was LMC, and that I would meet them there. And before they left, I told them that she was a full quote, that we did agree for her to get intubated, and that we did agree for her to get any blood necessary, because at this point I knew she had lost a lot of blood.
Okay, so once you arrived to the crash scene, you saw the PSO, and you saw your cousin, what was going through your head?
Based off what I heard, based off my clinical and medical experience as well, I knew that only God was able to do a miracle on her.
And once you saw her leave in the ambulance, what happened next?
I prayed and I followed the ambulance.
You went to the hospital too?
Correct.
As a witness at this time, Judge. Judge, approach.
That's why they're approaching. Gosh, her testimony is very detailed. She is a great witness. And wow, like Jason said, she probably saved her cousin's life. She painting a scene like I can like visually see it, right? Although we seen the kind of the accident earlier, we also saw the shooting earlier. Like just hearing it from her perspective of being on the phone with her cousin at the time, it's like, wow. Yeah, so I know how frantic she had to be. You said along with the Spanx, because the Spanx is what saved her life, right? Yeah, we know. Oh, Moki, we gotta shout out to the Spanx. Wear them girdles, ladies. We never know what they can do for us. Keep it all together. That is something that they said, that the officer testified that he didn't want to remove the Spanx. It was like the Spanx, the girdle was keeping her right together. Wow. And she, just hearing her say that out of all the things that she has seen, all the trauma, she said the only thing that she could think of to save her cousin's life was God, right? Wow. And she sees a lot. So it had to be really, really, really a traumatizing scene. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm even wondering, like, when we thinking about, because I'm pretty sure she's going to testify. I wonder how that's going to be. Like, this is your child's father, but in the same token, like he did try to unalive you. I mean, he was pretty determined because even after the shots rang out and her car kind of stopped, he was walking up to the car to finish the job. And she just so happened, with all her grace and whatever she had to help her push on the gas pedal, a lot of things worked in her favor, right? Because she went straight into a gas station, and thank goodness she didn't hit any gas pumps, right? That could have been a whole nother issue. Not sure how the people are in the other cars that she crashed into, because
Good morning.
Good morning.
You stated you are Erica's cousin,
Correct.
and you were talking about conversations that Erica was having on the phone. You weren't on a three-way, correct?
No,
Okay, so you were listening to part of the conversation.
correct. We were sitting next to each other, hearing her daughter.
All right.
And
So
the purpose of that phone call was only to
let me just do this
verify.
question and answer if you can. So you were not on a three-way phone call. You were next to them, and you were only hearing parts of the conversation, right?
She's on speakerphone at this point.
But you don't know, you understand that's Billy on the other side and Eric on, you watching Erica talk to him, right?
Which phone call are you referring to?
The first phone call,
Billy wasn't on that phone call. It was Emmy.
Emmy, okay. Kayla, they asked you a question and you said that Erica was a good mother.
Correct. Based off my experience, what I've seen, she is a good mother.
Did you know that she was driving intoxicated? Do you have any knowledge of that? She was driving
Objection, Your Honor.
intoxicated?
May we approach?
objection.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge that she was driving around intoxicated with her children?
No,
Do you have any knowledge of the fact that she was assaulting my client while he was driving with the children in the back seat?
no,
Okay, so you don't know all about Erica, do you?
no,
All right. Do you have any knowledge of her being abusive to Billy?
no,
No physical violence. You have no knowledge of that.
no,
Do you have any knowledge of her dropping him off in the middle of the night so he had to walk home miles?
no.
So you don't know the complete story of their relationship, right?
Correct.
And you do know that Erica has another child, right?
Yes, I do.
And were Billy and Erica married?
Yes, they were.
Did they become separated?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Do you know where Erica was working at during their separation?
Yes,
Where was she working at?
at her father's home health and with another agency.
Did she have any other types of jobs besides those two? Did you know?
No,
You said you received a call from Erica, so you missed it, you called back, is that correct?
correct,
And then you went to the scene
correct,
because you could follow her?
correct.
And did who actually witnessed you talking to Erica and seeing Erica?
The person that was in the vehicle with me,
Who was that?
Dylan.
Who?
Dylan Loring.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the last name.
Dylan Loring.
Can you spell the last name?
No, I cannot.
So how do you pronounce it again?
Loring.
Lauren?
Ring.
Lauren? Okay. And so Billy got off the car with you?
Excuse me?
Did Billy get off the car with you? To go see?
How did Billy get off the car with me?
Well, who's that person sitting next to you, the passenger?
Dylan.
Dylan. How did Dylan get off the car and see you?
Dylan is the driver and I'm the passenger.
I'm asking you, did Dylan get off the car and go witness you help Erica?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking you, okay?
I'm sorry, I understood you said Billy. Did Billy? I
And
said
we
no,
corrected
Dylan.
it to Dylan, okay?
Thank you.
All right, and who else witnessed you there?
I spoke with a police officer while at scene. The person that was on the Kia Soul, that off-duty police officer, because he told me, he's like, I'm an off-duty police officer. Basically that he was gonna take care of her.
Okay, you told him that she had been shot.
Correct.
So he didn't discover that she was shot.
I don't know what he saw, but I verbalized and confirmed to everybody at scene that she had been shot and she needed to get on the ambulance stretcher as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions, Judge.
Just a couple of quick questions, Your Honor. Ms. De La Cruz, you testified earlier that on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, you were going out of town.
Correct.
Okay, this was noonish, right?
Yes,
Okay, and were you going out of town by yourself or with someone else?
with a friend,
And that friend's name was what?
Dylan.
Dylan Lauro.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge? No questions. No recall.
Recall, Mr. Vega?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are excused now for recall. You can either stay in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. Let's see, counsel up here real quick. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they have counsel approaching the bench. I'm assuming that they look like, at least yesterday from the testimony that we watched earlier from the first day, they were moving through their witnesses pretty quick, right? I think in the 2 hours we saw over maybe 5 witnesses earlier. So if you guys missed that beginning part, there were no opening statements, but they did show us the first witness through the rest of the day from yesterday. So we streamed that earlier for those that just came in. So I don't know who they have coming up next.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's have a seat then. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you sworn inside your prison, first day of trial, news on road. Yes. Let's see.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Vaquera.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Sergeant Jesus M. Vaquera,
Okay, and where are you employed?
Laredo Police Department, sir.
All right, and how long have you been employed by the Laredo Police Department?
26 years, sir.
And what is your current position with the Laredo Police Department?
I'm currently the Central Sector Patrol Supervisor.
Okay, now I want to ask you about the case at hand. Are you familiar with this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you familiar with this case?
Back on June 5th of 2024, I was assigned as a detective to the Special Victims Unit, and a case related to this case was assigned to me.
Okay, so back in 2024, just so we could.
At this time?
No, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Delgado, I will accept the verdict, assess a 50-year term in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You will receive credit for any time you've been incarcerated pursuant to the law, and you have 30 days in which to file a motion for new trial and notice of appeal, which your lawyer can further advise you on. You'll have a seat over there. I believe we may have some victim impact statements.
Your Honor, one question.
Any victim impact?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Will we be going off the record?
Just to go off the record pursuant to the.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the rule. You don't have to ask me. I follow the rules. Okay, my understanding, y'all can have a seat there if you don't mind. And I believe they come up to the bench for security purposes, and we do the victim impact from right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is an opportunity now that the sentence has been heard and imposed for individuals affected by the case to address the court or to address the jury or to address the defendant directly. And for security reasons, we ask them to come right up here, please. And as I indicated, you can face me, you can face the jury, or you can face the defendant. You may proceed.
There are no words that can truly capture what I felt like that day you shot me. My life changed forever. In that moment, I faced with unimaginable pain and fear and overwhelming questions of whether I would survive and see our daughters again. And yet, by the grace of God, I'm still here to see the day of light. I am a living miracle, and I thank Him every day for giving me the strength, not just to survive, but to keep moving forward for our children. What happened that day will never be forgotten. The physical scars are constant reminders of the violence I endured. The emotional wounds are deeper, and the trauma, the fear, and the loss of sense of safety and the road of healing is still continues. You didn't just try to take away, you changed everything. You changed our daughters' lives forever as well. They are victims too. They carry trauma of what you did. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they feel the pain in ways you may never understand. You didn't just hurt me. You hurt them, you hurt my family and your family, the people who trusted you, who believed in you, and who carried a different kind of wound. And yet, despite everything, I forgive you, Billy. That forgiveness does not mean I forgot. It does not excuse what you did or erase the pain you caused. It means I chose peace over hate. I choose not to let that moment define who I am or to change me to anger. My faith has carried me through the darkest hours, and that's the faith that gave me the strength to forgive you, not for your sake, but for my own and for the sake of our daughters. Whatever you did forever altered my life, but it has not destroyed me. You took so much, but you did not take my will to live, my faith, or my dignity. I hope you one day truly understand the gravity of your actions. I hope you find the accountability and maybe one day redemption, but that is between you and God. I speak the words not from bitterness, but from the truth. And I share them because I believe that the truth deserves to be heard, just as I deserve to heal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. You can be seated.
There are no words that can fully capture the depths of pain and horror I felt the day you shot my daughter. As a mother, my worst nightmare became reality. I will never forget the moment I received the call. My heart stopped and my world shattered. That day changed all of our lives forever. You didn't just try to take her life. You took her sense of safety and you took the light from her eyes and you inflicted wounds that go far beyond her physical. As her mother, I saw her fight through pain no one should ever have to endure. I watched her struggle to heal, to stand back up and to keep going, not just for herself, but for her children, our grandchildren. And let me be clear, your daughters are victims too. They may not have witnessed what you did, but they live with the effects of it every day. The fear, the confusion, the emotional scars. You didn't just hurt their mother, you hurt them. The family who once welcomed you in, trusted you, believed you were someone who would love and protect, not destroy. The pain you caused is deep and the betrayal is devastating, and yet we still choose not to live in hate. Like my daughter, I hold on to faith and hope, onto the belief that love, courage, and truth are stronger than violence. Forgiveness is not easy.
It is not forgetfulness. It does not erase the pain, but it is a choice that we make to reclaim our power, not to excuse what was done, but to refuse to change, to let it change us. I forgive because I refuse to let your actions define the rest of our lives. You need to understand what you did, not just in words, but in your soul. You didn't just break the law, you broke hearts. You shattered trust, and you left behind wounds that may never fully heal. I hope you carry the truth with you, and I hope in time you seek true accountability, not for our approval, but for your own soul. My daughter is still here by the grace of God, and she is rising every day. That's a miracle. That's strength. That's something you could never take from her. And as her mother, I will always be by her side, reminding her and your daughters that light still shines even after the darkness of night. We speak not from vengeance, but from truth, and the truth must be heard.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. You can have a seat. Members of the jury, your duties are now concluded. I want to thank each and every one of you for your efforts during this case and your consideration and your close attention to the evidence. I know nobody volunteered for this duty. Everybody was drafted, but I do hope it was educational for you and you learned a little something about your criminal justice system. You are excused with our thanks. We're going to let you go from the jury room one more time. All of the instructions I gave you previously are now lifted. Sometimes the lawyers like to talk to you after the case is over with, but that's entirely up to you. You're free to go. Would everyone rise for the jury?
All right, jury.
We assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 50 years. No fine assessed. Do you wish to have him polled?
Yes, sir.
Jury list one more time. Thank you. Okay, same thing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call your last name. If you agree with the verdict, say yes. If you don't, for some reason, say no. Nieta? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to accept and receive your verdict. At this time, Mr. Delgado, would you and counsel please approach the bench for me? The jury, having returned a verdict of 50 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, is there any legal reason why we should not proceed to sentencing at this time?
No, Your
Then, Mr. Delgado, I will accept the verdict, assess a 50-year term in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You will receive credit for any time you've been incarcerated pursuant to the law, and you have 30 days in which to file a motion for new trial and notice of appeal, which your lawyer can further advise you on. You'll have a seat over there. I believe we may have some victim impact statements.
Your Honor, one question.
Any victim impact?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Will we be going off the record?
Just to go off the record pursuant to the.
Yeah. Correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the rule. You don't have to ask me. I follow the rules. Okay, my understanding, y'all can have a seat there if you don't mind. And I believe they come up to the bench for security purposes and we do the victim impact from right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is an opportunity now that the sentence has been heard and imposed for individuals affected by the case to address the court or to address the jury or to address the defendant directly. And for security reasons, we ask them to come right up here, please. And as I indicated, you can face me, you can face the jury, or you can face the defendant. You may proceed.
There are no words that can truly capture what I felt like that day you shot me. My life changed forever. In that moment, I faced with unimaginable pain and fear and overwhelming questions of whether I would survive and see our daughters again. And yet, by the grace of God, I'm still here to see the day of light. I am a living miracle, and I thank Him every day for giving me the strength, not just to survive, but to keep moving forward for our children. What happened that day will never be forgotten. The physical scars are constant reminders of the violence I endured. The emotional wounds are deeper, and the trauma, the fear, and the loss of sense of safety and the road of healing, it still continues. You didn't just try to take away, you changed everything. You changed our daughters' lives forever as well. They are victims too. They carry trauma of what you did. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they feel the pain in ways you may never understand. You didn't just hurt me. You hurt them, you hurt my family and your family, the people who trusted you, who believed in you, and who carried a different kind of wound. And yet, despite everything, I forgive you, Billy. That forgiveness does not mean I forgot. It does not excuse what you did or erase the pain you caused. It means I chose peace over hate. I choose not to let that moment define who I am or to change me to anger. My faith has carried me through the darkest hours, and that's the faith that gave me the strength to forgive you, not for your sake, but for my own and for the sake of our daughters. Whatever you did forever altered my life, but it has not destroyed me. You took so much, but you did not take my will to live, my faith, or my dignity. I hope you one day truly understand the gravity of your actions. I hope you find the accountability and maybe one day redemption, but that is between you and God. I speak the words not from bitterness, but from the truth. And I share them because I believe that the truth deserves to be heard, just as I deserve to heal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. You can be seated.
There are no words that can fully capture the depths of pain and horror I felt the day you shot my daughter. As a mother, my worst nightmare became reality. I will never forget the moment I received the call. My heart stopped and my world shattered. That day changed all of our lives forever. You didn't just try to take her life. You took her sense of safety and you took the light from her eyes and you inflicted wounds that go far beyond her physical. As her mother, I saw her fight through pain no one should ever have to endure. I watched her struggle to heal, to stand back up and to keep going, not just for herself, but for her children, our grandchildren. And let me be clear, your daughters are victims too. They may not have witnessed what you did, but they live with the effects of it every day. The fear, the confusion, the emotional scars. You didn't just hurt their mother, you hurt them. The family who once welcomed you in, trusted you, believed you were someone who would love and protect, not